They removed positions from DEI. They've been threatening to close schools across the state. Here in Houston, I think they want to close certain elementary schools. Yeah, y'all, this is really happening. They ran all these immigrants off. People are having less babies. They're closing these schools. Because y'all know there's always more. There's more elementary schools, and then there's more middle schools than high schools. I've always wondered about that. Like, why wouldn't there be, like, they wouldn't be built in threes? But I guess because the high schools are so much bigger. But anywho, I don't think that's going to help them.
So, and I had to read this somewhere, not that I would know from professional experience, but the ratio between K through 4 is a certain number. And then after that, like 5th grade, I believe, I think it's like 1 to 28 cap. And then middle school, there is technically no cap. High school, same. So you can put more kids into one class than you can in elementary. So that's why you're going to see far more elementary schools than you would high schools. Or so I've heard. I don't know what the fuck I'm
Which one did they pass? Houston School Board, the district. I think is like one of the biggest school districts, right?
In Kitover.
In regards to segregating special ed.
No,
they were gonna vote on that.
No, federally you can't segregate. You have to put children in the least restrictive environment. Special ed is an umbrella. So
but they were going to vote on that.
I'm not sure. I have to see exactly what you're talking about.
Right. Hold on, I will put an article.
Okay.
I don't keep up with it as much as I normally do, Katrina, because I'm not trolling y'all. I'm just, everybody knows that I'm very transparent on this app. Apparently a little too transparent, but my oldest son is autistic. My baby just had a birthday. He's in his mid-20s, so we're going to Chuck E. Cheese, which is his favorite. So my Chuchubi is not in school, so I don't keep up with it as much as I normally did. I still volunteer a lot. I still mentor, but I have not kept up with HISD. I used to go to those meetings, Katrina, so you can back channel me. I'm not sure. I see the news about them closing schools because I go to like the commissioner and our district rep. Her son actually lives in the neighborhood for the Houston City Council, and I've been locally involved like for quite some time, so I still go to those things. You know, when they're like, oh, what do y'all want to do with the community money? I always show up at that stuff and fill out my little questionnaire, but so no, I'm not familiar with what they did. But if I need to get involved again with that as a special needs mom, I most certainly will. They better not be threatening to cut funds. You know, that is a small group of very dedicated parents, y'all. You do not want to fuck with the special needs parents in any school districts because they vote, they communicate, they get out, and they are very protective of their babies. So
I
hope happy birthday to your son.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, happy birthday to him. I got our this school year that just finished. We had a brand new principal who fucked my child over really badly. So I got her fired, which I'm very happy about. So when you say, yeah, don't fuck with special needs parents, you don't.
No.
I got two clients lawsuits awarded. It's fact. Full fact.
Oh, Elaine, just I don't feel like typing. I know the IPO is trash, neoliberal. Talking about it. I still think it's gonna go up because it's Elon, because it's SpaceX. But yeah, I was looking at the. I'm not changing the subject, y'all. I guess I am, and I'm gonna shut up in a second because I have to run or drive. But did y'all see like Elon was sending the little rocket and it like crashed and caught on fire or some shit? And they were like, that was supposed to happen. It was supposed to catch on fire. Anyway, these damn billionaires. Yeah, Katrina, you know, we have to stick together. especially with they're cutting funding, y'all. Like, they want to privatize a lot of these schools. I don't know how it is in y'all school district, but like my boys went to a charter school, Harmony, that has a reputation. But you know, like I think that this is gonna bubble over because a lot of what is going on in terms of the tax dollars. So in Texas, Governor Crackhead, they want to cut property taxes, but then it's like, how are you going to fund public education?
It was a very late comer into the space occupied by Yahoo, AOL, right?
Sam, wouldn't you think there'll be a huge amount of market consolidation? Just some of these FANG companies will buy tons of these smaller companies as they fuck up their balance sheet.
There's not a bunch of small companies.
Why? There's a lot of small companies.
There are, but what's gonna? Why would you think that? Why wouldn't it be like a BlackRock or something that owns a little bit of a bunch of things that survives this, rather than a company that doesn't exist today? This is like a financial trick. Shouldn't it be a finance company that owns the world?
Finance company does own the world.
A lot of this right now that people are getting out on is like hype, but it's like so imagine I heard this analogy once, and I know it
My
happens
hair
in
is
Florida,
such a
but
bitch.
imagine that everybody decides
I've
that
never
like
been.
walnuts are now the most valuable thing. So overnight, every walnut company skyrockets. People start tearing up fields left and right to plant walnut trees. People start hoarding walnuts. There's this whole discussion about walnuts. And then one day somebody's like, wait a second, like this walnut boom is dumb. Like there's other crops that are better, people aren't eating them. This isn't the life-changing thing that we thought walnuts were. But if that stops, everybody who's invested in walnuts and all the societal change, everybody who thought they were a sage because they started planting them is an idiot. It breaks the economy. Everybody who's already in there has this sunk cost fallacy. There's no incentive to get off the train. In fact, everybody has an incentive. Now, if those walnut people that got so rich, if they also doubled down and bought newspapers and magazines because they had all this big walnut money, all of a sudden, like, you can't ever get off, and now everybody's attention's on walnuts. So it just extends and drags it out. And eventually, reality has this ugly way of saying, like, there's limited resources and means, and this isn't viable. And I think what's going on right now is everybody is so sunk in AI that if AI goes belly up, the economy goes up. So if you're heavily invested in the economy and asset ownership, you're incentivized in making it better. The second you say AI, it's like Allbirds when they did that, like, we're pivoting to an AI company. You're a shoe manufacturer. You're a loop shoe manufacturer. You didn't have any plan. There was no plan. Like, we're going to pivot to AI data centers. We're going to da-da-da.
Sounds like the 90s, Sam. That was such a good point. Thank you.
Yeah, so
it's the internet. Thus, it's worth millions and millions and millions. But these days, it's billions.
Right. Well, and I think the point is, like, yes, AI can do these really, like, there's so many people I know in this room right now that are really, like, AI, like, how I put realists, where they're like, it's not everything it's cracked up to be, it's a little snake oil. But we're also kind of using it, and it's doing stuff, and AI's been around for a long time. Like, this new LLM version of AI is semi-new. But again, it's almost 20 years old that we've been having things like
Machine learning.
Yeah, so exactly. Like, so I think just the whole idea that it's a sunk cost fallacy that if everybody's pot committed, they're pot committed. Just like a lot of the tech companies and like they're so overvalued. I mean, the classic example is like Tesla itself. Like, it's a money-losing venture that was propped up by government resources, but they figured out, like, the vibe right now. It's like GameStop trying to buy eBay. We're not in serious times, but there's serious consequences. So I just think that's the challenge. It's not that, like, it's hard because it's not that there's no there. There's something there. But the way, like, it's been woven into this capitalist, now, like, this whole right-wing militarism of Silicon Valley and techno-feudalism and anti-democratic push and hyper-masculinity. Like, if you look when Anthropic started getting valued, it was when the military started pushing it. And when they said no to the military, their values skyrocketed. And if you look at what's propelling companies like Palantir and elsewhere, it's really like global war and like data hoarding and you know, all these sorts of things. So, you know, I think that's one way of looking at this whole battle right now is just transparently looking and seeing the grift for what it is, and that just everybody's in on the grift. So you gotta either like, you know, get screwed or get in on it as well.
And Breyer, the militarism is so cornerstone to this because he has an economy like, you don't play by my rules that make no logical sense, we'll blow the fuck out of you, or like break into your presidential palace and abduct you. Like, this dude, it was interesting. I was in a room with some GOP folk, like around when the Venezuela thing happened. And it's just like, the precedent this sets. Someone needs to fucking gift Donald Trump a dictionary or something. Or just make him a trophy that says, presidents set precedents. He doesn't realize that. Like, what they teach in international relations intro, like 101 international relations, is a huge thing that happens in IR is tit for tat. You set a norm, the norm gets followed, it gets universalized, and that's the world you have to live with.
Austin, I don't know if you're using this intentionally in an ironic way, but do you know that was one of the first big AI advancement was there was this competition for game theory with AI where they played this game where it's like you and your opponent either help or hurt, it's something like that. And it's a really famous example of either like, you know, basically gives a thumbs up and we're together, or a thumbs down. And it was seeing what could maximize your result. So people would make these AIs. There's so many great stories about this. It's also where they came up with like protein folding and all these other things in those ways. But the innovation was just, in game theory, the idea is if you always cooperate, people will hurt you. They're incentivized to learn from that, and you'll get exploited. And if you always do the worst, nobody wants to work with you. They'll do the worst for you. So it came up with this, the end result was, the program that won was this very simplistic AI. And this is, again, pre-LLM, old school AI. The basic thing it did was it just responded with whatever you did. So if you did, you know, good, bonus point for you, it did bonus point back. And if you did negative, it did negative back. And in a world where everything was learning and reacting, it overwhelmingly won by just responding exactly in kind. And eventually somebody figured out some, you know, stupid pattern like harm twice if they harm twice, but give them good immediately the second they get good nonstop. But yeah, it's you know, that was the days of AI. I was just figuring out these basic sorts of interactions.
And a major thing is, Trump seems incredibly fucking irrational, but it's interesting, like, putting a label on it. I like when people say Trump is not a conservative, because he's not a conservative. It's interesting. I think the label, I mean, there's so many labels that fit Trump, like technical labels, but he really seems to be into kleptocracy. That seems to be his main bag. Like I was saying earlier, like taking public government agencies and government expenditures and taking the government and turning it into private sector, privately held and publicly traded companies. There's a huge amount of moral hazard. And it's bad karma. Whether you approach it mystically or just kind of look into consequences and precedents and universalization, like the categorical imperative.
What's amazing is if you eat a little chipotle, the smell stays in the room. How is that possible?
a year. The one that I implemented, it was about 18 months a month. So they're requirements. Yes, yeah.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Okay, so I think something that will be good for y'all to start, for us to start looking at when it comes to these politicians, is what are their views on education, educational policy, reform. So, because pay attention to what they, because it may sound good. Like I was talking about that with the madness, right? Like, yeah, we get to go to private school. You hillbilly trailer park living ass bitch. You ain't going to no goddamn private school. You're not going. That's not for you. Because they can't read, they're gonna say, hey, this looks like this is a great opportunity. Just stay woke. You know? Stay very woke.
Any except of the sex work you're doing, are you working in the education pool?
Yeah, so try to keep a low profile where you
Oh,
got
okay.
you got back channel me on certain days of the week, and my price point kind of depends out there on the angle, color. I can throw it, kick in there. It just depends. I got different packages. Hit me up though.
Yeah, but then are you working in the education too? Because you know a lot.
Yes, yes. I'm an advocate in real life. I write curriculum in real life for a lot of companies. I've done work for McGraw-Hill. I've done work for Great Minds, who wrote Eureka Math and Bluebonnet. Those are the high quality instructional materials that Texas has adopted. I've done contract work for other curriculum companies. So there's a good strong chance if you're in Texas that the workbook that your kid is learning from at the primary level, I've either edited it, wrote it, trained teachers on how to deliver it, or yeah.
Well, then that is impressive.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. It helps in the meantime between time when I wait for cash apps. Yeah, helps out a lot. I'm gonna stop. Maybe. I don't know.
You're not gonna stop because
I probably am not. I'm probably not. I'm glad you know.
Because I'm like, the fact that you keep saying that you're hiding out over here is this insane because you have never been one to hide. You like run to the fight.
That's what they telling me though. I'm a punk bitch. And these I thought I was growing and just doing a little bit better, but guess not. Sex workers. So I'm gonna be proud of what it is I got going on. I'm a baby mama, child support receiving sex worker. Y'all can't make me feel bad for living in my truth.
Did God come up with this truth as well? Take me to the king.
another day where Trump has not given a fuck about making amends with coming up with some type of solution with this Iran business. They'll say it, but not really. Gas prices have gone down by a nickel. Okay, so we're on the right track here. I don't know if y'all noticed that. It did come down by 10 cents. Okay?
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord.
So whatever you're out there doing, keep doing it.
Breaking news for Divine. Divine, are you over?
You do share. Spiritually, please.
Divine, are
Right
you
in the
there?
middle of her submission. Y'all got it.
Oh, I thought we were done.
No, I wasn't. But I
Oh, you were? Oh, my bad. Go back to the education.
Not a pregame.
No, we can go. I'm sorry. I've been
I
working, so I've been in and out, and we can go
need
back
to
to talking
store my
about like
potential.
tits and education.
No, it was a soft reset. It was a soft reset.
I'm
But no,
sorry.
go ahead with your breaking news with Divine. Divine, who's also in education, but he doesn't debate. So
Well, he isn't unmuted, so I don't really need to tell him the
I
news.
don't be talking us in between. Oh, there you go.
Oh, okay. This is also for Bois Calais as well. Your Knicks owner, the great James Dolan, has invited Trump to MSG for the Knicks game. So thank you very much.
We'll boo the hell out of it. Don't worry about that. I have no comment.
I'm still saying Knicks in 4. I don't really care. I want it, done and over, the win, and that's it.
I don't think you will hear boos louder than what you hear on that.
I just want to say, if the Knicks win, Mandoni is going to be the king.
When the Knicks win, excuse yourself. When the Knicks win.
I don't think Trump is
Meet
going
you
to
at
go
the
with
beach.
New Yorkers or
I'll tell some people to meet you at the beach.
He's going to be very
I know,
mad.
he is such a
Oh
ego.
no, he's definitely going to go. Are you kidding me, girl? I think so.
At the greatest indoor arena in the country, the MSG, of course.
They're still gonna boo the hell out of him, and I can't wait to watch it.
Well, yeah, that's fine.
And if they win, which one of you guys gonna send me a t-shirt? Tank top is getting held up for
Tank top for what?
From the Knicks if they win.
Just go online. Want me to send it? Give you the Amazon link?
Whatever. I want one from New York.
You paying for shipping?
I'll tell you what, I'll buy it what you mean, like the champion one? You want the 2026 World Champion New York Knicks t-shirt or tank top? Or you just want a generic everyday Knicks tank top?
She want the real deal Holyfield. What's going on? My team was about to win a championship. I would be like Oprah.
Shirt right now.
You get a t-shirt. You get a t-shirt.
That's right. You don't have to get on the wait unless I take care of it.
Size? What size for the tank top? Alright, back channel me. Thank you.
You should know better than ask a woman's size publicly.
Y'all talking about tits.
Boy, you I don't know. I don't know what's gotten into you these past couple of months, but
This place has gotten into me.
Really?
Yes, I have fallen off greatly.
Really? So you're just gonna blame us? Wow. Okay.
No accountability. No accountability, First Lady. I didn't hear it.
It was in there. It's in you. It's in you. So all you did was allow it to come out. They gonna put it on us. But I enjoy it. It's all good.
Oh, First Lady, I wanted to ask you for a small favor.
Oh.
sound like E, like she did today. I know I'm not the best sometimes. God, please let me know.
Don't, you'll know. This is the place. So I may be a shell of my former self, but I still like know a little bit of the truth of what goes on in here and the reality and all of that. And what I do know is that they will tell you.
People tell you it's crazy. Anyway, what else is going on in the world? Anything else? Got any old people beating people up or getting beat up today?
Frontier is the new spirit. They have some flash sales going on. I don't mind sitting in them car seats.
Car seats.
You know, they Frontier is different. They remind me of the original Soul Plane.
Okay. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I had an experience. I had my flight had gotten canceled and that whole malarkey, and I said I took the option of the Frontier flight. And boy, oh boy, why didn't y'all tell me?
I've never been on it.
Right, and see, up until this experience, neither had I. And they don't even have like it's like the back is like the flat. You ever like been on a roller coaster?
No, you need to stop playing.
Like that. Hey, Frontier people in the room, don't be ashamed. Don't accept first land.
Wait, what's I'm sorry, Penny, what's Frontier?
See, wow, y'all not gonna come here making me sound poor.
It's the airline, but
Yeah, it's the airline.
Where is that an airline? Like down south or something?
it's like Northwest, right? Northwest?
I can't stand you, Spirit. I don't know where they are associated. I just know in this particular, it was in the South. It was in the South, actually. Yep.
It's like Spirit's little brother.
Little brother, heavy on tricycles or still on the bike.
Wait, so there's no like first class or economy class or anything?
No, y'all, I'm still stuck on the seat. So, like, like, imagine when them car seats and it's like plastic just in the back and it's got the curve for the butt. Like, that's how Frontier seats are. Yes, indeed.
Little padding.
Yeah, the little thin finger pad in there, and you better make it work. Yeah, you better make it work.
It's very affordable.
Very
affordable. I told y'all when Spirit shut down, they linked in their Frontier passes. It's like $400.
Oh, that's smart.
$400 for all you can fly.
Yes, I just don't see the big deal of flying a place like the Frontier for like less than $2.
Fly for $400. Yeah, you can fly like all year round. I think you just gotta I think it's something like $20 maybe for a flight. But you pay like $400 and then every time you book a flight, certain flights you just pay $20.
That's crazy.
They gonna be next because they can't keep up with that. That's great. It's called the Go Wild Pass, all you can fly.
Yeah.
Over 100 destinations. You just pay $400, unlimited number of flights.
It's like if Greyhound bus transportation had an airline. That's the best way I can describe it.
Hey, I think Greyhounds are pretty good. Come on.
But they have more padding on the Greyhound buses than they do.
All you have to do is just get to point A and point B. And that's it. So if it can get you there, get you there safely.
No snack.
That's right.
You can get your own snack.
Don't come on this motherfucker trying to get the water. Don't do it. Okay?
Bring your own snack. But if you need to fly Delta, you can just write it off.
Really?
Well, if you have an LLC, right?
Only if you have LLC, that's right.
Dr. Lab, you gotta chill. But did Johnny's really say that, or he was just putting lies on her name?
Yeah, she right there. She said it.
Oh,
Yeah, Chinese, you telling the people.
yeah, she just trying to get my blood pressure up. You know, I didn't say that.
From HR.
Accounting. Accounting.
That's right. Came from accounting. And I surely you wouldn't be telling the people that they can write anything off as long as they have LLC.
Like Thermal told us we could write everything off if we were pretending. Thanks to the big beautiful bill.
Can't make this shit up. Can't make this shit up.
And you know, if you take your
open a business bank account, if you open a business bank account, all you have to do is have a 700 credit score. That way you can open a business credit card and then you can pay for your flights.
Okay, boom the room.
And also, if you have employees and you decide to have a girls' night with your employees, let's just say they're all women, you can write that off because that is team building activity.
Right.
Business meeting.
Yeah, that is. I've actually done that. It was a business meeting, like Dr. Library Guard said. And we.
Sorry, is the child of IRS, like, auditors?
No.
None of this would actually meet the test. I'm sorry, just to share that. Like, the only thing that would meet the test is that you don't make enough money to, like, get on the radar of the government that they care enough to audit you.
Ma'am,
But if they were to audit you, they would fucking dissolve your business.
Ma'am,
Hold on, let me have a one-on-one.
you're not gonna come here with that.
Hold on, let me have my one-on-one. That's fine, I can substantiate. So you're telling me that if I went to Disney World with my kids and I paid my kids a W-2 for their allowance, that I cannot take them on a business retreat to Disney World and write it off from my...
I think that would be very suspect, and it would be easily, like, undone. The dynamics between the relationship, which is you or the parent, and your children. Yes, it would be easily undone. I'm sorry to tell you that. But you likely if you're doing that in the first place, you don't earn enough money that it would even fathom the government care about your situation.
Are you available for parties?
No, I don't perform. I'm not a circus clown.
No, not talking about you.
Nah, no, I'm fucking with you spirits.
I just don't appreciate her coming up here because I learned these things on Clubhouse. So, I don't come up here challenging my thinking when I learned all this great information from Clubhouse. Because somebody on Clubhouse.
Why would you ever learn on Clubhouse? Like, that's your first mistake.
Aren't you on Clubhouse?
Yes, but I don't learn on Clubhouse, but I understand on Clubhouse.
She
educates. No, I just learned how other people think.
Fortunate that you're not.
Because I literally thought Kamala was going to win the last election, so I learned about how people, because I'm like, well, clearly I was wrong, so people think differently, and so I'm trying to understand how people think.
Well,
and now I understand, people are looking for shortcuts.
No,
At every.
Yeah. So I think you're also taking a shortcut because we were having a conversation as people with real life experiences with LLCs and S corps and C corps, and you're just coming up here saying something that your parents did. You don't work for the IRS, so I don't appreciate you trying to take a shortcut and use your parents as some type of credibility.
I honestly think if you guys want to do whatever, like we have a.
I'm gonna do whatever anyway. I don't need your permission.
We have an Oval Office. We have an Oval Office scripter. So it's not a big deal.
Her significant a partner to sit in here with her? Okay, just want to make sure.
No, we're gonna, no, I don't think we should.
Yeah, you look lovely.
This is why I don't advocate for bring your child to work. Stuff like this, you know, you bring your kid to work and now they think they know the IRS regulations and stuff. This is crazy. Yeah, just no more than me.
Right, and it's like
You can potentially write off expenses.
you're not a hard worker. You never really tried to take advantage of the systems that America puts in place
Okay.
for us to be successful.
Yeah,
Yes, that
maybe you're right.
write
Maybe you're
off.
right.
Hold on.
Perhaps.
Hold on. It says you can potentially write off expenses for taking your children to Disney if they're involved in a business activity during the trip, such as attending a friend's with you. However, personal expenses for family outings are generally not deductible, so you can do it.
We have
Thank you
gotten
for
people
that. And
officers like doing
I already knew
the.
that answer, but she just wanted to come up here and try
No,
to correct.
we have an office candidate. Gaga is serving as our president, who is literally like taking your children to work. Oh no, we're gonna give them the like wave through like a lot of different very difficult tax situations. Instead, they're going to just like fly through. If you looked at the crypto executive order, that would be like what I would hope.
Oh god, it's all over the place. Listen,
Tesla didn't
No,
Have
you guys talked about it?
Let me say,
Yes,
Tesla
yeah.
paid zero in federal taxes in last year. Zero. The corporation, Tesla. CVS Health, zero federal taxes because of the loopholes. So somebody's gonna sit here and judge other people the same loopholes as the wealthy do.
Did you hear judgment in my voice?
And say that you can't do that. That's not allowed. It's allowed because everybody's doing it.
I know.
It
doesn't. Everybody is doing
Yes,
it.
it does.
It's technically not allowed. No, I'm stating it's not allowed.
Butter already
But I'm also
read
not.
from the internet that's allowed.
I'm also not allow. I'm not like judging you for doing it. Like that isn't what I said. I also stated very cleanly and clearly we have somebody in the executive in the Oval Office who has definitely obliterated all of the presets. Like this shouldn't be allowed. This should be something that would be abominable.
Okay, you just admit that you're wrong.
I'm not wrong.
But you just switched up from it's not allowed to it shouldn't be. Can you just admit
You're wrong. You're wrong, but you're claiming to be right because somebody else
you're wrong, but you're claiming.
Somebody else bastardized the law, and so you decided to commit the same crime.
How am I committing a crime if the law has been obliterated as you just said?
No. The law hasn't been obliterated. It's still there. I said that I wouldn't commit the same crime as you. I apologize for being an honest broker.
It's not a crime. May I direct you to IRS publication 463 IRC 162 274 199 and 132. Thank you.
Thank you, Butter. So will you admit you're wrong now?
Lord, you're unmuted.
Oh, she went to the go.
Sorry, I'm back. Can't you like repeat specifically the law that you?
It's in the chat, and you can just admit you're wrong in the chat or on stage. They will both be welcome. Thank you very much. Auntie, that was for you. I've been waiting to be an LLC, bro.
I know. I see you.
I need to start making YouTube videos like Dr. Julio. Get some. I could be like a black stud Grant Cardone. I can't.
You can also write off the mileage mileage that you use on your car, the insurance that you pay on your car if you use it for business purposes. There's a lot of shit that you can write off.
You have another car, yeah.
And anytime you have to engage E in a conversation, you can write it off on your taxes as well.
That is labor.
Excuse me, what did I do to you? I don't know if we.
That was Lord Balfour who said that. Who's going to be changing his name to, what was it? Coin toss or Scrabble or something?
That was Cracker. That was Cracker that said that Dr.
I assume
Library is hostile and
sorry, that's
he is
Keisha.
not new. He is
I'm not new.
I'm referencing what Dr. Library said. She was referencing what was put in the chat. Please keep on. Thank you.
Okay, no, I'm not new. I believe that was Haitian. If
Okay,
I
so
memory
pause.
serves.
So pause. So someone made a reference to Dr. Library card in the chat, not you. Okay? So nobody was talking about you within that statement. Janice came up tonight to clarify that the statement was made in regards to Dr. Library card from a person in the chat. Just so we could, wasn't directed towards you. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll just say this to Cracker. Cracker, that is my LLC bro troll persona for Clubhouse. I don't believe anything I just said at all. Like zero. But I just feel the need to troll E because she always trying to troll First Lady. So I had to just troll her back. That's all.
I don't do that, actually. I really like her. Why do you think I troll her?
Well, because she'll be like, don't do this, and then you'll do it again. So.
Dislike somebody to troll them either, by the way.
I am very much more moved by like the topic, and I think there was a misinterpretation earlier based on that.
Do you really have to respond to every single thing?
I don't have to
understand.
respond.
You do understand. There is this beautiful saying that I'm really learning. I'm really learning how to really embrace it. No one can hurt your feelings, and nobody can hurt you unless you let them.
I don't need you to comment. But that was beautiful, Katrina. Thank you for sharing that.
Wait, can you
I
say that?
I apologize, but like I lived in Texas for my like formative voting years, and the topic today is the only reason that this is even becoming like a thing, which is I was just sharing why Paxton was kind of like a worse situation than he should be. That's it. Oh, that's it. It was the only reason that I was sharing. And I got accused of talking over somebody. I wasn't.
How you gonna say you got accused and say, what's wrong with you? You got accused? No, you did a thing. You didn't get accused.
I beg to differ, but also it could be like my earbuds. I wasn't hearing somebody step in, but I was getting talked over. Like
This lady was talking for a while, and you just cut her off. Don't try with excuses of earbuds. Listen, now I feel like I have to sit here and like just try, like I feel embarrassed for the
I feel embarrassed. I feel embarrassed.
One mic on Katrina. One mic on Katrina.
I feel embarrassed for the entirety of white women. As me and you are the only representation here right now. This is bad.
I think that I feel embarrassed that you do not recognize like when a person has insight into a topic and tries to share their expertise, and other people decide to pile on and they had no expertise. In fact, the room itself was expertise on the stage.
So you were telling us that. Hold on.
She gonna get put out today, y'all. I'm trying to tell you. I mean,
Let me just go.
you called me dumb earlier, but let's go.
Like, really?
You telling us the stuff you offered earlier was insight you had on the topic because what?
If I may ask,
I was talking specifically about Paxton, and if you looked at the deals that he had cut with.
We don't have to listen to you, just like you don't have to listen to us. You just cut in whenever you want to cut in. So I'm cutting in.
Oh,
Yep.
I just wanted to
Yeah.
I
Cutting
wanted
in.
to know, what are your levels of expertise in Texas politics?
Well, we learned that when you grow up in a place, it gives you a love for expertise.
Oh, okay.
So that's what we learned.
No,
She's like Trey.
no, I actually grew up overseas, and
Well, what the hell?
tied
Well, she
with
said,
I matriculated to voting age in Texas. It was like where I had my first votes, where I learned about how politics works, and I learned how Texas politics works because I still have family that live there and understand even when you can persuade with reason, you still have
Can we get this at 30 characters or less?
Why would you insult us on?
What I was only contributing to the topic at hand.
Well, again, you don't understand. At that point in time, there was an absolute silence. There was no. I am talking. I'm talking. And there was complete silence. Complete silence. I came back to the phone and started talking and resetting the space. When Ban asked me a question in regards to what did I mean about Tellurico, as I was in the midst of getting ready to explain to him, you decided you were going to come off of your mic and continuously talk. And it's like you're doing now!
It was
You're doing it now!
trying
Just
to
stop! Stop! I don't need you to explain! That's the problem! You can't listen to understand somebody else. It's all about you. That ain't work in my court. And you constantly do it. You constantly do it. Oh, I'm not going to do it anymore. But today you're going to sit here and say that you didn't do it when people are telling you that you did a thing. And instead of you accepting it, you're still rejecting it. You did a thing. I don't give a damn whether you got a delay or not. I continuously kept talking, and you continuously over-talked me in the midst of me talking. So once I said, okay, fine, I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to be quiet. I'm not going to say anything else. You continue to talk about your point. You came out of the blue, out of the audience 2 weeks ago. Because I said, G, you came up to interrupt me while I was talking to tell me how to pronounce the man's name. It's a constant just rudeness about you. You're rude. And all you can see is how you can point the finger at everybody else, but you never take the time to take a look at yourself. And you think people just dislike you just because? No, they dislike you because of the fact that you refuse to make changes. And you can't make the change because you're too busy blaming everybody else instead of taking accountability for the mess that you create every time you're on stage. And then got a nerve to say that people on stage wasn't really talking about anything, and you're the only one that had the insight to be able to give to everybody. Huh? And then you write in the chat, oh, so I had to be quiet for this content? If you don't like it, why are you here? She doesn't learn anything. She don't learn how to communicate. She don't learn what people are talking about. She's the only one that can teach.
Yeah,
Ready to go.
right after you walked away, she decided to bring up a SCOTUS case. And unless people weren't listening, half the stuff that came out of her mouth was nonsense. She had no idea what the fuck she was talking about. But she kept going anyway and said she had insights. Because, you know, we're a room full of dummies. We don't read. We're just a bunch of clowns.
Embrace my clowniness.
That she's not well. Respectfully.
Y'all can blame it on not well. I blame it on I'm just going to do what I want to do. And I don't care what nobody else says.
Yes, to me, Beaver is our narcissistic mother. It screams like literally all of women.
Hey, it's Dr. Mitch. Happy Thursday. I don't know if you guys know you're watching the news, but I think we're getting ready to invade Cuba.
Oh, cool. Where do you get that from?
Say that we have a carrier group there right now that they're sending more ships to the Caribbean. You've got 12,500 Marines also on their way. Between you and me, you know, you never know how accurate the news is, but and I don't know that we should be surprised because we know that's the next target on the chessboard, right?
Big distraction from the Iranian debacle, anyway.
Can you verify that, please, Super?
You know what, E? I'm gonna help you out. I'm just gonna block you. Then that way you don't have to be around narcissistic people. So you have a good day, and when I get ready to unblock you, and we'll see you then. But until then, toodaloo.
Can I sing her a goodbye song before you do it, please? Only if you
go ahead, sure. Farewell.
Yo yai kigin na ne sa mohol daw si not nala Patrick Okoriko. Bye bye, motherfucker.
She left.
Stop it, Eagle. I just have to get that shit off my chest.
What's up, Lord? But you did nothing again. It's for
I know. I'm well aware. That's why I didn't go any further.
Yeah, somebody remove him from the stage.
You know what? If I
like this song. What's wrong with this song?
I'll just go create an account with the name E, so I'll come traumatize this dude.
He's not true.
Yeah, my life seen a rude person. Believe it or not, I was working, enjoying the conversation she can get. I was frustrated. I was like, God damn it, bro, just let these people go. She kept doing it, kept doing it, kept doing it. I got to a point I just had enough. I was like, you know what, fuck this, I'm just gonna get on stage. And Brett was around. I swear to God, TT, if Daryl hadn't interrupted me, I was gonna talk to y'all about a papaya I got a few days ago. And, you know, just to piss her off. But Daryl decided he was gonna have a conversation with her, and we saw how that went.
Wait a minute, Daryl was in here?
Oh my God, you missed out.
No, I didn't miss it at all.
On his reasons for voting for Ken Paxton.
I'm starting to believe he voted for Trump. I mean, because he's always. You talking about the same. Huh? Talking about the same person?
Yeah, the guy that was going back and forth with E.
Does he belligerent? Right. Oh, Daryl?
Yeah.
Hey, Snickerdoodle. That's, you talking about Daryl, right, TJ? Yeah, I had to get Daryl off the Lord. Oh, no. I don't know what's wrong with that guy. He was like, you being rude. I said, no, he's teaching her a lesson. I said, because she just did it to First Lady. So he wanted her to see how it felt. He was like, oh, I didn't know. Sorry, man. I didn't know. So then he tried to correct her. It was so funny.
No, he decided to have a 28-minute conversation with her. And First Lady, I wish that room was recorded because I guess it was the content the rest of the room needed that afternoon.
Really?
Oh my God, the question.
It was hilarious. I'm glad I left. I wasn't probably going to handle it. And then it took a complete left turn when this man said that. I thought he would have voted for Tallarico. No! He voted for the other person.
Ken Paxton. Not even
He said, Ken Paxton got my vote. I was on the floor. Oh my God.
Spirit has decided to do the, okay, I just want to know, could you explain? Actually, it was Patty who asked the question. He was like, yeah, Paxton did a good job as Attorney General. Now, let's be honest here, Clubhouse. How many people do you know that actually pay attention to what that fucking Attorney General of their state is doing?
Lord, when the FBI runs up in your job, you are not doing a good job to get you.
Yep.
Stop paying attention, especially because it is still General Governor in my state when he lets off the. Yeah, you do start paying attention when he gets impeached.
Katrina, I hope you don't think when I'm talking about how many people will come out and talk. The point I'm trying to make is, not a lot of people.
I know, I was being somewhat facetious. I know, I was being a little.
But the thing is, if he wanted to really talk about what kind of a good job Paxton was doing, he could have been more specific. Let him bring up something he did in his time as Attorney General. He couldn't articulate the damn thing.
He was very defensive in the way that he knows maybe deep down that voting for Paxton was wrong. No. He was very belligerent. I think he's gone off on the deep end of focusing on this mega side of things, I think. Because he's always defending he's always defending mega talking points, all of that. So I think he just done crossed over. I mean, which is fine. Just go ahead and say that. But he couldn't tell you why he voted for Paxton?
he refused. He just literally said, I'm not talking to y'all. He talked to me about Talarico for
It ended with, I will slap you around if you came to me face like this. That's how he ended his submission.
The weirdest talk today was like about God. Yes, he or she. It was so weird. You guys remember that?
Moment, what
Well,
happened?
that started from Tellurico.
Yeah, that was Totem Pole.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That
Yeah.
was his segment.
That was weird.
Right, because God has dick and balls. No.
God, bro, I'm gonna run away, First Lady, if you don't control this man. What in the world?
Oh, Spiritus?
Mm-hmm.
You can't control me. I'm repeating what was said on stage,
Oh,
sir.
there are things you just don't repeat.
That is too much sauce. That was not said.
You guys talk about fucking tits and balls and vagina all day, and I say it once, and I'm not doing it.
I'm not including that phrase with the Almighty in the same sentence. That's all I'm saying. That's why I draw the line. And speaking of which, when was the last time you heard me talk about someone is here?
Your name is Lord.
Yeah, you. What you
He changed his name.
Dang,
Now go by
Spiritus.
Screw.
Well, well, I can't go by Screws until Screws is up there. All I see is Lord.
Okay, lose. How about that?
No, why would you do that? That's terrible.
After the stuff I had to hear with Miss Defensive, I mean, she's been blocked and all that, you're right. I mean, it's easy to kind of blame it on stuff. I think she was just being rude, genuinely. But at the same time, I genuinely believe there are some things missing up there. I don't think a normal person would come in a room, get dragged multiple times, and keep repeating the same thing again and again.
We'll see.
I'm pretty sure I have a very good example of that. That is Trump. He's still coming back. I'm telling you, narcissism. They don't care if things are talked about them and they're bad. That they're the center of attention is all they pray for.
Did you guys took into consideration maybe she's just trolling? She just pretending she's
I don't know. I don't know. But it's okay to troll, but it's not okay to turn yourself into the victim. Troll. That's the problem. It's not the troll. Why would you suggest that, Igor?
Because I don't think nobody she's so insane.
Do you not have these kind of people in your country?
Yeah, but I don't communicate with them.
Igor, wasn't she in Piotr room when there was, remember that room when the Ukraine war started? Wasn't she there for like a long time? Did she sound the same to you?
I mean, she asked me, do we have books here?
Oh.
Okay. She thought we don't read or, come on. What else she asked me?
But didn't she travel abroad everywhere?
Yeah, she sent me a message like maybe 2-3 years ago to ask me
where people are self-censoring themselves, and we get a less robust republic and a less robust democracy on the state level every time that happens.
I just want to push back on one of your observations here, and that's about Jean Pirro being a former.
I think they're the prosecutor or a judge.
She was, and she was the prosecutor of Westchester County, and so she does have. Yes.
What? Okay, I just want to make sure I have the right list.
And she certainly has qualifications. I mean, I would say that this action she's doing is politicizing the Justice Department because she's shown herself.
No, I mean, she absolutely has the credit. She's just doing something wrong. And I think
Right. But I just want to point out, I just want to correct one thing, if I may. Okay. And that is, of course, when she was on Fox, she was as all of the people from Fox who are part of his administration, a huge supporter of the president, because he knew that this term, he was not going to put people in who are going to tell the emperor that he has no clothes on. I understand that, and that's a fair argument to be made. But unlike Pete Hegseth, whose credentials in the military don't necessarily rise to the level of being qualified to be defense secretary.
Yeah, I would agree.
Gene Shapiro, right. So I just want to say, however, I would put it this way with regard to Gene Shapiro. She is the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia. The District of Columbia is unique in that the U.S. Attorney prosecutes criminal cases there. So, unlike, and it's not that U.S. attorneys don't prosecute criminal cases in other districts, but in the other districts, there are municipal courts and county courts and state courts that handle the bulk of it. Not so with the District of Columbia. Now, we know that D.C. has an extraordinarily high crime rate, which is to say that that office is necessarily busy with real crimes that they have to concentrate on, as opposed to making up cases against people simply because they don't like how they express themselves online. And so I would say to the benefit, not to the benefit of the two people who are the defendants, to the benefit of the efficiency of the U.S. Attorney's Office in D.C., I would implore Gene Shapiro to drop this action because it's a waste of their staffing power. Unless their job is not to prosecute real crime, but to go after the enemies of the President of the United States. I'm certain there are people who believe that seashells photographed on a beach by the former director of the FBI is indeed an indictable offense. But when you look at the times that they've gone after James Comey, and I'm not saying whether I think James Comey is great or not, that's not the point. Now, going to Gene Carroll, one would be hard-pressed to say that this Justice Department is not being used to support the political gains of the president by going after people who are the president's enemies. It's un-American. It's un-American to use the law.
Oh, it's 100% un-American. We're supposed to be equal before the law, not preyed upon by it.
Yeah, even people who are sentenced to death are allowed, moments before they receive that lethal injection, a final statement. Even they have First Amendment rights. That's just something to think about. That's how we cherish the First Amendment in the United States. By the way, in other countries, no. No. In other countries, for example, if you live in a number of kingdoms that are liberal democracies in terms of their civil government, you cannot criticize the royals, or you may end up in the hoosegow. But that's not true in the United States of America. Thank you, Marshall Allen. You tried to grab it if you want to talk, or you're just stuck out in the mic by mistake.
I got stuck by the.
Yeah, okay.
These
Okay.
guys
That's what I
are
thought,
getting
but
it
I didn't want to ignore you if you were trying to.
No, thank.
Okay, thank you, Helen. Thank you, Marshall. We'll go to Howard, followed by our mates.
Hey Gary, hey Marshall, Alan. Hope everyone's having a good Thursday. Yeah, at the end there, you just stole my thunder because I was going to ask you about James Comey as an example. So, I don't know, I guess to be a little bit resistant here, I would say since the way it's currently occurring, whether it's what's happening, with Trump's civil matter that with E.J. Carroll, or you look at Comey as two examples, precedent's being set. So I would say right now it is American to do that. You know what? Because it's happening and no one's stopping. There's no checks and balances on this. I don't even think the courts are going to be that effective, actually. So I would say, we have a whole new precedent, a whole new definition, and that is exactly coming back to, a quasi statement that was stated before. You know what, people? Elections do matter, and this is what we got. This is the American way, and we got to get used to it. Thanks.
Well, you make a good point. So what if these two cases are tossed out? Then they go after another person, tossed out. And they go to another person, dismissed. Then they go after another person and another person.
Right, and what's the price or the cost to the person that is being gone after? It's you're going against the U.S. government, and I'm sure James Comey. I'm sure he's sociodemographically more affluent than average, but I'm sure he doesn't have unlimited legal resources to take on everything that keeps coming up at him. So it's just, to me, that's just kind of our current reality.
And if
It's
a
the
court orders
retaliation of it.
And if a court orders them not to do this any longer, they're going to do it anyway, potentially, because we see right now that the order to not enter people's homes without a warrant is being ignored. It was a court order. So, with regard to immigration investigations. So, where is the rule of law for thee, but not for me? And, we already have, and this president has promulgated this thought. It was part of his campaign the moment he rode down the golden escalator that the government cannot be trusted. The government, the deep state, the government cannot be trusted. The government cannot be trusted. Well, does this bring us greater faith and trust in the government? I don't know. Thank you, Howard. Our maid's followed by agent.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the mic, Gary. I think this is very serious. I think that it's absolutely wrong, as Marshall indicated, in any form or fashion. And we need to be careful because we've been complicit, for lack of better words, for all the crap that's been happening. And as everyone knows the strategy, right? He's just going to throw up crap and see what sort of sticks for that very temporary moment. And he's going to try to use that time for leverage for whatever his narrative is. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Ahmed. Always short, sweet, and to the point, very succinct. Not like me. People get frustrated with me because I don't know when to shut up sometimes. Agent followed by C.
Gary, I'm trying to look at the news to see some of the stuff that this relates to, and one of the top stories I see is they're going to open an investigation into E. Jean Carroll, who was Trump, who accused him of digitally violating her or something in a New York fashion dressing.
Right, you must have missed the opening salvo. This is specifically about two people who went on Reddit and X to criticize exercise ICE activity, and now they are being criminally pursued, and X and Reddit have been requested or required or subpoenaed by the Justice Department to turn over their information, including their names, their addresses, and their banking information.
Yeah. I mean, if it's legal, I'm not sure what to say. I was, looking, I was doing a little research during this. You're right, I missed the very opening salvo, but it brings some, like, having just gone through tax season and so forth, the word that I found to describe a lot of our laws, the incredible, you look at the tax code and how many tens of thousands of pages or whatever it is, the word I found is regulatory entrapment. And, we just have so many laws that just essentially make it this Kafka-esque thing where it's like, if they want to go after you, you're guilty of something, right? If they just dig, there's something you did that's a little bit off, that's like, even if there's no mens rea there of like criminal mind, there's still this, there's always something, some law in this crazy code that they've come up with that you have fallen afoul of. And I think to me, it gets to that kind of point too. It's like, we should have never allowed these lawyers essentially to write our laws, to write all these codes that should have been written by, engineers who are focused on garbage collecting and making life efficient and making it so decent people living decent lives just aren't doing anything that should be, and it is hypocritical to, another point I'll make about this, it's hypocritical. The president just has this, whatever, $1.7 billion slush fund to compensate the victims of like Biden-era lawfare against January 6th trespassers and rioters, and other, let's say, dissidents or whatever against the pro-Trump dissidents. He's admitting that lawfare has been used, and he's willing to support his side here, but willing to use the same tools, including, and it does, the Reddit thing, I'm sure, but I think the Eugene Carroll investigation as well, it just shows, yeah, we're going to use the Justice Department fully, nakedly. Like, there's no more pretense of a separation they used to have between the Justice Department and the executive. It's now just, no, this is an arm of the executive, and it will carry the limbs of the executive. And this is the new era. We should expect that a lot of the Trump administration people are going to be in prison as soon as the Democrats retake the executive. A lot of people are predicting this. So we'll see. Anyway, thank you for having me.
Is this not a tactic that dictatorships use?
Absolutely. But yeah, we'll see. They have to now, it's their lives are on the line now. They have to do, there's this whole gerrymandering thing, it's all this stuff that they need to try to hold on to power as long as they can. Because frankly, I don't think if their goal is that kind of dictator, which they're doing enough of it, they're setting enough precedent that they're not going to be safe once the shoe is on the other foot. They have to just go so hard that the other side never gets power again. But actually, I don't think that's going to happen. I think pendulum's going to swing the other way. A lot of these people are going to end up in.
For sure, this is like becoming tit for tat. Democratic administration go after the Republicans, and the Republican administration goes after the Democrats, and when the Democrats go after the Republicans will scream lawfare, and when the Republicans do it against the Democrats are going to scream weaponization, and it's a merry-go-round that's hard to get off. Thank you, Agent. We'll go to C, followed by Monsef.
Hi, Gary. Thank you for having me. I hope it doesn't become a merry-go-round. service anybody if it continues in such a way. But I did want to just add, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Don Lemon, the journalist, the DOJ, sought, they sought information. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but I learned this today and I was quite taken back by it, that the Department of Justice sought information to seize personal data from fans of independent journalist Don Lemon's YouTube channel. So they actually requested to get.
Where did you see that? Where'd you see
No,
that?
I was on Don Lemon's YouTube, and actually you can look it up on YouTube.
I'm gonna look that up because that would be another example if that's true.
Yeah, no, so I was on live earlier, and I just looked it up to verify it, but the federal judge rejected the Department of Justice request to seize, the Department of Justice actually requested to seize personal data from the fans of Don Lemon's YouTube channel. I mean, it is I'm sorry, it's fucking believable. I mean, it really is that they're going, but the United States Magistrate Judge John Doherty denied the warrant, stating the government failed to explain how indexing an entire audience list of subscribers would provide evidence of a crime. But for them to actually request that information, they're not going to stop. They're creating a list. I mean, this is nuts. This is basically like Nazi. This is like a Hitler, like, in terms of creating a list that anyone that says anything bad against them. I mean, it is crazy. Sorry, I wanted you guys to know that.
That escaped me and I don't know how it did. The Daily Beast, the Justice Department via Homeland Security Investigation agent requested search warrants to compel Google to hand over, quote, subscriber information in any form, close quote, including the names, addresses, phone numbers, and email addresses and IP addresses of subscribers to the Don Lemon Show on YouTube. Yeah. I'll tell you something. When Don Lemon,
they're already doing this. They're tracking.
When Don Lemon was arrested and charged, either purposely disrupting a service in Minnesota or going in there as a journalist to cover the disruption of the service in Minnesota, depending on one's perspective, he became a flashpoint. I'm not a fan for a lot of reasons, but I thought, I gotta follow what's going on with this guy. And I want to see what he's saying about it. So, I did not, yes I did. I subscribed as a journalist, curious about this story, to Don Lemon's YouTube channel.
I watched it live, Gary. I'm going to confess, I watched it live. And I was
guilty, you're guilty.
No, I know. I mean, honestly, so it's like, I watched it live and I made some comments being like, be safe. Like, I mean, honestly, it's like, I didn't really understand what was going on tonight, but then I continued watching it, and I mean, it wasn't like, he actually did act like a journalist. He didn't, I mean, there is,
well, that's not the issue. That's not the issue.
Right or wrong.
That's not the issue vis-a-vis today's discussion.
But I mean,
the issue vis-a-vis this discussion is.
They would see that I watched it, and that's the whole thing. It's like, it's nuts. I'm like, holy moly! I literally would be on that list if they got. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm just like, whoa, this is really, really weird.
So even if Don Lemon was leading the charge, holding the banner like Braveheart, sounding the trumpet and going in there to disrupt, and broke the law, even if he had done that, what does that have to do with you and me, for that matter, as subscribers? Well, you were watching when he did it, but therefore, by extension, you support him doing it, and therefore you are guilty as well.
And then look back at January 6ers. I mean, isn't it? I mean, this is just nuts. It really is. I mean, the people that created this chasm, they're just using it back. It's just it's just exponentially getting worse and worse. I don't know how this is all gonna work out, but it's really nerve-wracking. And I just don't see it getting any better, because this is no way to live in this world, in this life, and it is bizarre. I mean, they're gonna go seize Google's, people's contact information for audiences on YouTube channels now. That's what they're gonna do. Bizarre. they can do this on Clubhouse. They can do that on Twitter. They can do it. I mean, it's crazy. What they're doing is just highway robbery. It is. I don't not understand how they're getting. Well, look at the DOJ. He's President Trump's personal attorney. I mean, it blows my mind. How are we letting this happen?
If I were the folks running Reddit, X, or Google, or any other platform, and they came after my customers in such a fashion, they are going after my business model of promoting.
Exactly. Someone needs to stand up. The first company that stands up and said, "Hell no," their revenue will increase. People, because no, this is actually it's seizing people's personal information without their rights or any reason.
Yeah, but they also know the vindictiveness of this administration, and they know that there's a chance that it could result in legal action, whether justified or not, against them. So they might stay quiet and just in the background, as apparently is happening here. They're notifying the two defendants so that those defendants, and there may be others. These are just two that Bloomberg is aware of. Maybe others, and went to other attorneys that have not talked to Bloomberg, and I would be surprised if there are.
The company may have the issue, but you as a consumer, you're clicking through those terms of service in the agreement. You give up the right, if there's a legal inquiry to that company by the government, you have no rights to protect your information.
You don't have the right to protect your information. They have the right to sell or provide that information to anybody to whom they wish. You're exactly right. But the question here is not whether Google, X, and Reddit have the right to turn the information over to the government. The question is whether the government has the right to demand it. That's the issue. So we know that we've waived all of our rights. Because whenever you download any app,
right, we've waived our rights.
You've waived your rights. I get that. But that has to do with your relationship with the social media app. It has nothing to do. One second, BC. It has nothing to do with your relationship with the United States government and the government's relationship with you and with that app. It doesn't say it. I'm sure it doesn't say in Reddit's app that we waive our right to withhold any of your information from the government. I'm sure it doesn't say that.
So Judge John Doherty denied the warrant, stating the government failed to explain how indexing an entire audience's list of subscribers would provide evidence of a crime.
Right.
I know.
So they won that battle, but that doesn't mean that there won't be others.
Gary,
and that there aren't others.
It does bring to mind, and I certainly hope this is on topic, but it brings to mind, I don't know, 10 years ago when there was I know there's been so many mass shootings, but there was that mass shooting in San Bernardino, California. And was that
the Christmas party?
Yeah, it was at the holiday party at the office there. And wasn't the issue that the government subpoenaed or wanted Apple to unlock a phone and they wouldn't do it?
That's right. That's right. That's exactly right. Yep, I remember that because I covered it. Thank you, Howard. Thank you, C. C, I want to tell you something. I say this almost every day. That the reason I continue to do this for 26 years now, 27 years, coming up on a previous platform and now here, is because I always learn from the people who come to the stage. I was totally unaware of this Don Lemon nonsense. Thank you for bringing it to our attention. Monsef followed by Daryl.
Yeah, Gary, this is the new me. I think there's nothing to see here. What's going on in Washington is completely great. We got the greatest president ever. Hey, I don't want to wind up in jail for talking on the Gary show. But no, that didn't feel right. The United States index of democracy, I mean, there is an index out there that gets tracked to shame. And the main reason that these people cite why the downgrade was civil liberties are limited. That people public speech is being kind of squashed, and the weakened check, less power for oversight group and courts to balance the president's power. I mean, that's evident. I wanted to speak and remember when the previous attorney general was in Congress for her hearing, and the tone that she had, she didn't act like she was there in a capacity to defend the American people or to speak on behalf of the American people, but she was she was 100%, someone that was defending Trump and putting people to shame that their problem was that they didn't like what the greatest president in U.S. history was doing. I've never seen an attorney general take that tone. They were cases where FBI agents, since Trump took office, were put, aside and literally questioned. They were asked who they voted for, or if they ever in their lives have voted for a Democratic candidate. This FBI should be.
And they've been reassigned or fired for failure to answer.
Exactly.
So if I were an FBI agent, I would have lost my job because, as you know, I've never told anybody who I've ever voted for office, because it's just my personal belief that that it's nobody's business who I voted for.
Absolutely.
And with the FBI agents, they're supposed to be neutral anyway. They have the right to their personal opinions.
That was my point. Yeah.
Right. It's a chilling effect, Monsef. A chilling effect.
Yeah. The incidents where you see Tulsi Gabbard, on a visit to Georgia collecting voting ballots. I mean, I don't see that in any of her job designation. I don't know what's the foreign threat was. I don't know what she was doing there. And while she was there, she was on the phone with the president, just telling him that, hey, I'm here. What do you want me to do? Whatever she was talking. These things are not for. This is not what the U.S. was known for. But since 2016, we got a little taste of this, and we all were horrified in 2016. Well, at least I was, when I think it was Comey, when the FBI director, when he met with the president, and it was this that weird handshake where the president said that he wants loyalty, and the FBI director is not going to promise loyalty to the president. He promises, he's an unbiased actor.
Loyalty to the Constitution of the United States, Mr. President. Loyalty to the Constitution of the United States.
Absolutely, but we moved from something that the president demanded, and probably people didn't respond with however he wanted, to a second term where he actually went ahead and hired people that these kind of questions were kind of vetted ahead of time. Are you going to completely 100% be loyal to me and defend me at any cost? And this is how you got the Pam Bondis of the world and the Tulsi Gabbards. Don't forget that the president's first choice for Attorney General was Kirkland Gate, the guy that was accused. I'm going to say accused, even though his compadre friend is in jail here in Seminole County in Florida for underage prostitution. But that's the guy that the president thought he will do a great job at the Attorney General. Whether it was, a yes man to, I don't know what was, but this is, it tells you the level of how serious we're taking, at the top. That at least the executive is taking this, how serious this is. In the meantime, you got, literal criminal things that if I did them, or you did them, Gary, we'll be in jail. The first quarter of this year, the the people that act, on behalf of the president, and Daryl, oh good, he's here. They were 3,700 stock trades that were executed in 1 quarter. That's 3 months. When you divide those that by days, those are 40 trades a day. I didn't know if the president ever. I mean, if he was a business guy that was always into, money management and investment and, day trading and all that his whole life, I wouldn't think it's a big deal. It's just a continuation of what his, of what he always done. But to buy companies that 2 days later you hear that they got either a contract with the government or something that they're going to benefit from, something that the government is providing, and that suddenly, oops, it just happened that we bought $750 million worth of shares in various, variety of these companies, and no one is talking. This is what's baffling. I don't see any of our.
Well, the problem here is because it's a slightly off topic, but it's, in a way it's not, because maybe you will be coming under investigation.
I would be.
For saying what you just said.
Well, yeah, but I also would, if I showed a trend that I do not, in real life, execute 3,500 trades, and then suddenly in 3 months I will do this, and with all my trades you can see that it was timely executed to benefit in whatever, a day or two or a week on information that was not publicly provided. I would end up in jail, just like Martha Stewart did for, I don't know, I think it was like $37,000.
Yeah, but she ended up in jail not for that, but for lying to a federal.
Okay, but it was tied to, a stock, insider trading.
Her stock agent broker was the one who went to prison for insider trading.
Right. So my whole point is these are considered criminal activities that somehow MAGA doesn't think it's a big deal because, you can't somehow criticize, the president and his friends for doing whatever. And that's sad. I appreciate Marshall for, he's a Republican that I would like to, have, as a neighbor or whatever, but because this is how we grew up in this country, we're fine. I mean, husbands and wives.
I hear East Grove's one hell of a barbecue on the ranch. That's what I heard.
I bet. But, at least, other than the justifications and the apologists of, he didn't mean what he said or whatever, at least when flagrant stuff like this is ongoing, people should come up and say, hey, I voted for this guy, but I'm completely against what's going on, because this is not the United States that was, once the shining spot on the world, and we even took wars. We even got into wars in order to spread democracy in other places of the world. Well, the democracy that we have now, I don't think a lot of places would want to have, replicated. Anyway, that's my thing. If I end up in El Salvador or something, Gary, you're to blame, because I probably say what I shouldn't be saying in this platform, and it's scary. I'm not just being dramatic when I say this. I got friends that were naturalized citizens that, upon their returns from foreign trips, they were asked to get their cell phone social media thing looked at, even if it was for a few seconds or whatever. But why would it matter what I put in my social media? I mean, like you said, we were built on this First Amendment thing of saying whatever comes to mind. You can be critical of anyone as long as it's within the law. But apparently, a lot of people suffered from this. I know people that are naturalized citizens that are carrying their passports in their cars right now because there is this perception that the laws are different, that the country is under different rule. That's all I have to say, Gary. Thanks.
Papers, please. Papers, please.
That's exactly what I mean. This is not what they always said that other countries were not. That the United States was better than that. But we're not.
Thank you, myself, Daryl, followed by El Normal.
Hey, Gary, can you hear me?
No.
Okay, then I'll get started. To the young lady, C, who is very passionately talking, we should be afraid, but I think it's just part of the conditioning that we're all so busy going about our lives and our day-to-day that we're not paying attention to a lot of these things. Some of this started with the Patriot Act, right? So the Patriot Act actually allowed the government to collect information, and through the Patriot Act, not only could they collect, so the FBI could collect information, and because of the Patriot Act, where they tore down the walls between all of these intelligence agencies, right? So the FBI could collect information on you, but share that information with the CIA, share it with whatever intelligence agency they wanted to share
Or
it
the
with.
IRS.
Yeah, and so why didn't, and I wondered this, right? Like, so Obama comes in, and why didn't we do away with the Patriot Act? If the Patriot, there was such outrage on this idea of government, getting into your personal business, and yet, the new presidents come in and no one actually gets rid of this thing. I just think there's no political power behind the scenes once these things actually happen. So some of this stuff, to me, it's just Trump 2.0, right? So in his personal life, he used lawyers and he used the civil justice system or civil system he would sue you into oblivion, right? So he didn't pay you, you sue him, he sues you back, he knows he can outlast you in court. And there's one thing that the Justice Department has, it has an unlimited budget, which is why they tell people, don't take this to court if the feds are coming after you. It's what is it, like 94% rate of them being successful? You can't win. And so to me, some of this is just Trump 2.0. He's very litigious, and now he's litigious, but he has the power of the federal government behind him, and he can go after people. Look at what OPM just proposed like 3 days ago. They want to force federal employees to sign NDAs. They're making the argument that the Presidential Records Act is unconstitutional. These are things that have just held for so long. And now it's like every single, I don't like to use the word norm, but every single standard that we thought we had as a society is just literally being stripped away. Like, how can you force a federal employee to sign a non-disclosure agreement? And the fact that the courts are willing to hear the argument is the part that really scares me as just like a New Yorker, New Jersey, back and forth. But again, we're all so tied up in our own day-to-day that it's going to take something really drastic for everyone to put their phones down, put their coffee down, turn off the TV, and collectively say, hey, I don't know that I agree with this, because people have to consent to be governed. And if people don't consent, then you don't actually have governance anymore. You really have some type of dictatorship, totalitarian, says authoritarian. What you pick the word, but if people if people in mass, the majority, 50.01%, are saying, hey, we don't agree with this, and it's happening anyway, then you really technically you don't have governance anymore. And so if you don't have governance, then what are we doing? I'm one of these people. What is the end game to some of this stuff? You know, some of these people have to know that what they're doing, you know, is illegal. But we'll never know what's happening behind the scenes. Has he made promises to pardons? You know, has he signed pardon letters already? Because that's the only way I think a really smart person would actually agree to anything. Okay, I'm going to go out here and do this, but you're not going to fuck me the way you fuck everybody else, because he has no loyalty to anyone other than himself. And the moment you're no longer useful, he's going to cut you loose. You know, Michael Cohen walks around on the Upper East Side. I actually feel badly for him because he was loyal to this guy. And then when Cohen became a liability, he cut Michael Cohen loose, like he cuts everybody loose. And yet, for some reason, there are people who join his circle, and they tell themselves, I literally think they tell themselves, he's not going to do that to me.
I'm less concerned about the people who join his circle, more concerned about the average American who is coming under duress right now for speaking their mind, Daryl. You mentioned the Patriot Act as the starting point for all this. I want to point something out about the Patriot Act, which, by the way, in its initial form, even included the requirement that librarians turn over the reading habits of the people who go to the public library. They changed that because there was outcry in the later iterations. But that's how far they were willing to use 9/11 as an excuse to reduce our freedoms as American citizens. And so in that respect, maybe the terrorists on 9/11 succeeded. They succeeded in effing you and me and my children and my grandchildren by impeding our abilities, our freedoms. What I'm reading, what I'm saying, where I'm going, who I'm talking to. So I just want to point this out about the Patriot Act, that some of us, like El Norm, will probably remember because he's of the proper vintage. William, I don't know how old you are, but you're probably going to remember this. But a lot of the youngsters here aren't going to remember. The final compromise version of the bill was introduced on the House floor on October 23rd, 2001. October 23rd, 2001. I think if I read the calendar right, that's a month after the attacks. Yep. When was it voted on?
I don't know.
The very next day.
And they drafted it very quickly. That's why there's always been this idea.
It was a rush timeline. That's exactly right. And so my friend John Conyers was the ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee. I knew John Conyers very well, to the point where he actually offered me a staff position on the committee at one point. And he went to the floor of the House and he pointed out that there were only 2 physical copies of the bill available for the Democratic side of the aisle to look at before voting. What?
Because they don't want you to read it.
Of course, if you vote against it, you're being unpatriotic. It's the Patriot Act that was developed because of the insecurities that were manifested on September the 11th, and which remain, very, very deep cutting at that moment. So they were under extreme pressure to vote on it without reading it.
It's also because, but it also allowed the sharing. We used to have these invisible walls between the agencies because they blamed the fact that apparently the C ending in A had information, but they didn't share it with the F ending in I, and so the Patriot Act allowed for the tearing down of the walls. But there have been administrations, Democratic administrations since then, and they don't undo this thing. I just want to say one last thing, Gary. I have always worked in heavily regulated industries, right? My first job was at the New York Federal Reserve Bank. It was the first time I was fingerprinted. I had to pee in a cup, and I had to consent to a background check because I worked in the vault. And we would carry literally stock certificates and bearer bonds from one part of the bank to the other. And so every firm that I work with, one of the first things you have to do, you got to give up your fingerprint, you got to give up your urine, and you have to be bonded. It even got to the point that there was so much cheating on the securities exams. People paying $5,000, $10,000 for someone to take the Series 7 for them and pass. That when you showed up to take your exam or even your continuing education, you had to give your fingerprint. So me and people, me and others, we do have this defeatist attitude sometimes, right? Well, they're going to get your information anyway. But this idea of you can't even have anonymity on a website, it's insane. And again, where does this end? What is the point of this? And I'll end there here.
Well, speaking for all the Jews in the room, since you had access to the vault, I will say to you, I wonder if the Jews know where I'm going with this. Oi, vault!
What's that again? What's that?
Okay, stand-up comedy is not my forte, but too bad. You're stuck with it. El Normal followed by Luke.
No, it was a good time. How old are you? So there's a lot to talk about, but just briefly, what they call you? Conyers may have been the first politician that I ever called for a story. And the wild thing in those days, Gary, which I'm sure you'll remember, is that you call them, they pick up the phone. It was just the most incredible thing. You could just look up their number, they call you Lester. Ring it up. So anyway, that was a blast. Kill murder and Lester? He was a good guy. I always thought that guy's phone. The bigger point that I want to make, I think falls under the heading that if one violates the rules of civilization, does one then merit or receive the protection of civilization? So, an example of violating the rules of civilization is terrorism. So rather than reading on the battlefield now, we were met in our house by an enemy that we weren't even sure, if we, I think we'll all remember, we didn't even understand, why did they do this? Who are these guys and why? Why? What's going on? Most of us weren't informed. And I mentioned that because that is what led directly to the Patriot Act. Let's get them at it. And the idea was that we've been sleeping on this terroristic threat, this enemy that wanted to destroy us. And we didn't understand who they were or why they were doing it. So this also takes me to something I heard Scalia say the other day, obviously on YouTube because he's passed away, which is that when we have new forms of technology, how do we render the protections of the Constitution to these new forms of technology? His famous example was a cop sitting outside somebody's house using heat detection technology in order to determine that they had grow lamps inside and were growing them. And Scalia ruled that that was unreasonable search without a warrant. So in that sense, I think he bucked a trend, which is to, as technology poses challenges that we haven't anticipated, to tighten up the government's ability, or to increase the government's ability to intrude into our privacy. I don't know what else to call it. So when somebody mentioned that their naturalized friends were at, which is, to me, it seems unbelievable, but I'm not unbelievable. It's upsetting, it's disturbing. I mean, now I sail through with global entry, so it didn't happen to me, and I'm also from here. But show their social media when they're coming back into the country. Well, it seems like an outrageous intrusion, but we are at a loss to face an enemy that is using social media to organize attacks on us. And we're in a period of flux, and we don't know what to do about it.
So how does that apply to what's happening to these two people?
To which two people, Gary?
The two people that that their attorneys have turned over to Bloomberg the subpoena information, that the government is trying to subpoena from Reddit and X, their personal information, including their banking information, because of their anti-ICE enforcement commentary on the two platforms.
Right. Okay, I'm sorry if it wasn't apparent. So, of course it's an overreach, but the government is trying to protect its interests in the face of media that it can't control, that is being used to oppose it. The same thing was true in Michigan, when these people obviously organized in their opposition to ICE and in their disruption of ICE. They're using social media. So the government is trying to get ahead of that by getting into the social media. Because it doesn't know what else to do. If it used to be that you'd have an informant, say, in a Black Panther meeting, an FBI informant famously, right? Well, now, or they'd be tapping, or the government would be tapping phones, right? Legally or illegally. Well, now people are using social media to organize, so the government wants to get in there and get ahead of any attack on it.
So to you, does it smell like retribution against people who are opposed to policies of the president?
Well, sure it is. Sure it is. I mean, it would be hard to ask any government, Democratic or Republican, to rise above their petty human shortcomings. But we learned under Obama that he was willing to tap American phones. This came out, I think, in the Snowden revelations. He was willing to tap Merkel's phone, and that he was willing to use taxpayer money to try to defeat Bibi in an election in Israel. Okay, I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm not happy about it. But again, I don't trust you. One can't trust the government, whether it's Democratic or Republican. And it's obvious that when one is in power, they're going to exceed their legal rights to get ahead of the adversary. And social media now is that medium that it wants to defang, that it wants to neutralize. I mean, it's obvious that social media is a big problem. I don't know if I want to call it a big problem, it's a big area in which political opposition organizes and undermines whatever is its adversary. I mean, I can land it there. I think I've kind of made a pretty broad point. In that, you know, that we're in a period of flux in which we don't know how to balance protections guaranteed by against attacks, whether they're from external enemies, like say Al-Qaeda, or internal subversive forces, whether they are Antifa or Proud Boys, which I guess are more or less equivalent, roughly. Any question on it?
No. Very well stated. Thank you, Norma. We'll go to William, followed by Oyenware.
Social media is the town square. Social media is where citizens and residents, non-citizens of the United States have every right to gather and petition their government or work with the government to develop plans for redress of grievances against the government. And it's not against their government, it's against our government. So, of course, the social media is the platform which should be protected, and the fact that people utilize those tools to organize, to resist the unconstitutional and oppressive and, one may say, fascist activities of the government, that is appropriate. And there once upon a time, when my father came back from fighting in World War II, he enlisted, and he served stateside, but he enlisted, he volunteered to fight, and he was very clearly anti-fascist. And I don't know anyone in his generation, any American that was not anti-fascist. So, you know, what this is, this smells of, I pulled up some materials, I put it on the chat. I didn't have a chance to read through all of it, but this seems like almost prima facie, or at first glance, prosecutorial misconduct. I would have to look into it to see what the particulars are of the law, but this seems like prosecutorial misconduct. Prosecutors, judges take an oath to uphold the Constitution. Prosecutors have separate oaths to uphold the Constitution. Prosecutors have codes of conduct. So do judges, except for the Supreme Court. They don't really have codes of conduct like regular federal judges. But the codes of conduct applying to all federal judges and separate codes of conduct for all federal prosecutors would limit their ability to lawfully, or at least within the codes, initiate prosecutions. So, do we have a way to limit the government in excessive abuses of power? Well, I hope so. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. Ultimately, that might be decided by the Supreme Court, and God knows what decision they'll come up with. I don't have great confidence they're going to come up with good decisions at this point, but some of them might lean back towards regular notions of protections against warrantless searches and seizures, protections against prosecutorial misconduct, protections against initiation of legal process, and the awesome power of a federal prosecutor to take vengeance upon people who are organizing to push back against the government in the town square, which is social media. And I think Elon Musk was very clear about his free speech absolutism, where he referred to, in his own, autistic way, he referred to Twitter X, as the town square, and that was his at least his articulated desire to buy that platform to enable free speech, and that is actually where it must be protected. Now, if somebody is conspiring to do something illegal, that would be speech which is not protected. So if there's a conspiracy to commit a felony, that's not protected speech. It goes back to the whole long line of discussion about yelling fire in a crowded theater. That's not protected either. But, there are legal ways to fight back against online criminal activity without just a whole hog invasion, a whole hog suppression, chilling conduct of the government to suppress and put in fear everyone to speak their mind on social media. Whatever stupid thing they may wish to say. And maybe what I'm saying is stupid too. That should be my right. I don't know. Take a look at, prosecutorial misconduct. Look at what the oaths of the judges themselves and their codes of conduct. You have to look at their codes of conduct to see whether or not Judge Pirro, or whatever she's titled now, Judge whoever, is violating her oath as a prosecutor, her code of conduct as a prosecutor to initiate and levy subpoenas upon social media companies to, in a broad, indiscriminate manner, just go after the free speech of people who are opposed to what this government is doing. And I think a lot of the people in this room are opposed to it, and I think a lot of the people in this room might be inclined to rat us out for our opposition to free speech. And I guess that's constitutionally protected too. So I'll just leave it there.
Thank you, William. I've been called out in the chat because I mentioned E. Jean Carroll, and I did not go into the specifics of the case. I just suggested in passing that the motivation for the inquiry into E. Jean Carroll is political. But I was asked, why aren't you talking about the particulars of the case? And I will now satisfy that inquiry by saying that the Justice Department is investigating whether she perjured herself in her testimony during a civil lawsuit when she lied, apparently, allegedly, under oath about outside funding, because in a deposition she claimed that no one else was paying her legal fees, and then it was later revealed that a nonprofit funded by the co-founder of LinkedIn helped pay some of her legal costs, i.e., gotcha, you perjured yourself, so let's take the Justice Department and use the full force of the government to go after E. Jean Carroll, not on the substance of her testimony about how the president may or may not have sexually assaulted her, but because she may have lied or misspoken. I'm going to say lied. She may have lied about receiving outside funding. So, to the person who admonished me in the chat, you're absolutely right. I did not mention that. So I hope that satisfies you. I don't think it changes the point. People lie all the time in depositions, and the president doesn't direct his Justice Department to prosecute them for lying.
Well, you'd have to show that she actually understood what was and what was not outside funding, or some sort of, you'd have to get into splitting hairs on all the definitions of the questions asked and the answers given, and her understanding, her scienter, her criminal state of mind, in so answering whatever question she did or did not answer about outside funding. It just seems like a pretty specious type of attack that would be outside the merits of the lawsuit and have no probative effect or prejudicial effect to anyone in the course of that proceeding. Who cares if she had outside funding? If it was from a nonprofit, is that outside funding? If she was part of the nonprofit, would that be outside funding? I don't know. I mean, that would get into a whole tedious, oppressive set of charges to defend against, which are maybe legally irrelevant or maybe not provable. Who knows?
Or they may be legally relevant, but here's the point. The point is that after she won this lawsuit against the president, which he is appealing now, after she won the lawsuit, apparently the Justice Department, not his personal attorneys, were directed to find misstatements or cases of perjury during her long deposition.
And this is how our tax money is being spent.
I'll get to you, Steve. We're going in time. So, yes, the person is correct that I neglected to say what the allegation is from the Justice Department. But I think that by pursuing that line as requested by the defender of this action, we have uncovered even greater evidence of misuse by the Justice Department.
Yeah,
This was a personal civil lawsuit, not against the government of the United States. He wasn't even president at the time. It's between two parties. It has nothing to do with the taxpayers of the United States. And yet, the government attorneys who are supposed to be representing you and me, not his personal attorneys, are investigating to determine whether she may have perjured herself during the deposition.
Gary,
So that only lends credence to the implication I proffered when I mentioned her as an example. I think it only bolsters my implication. Yeah, Howard?
No, I was going to say it further does. And if the Justice Department's going to be involved in this, just show you how ridiculous it is. I hope they investigate the alleged one unpaid parking ticket she had during the trial that she never paid too.
Well, also, how about somebody investigating the misuse of public taxpayer money to assist in a civil lawsuit by a private citizen? I know he's not a private citizen today.
There you go. Yeah.
But how about that? How about I, as a taxpayer, filing suit against the Justice Department for using its resources to aid and abet a private citizen in his lawsuit? This was not in his capacity as President of the United States.
But how about Michael Cohen?
You gotta wait. I know you're new to the stage, but you gotta wait. And you will be last because you've been up before. Odian Ware, followed by David.
Thank you, Gary. I just came up on stage to remind you of my story towards Marshall. I told you that for any country to collapse, the first thing that first collapses is their judiciary. So you can see now what Trump is doing concerning the Reddit users, concerning E.G. Carroll. Now he's going against enemies. So what he's going to do is that he's going to make sure that your judiciary has no credibility. So it's not going to be Trump. Suppose the next Democrat does this, goes after all Trump's enemies, goes after Stephen Miller, goes after everybody, what's going to happen? You're going to have a cascade of unfortunate events. And that will lead to the end of the great. I mean, this is a sorry, I'm sorry. I know when I say this, a lot of people get angry, but you can't stop signs, you can't stop the symptoms, you can't stop all those things. These are the pure evidences of a failing society. That's what I studied. But so anytime things like this happen, that I mark off my books, I will come upstairs to remind you that I told you this. But people say that Trump is a strong man, they will deal with me tweets. They don't care about the very fabric that holds most countries together, which is their judiciary. Thank you very much. I'm not going to spend so much time. I just came up to say, well, part of my milestones on how societies fail is what is currently happening in America. Thank you.
You came up to say, I told you so. Sue, we've invited you multiple times onto the stage. For some reason, you're not making the trip. David.
Well, Gary, the title of the room actually addresses a deep historical reality for the great people of this great nation. That we've always had surveillance at the highest level going back in the 50s with the Red Scare, McCarthy, the list, the communist list that they were chasing down people, the intimidation and bullying of the employers who hired said communists and the threat of putting them out of business. This carried over into the 60s under the COINTELPRO program that was led by the FBI to go after the civil rights activists and their top leadership, Vietnam War protesters under the pugnacious J. Edgar Hoover. And so there's been a violation of our rights, our constitutional rights at the highest level by law enforcement, by said agencies, without any light of day sunlight recourse until it was brought out by utilizing the same tactics that the FBI would use going after its perceived enemies of the United States, real or imagined or otherwise. And the church community in 1976, in a bipartisan hearings, called this out, and obviously we had to create the FISA Act, which limits the government's ability to surveil. So there's been this legacy, Gary, of saying, "Whoa, there's a boogeyman in society. Let's go after them. Let's bring them to heel. Let's fabricate evidences. Let's document, or let's run false news reports about the said behavior of black leadership, from Martin Luther King to Malcolm X to others." And of course, no normal brought up Edward Snowden, who took on valiantly and broke his non-disclosure, his document that said, you signed basically a phone book worth of forms saying you won't disclose. But when he realized how abusive and powerful the United States surveillance apparatus and machinery was, and not just toward its enemies, toward said would-be terrorists and others, but to the actual American citizens, he was appalled. He felt like this was not a transparent part of the government he was acting in good conscience for, and he whistleblowed. He thought he was protected under whistleblower protections. He released his documents to the Guardian and I believe the Washington Post. And of course, he got ran out of town, and he's obviously provided safe harbor in Russia today. But he brought up some very powerful arguments, Gary, about how powerful the surveillance apparatus is. Being spied upon, when your phone records are being used, cell phone data, metadata, what kind of sites you're looking at, and so forth. And what's sad, Gary, is that the arguments that he made was, this is done in our name, but we as American people, we haven't approved this. So it's not a government for the people here. It's a government against the people. And the press, Gary, as you know, is obviously the watchtower, the lighthouse to bring exposure to this behavior. And we can't minimize, of course, this the safety and the security of our nation, and figuring out potential plots and terrorism. We've been a victim of, from 9/11 being the apex of that sort of terrorism, and then others that have happened in America. And we can't catch everybody, of course. And I guess that's part of it. Goes back to the same Second Amendment argument, Gary. Do we kill off guns to take out a couple of bad guys? Do we violate Second Amendment rights to diminish the murders, rampages of crazy people in classrooms? And we know that gun violence is the number one killer of children under a certain age. We make those same arguments. Do we give up our rights so that we can capture more terrorists? Does it come down to that argument? And do we all agree to be spied upon? So I think that's ultimately what's what's at stake here. And with Trump, he's obviously weaponized, going back to the way the FBI, the COINTEL program was utilized. He's putting a chilling effect out. He's gone after law firms. He's got big law firms, powerful law firms. He's gone after universities. He's cowed universities into taking down their heads of their leadership, threatening funding. Obviously he's made some great arguments with regard to anti-Semitism and the like. But there's been a lot of overreach and a lot of abuse there. So, of course, Gary, he's firing and he's reining in all the watchdogs that are designed to protect our tax dollars against the abuse of government. And now he's been able to leverage his power and put people in power and let him do whatever he wants. There would have been committee. If this was Barack Obama trying to leverage this same executive power the way that Trump has, his head would have been lopped off by now. He would have been impeached if there was obviously the votes to do that. But this is a whole another low for us, Gary, with regard to some of this. And again, Gary, I'm all for a president with a certain zeal going after the bad guys and using our power of our government. But to do it to enrich yourself and all that, that's a new low for me as a citizen of this country. And I think others in the room would also agree with that. And I'll end my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Austin.
Yeah, I'll be concise. No, it is not okay for the government to go to its critics. I think we should work on a social contract that's decent, like the founding fathers created, a government by the consent of the governed, by the people, for the people. That's kind of the purpose of this nation. And there's consequences and bad karma when you just use your strength of power to laud idiots or egotism. It's a weird thing. I was speaking with someone earlier about like technical political words, and it's really odd, and it like boggles my mind that this could be applicable to the States. But probably one of the best like technical words in political science and international relations to describe Trump is kleptocrat. He is very interested in self-enrichment and believes that old movie villain saying, which I find it odd that not everyone really perceived that this movie villain was a villain, but the odd statement, greed is good, that was a villain that said that. So, it's odd. I've met people that feel morally compelled to be greedy, and it's just such a strange, morally bankrupt thing. We should go after imminent dangers. We should have a leader in this era with fireside chats that brings us together and brings us in harmony with other nations and brings our cosmopolitan nation together in a more loving, kind way that lifts everyone's hip boats, that has a good economic situation with a bright future for everyone. Because we're in a very, very odd era. What does it mean by great again? I mean, it's strange. There's a new neologism I hear around called techno-feudalism, but we're the strongest economy in the world. Why go back to feudalism and mercantilism? There's really no point to do that. It's like worship gold and bling. Anyways, I hope Trump still has a bit of a soul left, but it seems like he's a bit of a Midas. Yes, we have to go after serious threats, and we need good technology, but folks need good leadership, including the lost and the countercultural and all that, because we're in a state of humanity where there's a lot of moral bankruptcy, a lot of absolute unbridled lust for just greed and selfishness, and we need to wake up. As I keep saying, we build the future that we want, and it's us that does that, and our votes count.
Thank you, Austin. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time. So until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow, for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
Everybody benefit from that system. It means that it's going to pose a serious threat to the U.S. hegemony idea of this private corporation.
Actual place where people pull up on me.
And a lot of people will use a virtual office, like Regis. There's a lot of different companies that offer virtual offices where you actually have access to brick and mortar, but you have to like schedule like your meetings and stuff like that. Right? They can go as far as you can put a placard down in the lobby and whatnot. Depends on how far you want to go with it.
Oh, yeah, because sorry.
No, I wasn't talking about that no more, so just go ahead.
Go ahead, yes.
No, go ahead.
No, and so I follow Don Lemon, right? That's my friend. And so he's not. He's upset because you know that case 4 months ago where he was doing the reporting that protest at the church, and he's upset because they haven't dropped the case, but they just keep on doing contempt and filing paperwork to prolong the procedure.
And information out to the community in Somali because a significant number of them are not competent in English. That shows you that's a failed linguistic assimilation.
Can you take your driver's test in Somali?
The amount of them that are employed, the amount of them that are doing those things, those are the metrics we used to use to look and see how a community did as a refugee or a resettlement community. And the Hmong did exceptionally well. Now that doesn't mean you didn't have a criminal element pop out, because you have a criminal element that pops out of most communities. It just comes out in whatever standard life there, and especially if you have some of them in low-income housing or in housing, what it looks like. You end up adjusting to some of the norms of the community. You can have gangs pop up, you can have those things happen, but as far as the assimilation metrics, they assimilated exceptionally well, whereas the Somalis assimilated very poorly. Iranians assimilate very well into the United States. Syrians assimilate very poorly. And you see that with the statistics of those groups over and over and over, of certain groups come to America and they assimilate. It doesn't mean they abandon their own language or their own stuff. It means they assimilate to be proficient in the language of this country, which is English predominantly, official or otherwise. They assimilate into the norms, right? Iranians do very well assimilating into the American population, into American business, into American institutions. Syrians don't. They don't. And you see certain cultures have come into this country and done a better job than others, and it's because they have come here with the intention of being absorbed into the fabric, versus coming here with the intention of staying what they are, but taking advantage of the infrastructure. And those are two very different things that you see pop up differently. And the more we cater to those groups and don't nudge them into the assimilation, right? I'm not saying erasure, right? Because I'm half Persian, I'm half Israeli. I have not abandoned either culture. I have not abandoned my religion. I've not abandoned those. But I speak fluent American English. I didn't speak a word of English when I got to this country. I speak fluent American English because I assimilated. I'm able to engage in the society here, in the norms of this country, regardless of my nation of origin or my culture.
Oh no. John, can you talk about Pearl Tuner? Yes.
Part of the American
John,
fabric.
who's Pearl? Which Pearl are you talking about?
Which pearl are you talking about?
Chaldean, whatever.
No.
Chaldean, yeah.
Yeah, the Chaldean.
What you did?
The Chaldean oracles.
They don't believe me. That shouldn't have
Which Pearl are you talking about?
Yeah, she almost killed me. She gave me COVID-19. I almost died. I spent 3 days in a coma.
John, which Pearl?
This chick that I banged for a weekend from Clown House.
Yeah, they don't believe me.
Yeah. Chaldean oracles.
Nergis, did you hear that?
You've had a girlfriend?
Yeah, there was a girl in this app.
Yeah.
Her name is Pearl. She lives in Michigan, right?
Don't ever mention this conversation because it would be crude and not polite.
Yeah, because she's really upset about it.
She doesn't care.
You should have all the energy in the fucking world. You should bang the shit out of her like a teenager. I mean, come on, bro.
I did.
I mean, when are you exerting any fucking,
I did.
You're like an 18-year-old boy.
She was horribly annoying,
Over again.
and she missed her flight, so I had to pick her back up or get her an Uber or get her a new flight. It was so horribly annoying, and she's so high-strung and so high energy, and she can't stop talking, and she walks all around the neighborhood and makes new friends with this homeless person over there and this pot shop dealer over there, and it's like, girl, very nice meeting you, and let me help you get home.
Yeah, Yeah, I don't like girls. I don't like girls like that either. I'm not gonna lie. I like my girls quiet, healthy.
Yeah, I'm dating a Muslim girl now, and she's Bosnian, but I am worried she's part of an Al Qaeda sleeper cell. So that's the downside. But it is a spicy romance.
Kind of hot. Yeah, it's kind of hot when they're like espionage like that.
Yeah, and since I'm involved in politics, there are certain women that think that they are gathering intelligence from me, and especially, ooh, Danielle.
When Fatima presses it so many times, I don't want to let her up. When she presses it like 4 or 5 times like that, I just leave her in the fucking audience.
Right. Okay, let's give her a chance.
Yeah, give me a fucking chance, bitch.
Okay, don't do
Yeah,
this.
Abby, that's why everybody hates you, because of what you just did right there. You see that? They're gonna hate you for that.
I'm trying to be not like, I don't care if you hate me, but like, it's just, I don't know, sometimes she behaves, you know?
Sometimes? Like what? Like 40% of the time?
Well, in my room, she never does this. I swear to God, she's really well behaved. She's always contributing to the conversation. I don't know why she does it in
talking about my dog. Like, she's always so well behaved at home.
Yeah, give me a
Like
fucking
when I was
break.
saying that, I was, yeah, she is kind of like my dog. She's
I
my
said, I'm not gonna be, this is what I'm saying, like, I'm not responsible for this woman. Like,
Okay, we need her. Everyone always says like Abby.
That's what I'm saying, I'm not responsible for her. I have other women that I'm responsible for.
Oh my God.
I'm not gonna come online and then play like Big
When you
Brother.
do this, she gets reactionary. If you just ignore her, she doesn't.
I'm not gonna ignore her. No, I'm gonna keep going like this. I'm gonna keep triggering her. So I'm not her older brother, nor her older cousin, or anything like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'd walk her across the street. Like, I would walk her across the street. I would make sure she's okay. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Would you please cut that hole in your face?
you know, like, I would, you know, like, if I dropped her off, I'd make sure she gets in her house before I drive away. You know, shit like that. But that's as far as it goes.
Oh my God, I don't need anything from you.
Well, you sound like you do when you come in and you just start wailing out curse words, and then I feel responsible. You're making me feel responsible.
Blame me. It was like
Blame
Joy now.
I'm sorry,
Victory now.
we
I'm
exist.
sorry I have a bad mother.
Victory
Oh, I'm
now.
a mother now.
I don't know.
Mutter? A mutter? A mutter?
Mother.
Mutter? Mutter? You said mutter?
At least
Mother.
At least we
Yeah, you sounded really black when you did that.
I'm not nigger. No, don't do that. It's fine.
You sounded stupid black when you did that. Like super black.
Anyway, let's go back to Pearl. So she was annoying. You had to keep her for a week. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it really makes you question the value of a doctor.
Yo, I've never in my life, bro, like I've had relationships where, you know, like we went out for like we were with each other every single day for like 2 months straight, and then we fucked the shit out of each other, and then like one day we just were like, I'm not talking to you anymore.
Yeah.
Like that happens.
Yeah, I know.
That happens.
What? Alright, bro, go ahead. Don't talk like that, please.
No, he's just stating the facts.
Alright. Talk like what? I'm a man. Don't tell me that's wrong. You're not my girl, bro. I just explained to you before, I'm not your man. You're not my girl. So I went over that confrontation, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, so I'm trying to create boundaries here with us. You understand? Like I'm creating a force field. You know, and stay in my space. You get what I'm trying to say? We don't intervene each other's spaces.
I don't get it. I just don't. I'm sorry. I just don't
Yeah.
waste your time.
Alright, let's
It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Anyway.
I know it's fine.
Now I feel responsible.
Anyway, what about Pearl again?
No, nothing. It's just they didn't believe me that he was up with a girl.
Yep.
And then I said, okay, can you maybe confirm? And then, okay, Narcus, do you believe me now?
Yes, I believe
I still don't believe.
No, they did because every time he went into a room
Was she
where
hot?
she was
Is she
in,
hot?
Yeah,
Is she cute?
she's pretty hot.
she's not bad looking, no.
Yeah, she's got a great body. She's
I
she's
mean,
beautiful.
I've seen his like I said, like he has a character. He's a character. That's why some women would like that.
I think she liked me because I
Some
was
they
like,
think I have a crush on you. Can you believe that?
you're capable of even love?
Oh my gosh! Don't be fucking mean, you fucking baldhead. Can you go be bald somewhere else?
You know, you can't say, I hope you go bald. That's the one thing about my head.
I never said that. I hope you have your hair back one day.
Wow. No, I like that one.
Either my husband or John. Your husband.
Sorry, what did you say?
Who's cuter, my husband or John?
Oh, definitely your husband.
Your husband.
Your husband has like, yeah, at least I will trust him, you know, and then
He's so cute.
Yeah, she's a nice girl, but she almost killed me, so that kind of spoiled the any kind of sentimentality. No, she didn't give me COVID. She gave me her vaccinated viral shedding. That's what she gave me.
All right, I'm gonna link a book at the top for readers' choice here. Some interesting stuff going on with this book.
exploding.
Did it go?
No. What is it? The Quran again?
Yeah, but the Syro-Aramaic. It's also talks about this often. What's his name? Ilyas. He used to send me these things in my WhatsApp group chat. I still have to find that paper for Daniel. The one that talks about like what was the one I was telling you about? Oh, the grandparents of Muhammad. Grandparent and the uncle.
Oh, he left.
How do you like the title, the room title, the house title? You like it, Marcus?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah. Arabic rap gods.
So wait, no, find Islam in the Bible. So what would be the claims for Islam in the Bible? Have you heard any yet? I'm sure you have.
Yeah, so like the historian claim, very, very, very critical claim would be, like highly skeptical critical claim would be that Muhammad, in the 7th century, like wanted to make change, force people, therefore he utilized, resources that were already available on land. He's extremely inclusive in the first 10 years, where both the Christian and the Jew were part and parcel of the movement, the Mohammedan movement, to bring about like change in his society, especially to bridge the gap between the corrupt elitists and the really poor. He did correct a few concepts, such as that of the Trinity, wherein he's not saying no to it. He's saying do not explain God in those terms, and he's more inclined towards like the Judeo God, the pure monotheistic God, where he's saying it's not composed, it's simple. God is necessary, etc. We don't have to describe it in like persons, etc. Yet he's very generous to the Messiah claim of the Christian. He's saying it's okay as so long as we like change our society. As we like move forward, he's also becoming a statesman. His movement becomes very large. He, however, doesn't like seek to conquer areas. Conquering, etc., happens after his death. And during his lifetime, he builds like an empire of faith. He is a God man. He's closely linked, like through meditation with God,
And when he comes out, he's not like sharing with people the verbatim speech of God per se. He's also like using his intelligence, right, with clarity, and using concepts that pre-existed within Judeo-Christianity to spread like goodwill and bring about this religion of perennialism called Islam. None of this will be granted by today's like extremist Muslims, sadly.
Well, sadly, that's a very generous interpretation. So generous that I'm literally just overflowing with your generosity, because that's very nicely put. For what we could say is actually a criminal mafia takeover of the region, and he's a charlatan, not a god man, a scam artist, and a frauder. And again, that's a very generous interpretation. So generous that I am shocked and overflowing with your generosity.
Well, most historians will grant what I say.
Yeah, that's because most historians are very generous like you. Unfortunately, that's just like the Wikipedia narrative. It's very boring and not accurate in the slightest.
Will like claim that which they hold true in high probability, right? You, on the other hand, just are so like drenched in your biases and your indoctrination that you cannot grant like an archetype.
Be careful.
Is do right.
Be careful.
Just as Jesus did.
Let me get my projection bell going
Just
here.
as Moses
Oh, projection bell alert! Projection bell alert! Projection bell
You
alert!
are very biased, bro.
Yeah, that's your projection talking. That's your projection talking. That's your projection talking. Let me hit that projection bell. I never said you're biased. I'm criticizing Muhammad, not you. Not you. I'm criticizing the man. The man known as Mohammed. The Mohammedan. You don't like it, do you? A little sensitive there with your biases. All right, I'm gonna mute up now. Massive melons. That's my That's my slogan. Dang it! By the way, great PTR. I'd like to purchase a new 99-cent.
Okay, so the final. I have an argument here. This is it says I don't need to prove one exact source book behind every verse. I only need to show that the Quran stands inside a pre-existing late antique Jewish and Christian story world. Historically, under what? Under what?
Yeah, you are right. It is undeniable. It is undeniably Judeo-Christian. Undeniably.
So the bottom line is yes. So your early list is a very broad, but is not yet the clearest possible master list. The main missing cluster would be Adam, Satan, Moore, Covenant of Soul type material, Seven Sleepers, some angelic apocrypha material, and the main connections are to avoid learning a post-Islamic or uncertainty-dated witness when you already have much earlier, stronger ones. So, we're saying that the Seven Sleepers and the Alexander Rand romance material, major examples. The Sleeper legend is already attached to the story under James and mid-2nd century, and infancy gospel of Thomas, generally the 2nd or 3rd century CE. only solution is to establish some kind of secondary homeschooling program that nationwide that people can get
Hello?
involved in.
Hello!
Could actually become more involved in their kids' education and make sure that they're not being taught something that they shouldn't. I know that, currently, if a child was to go to school and learn something, right? A lot of times the parents don't know what they're learning. Like, I know this with my nephews and my brother. They would come home telling me some crazy stuff. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, LGBTQ, what? Like, why would you talk about... And my brother and my nephew was telling me how they have a cat litter box. And, like when you... I'm sure you guys remember when you go to school, you take your jacket or your backpack off, and there was like a little area where you could put your jacket on and stuff like that. Well, they installed a cat litter box in the classroom for the kids who think they're cats. Okay, like this is what's going. My mom didn't know nothing about it. My mom had no clue that this was going on. I brought it to her attention. She's like, "Oh, well, first she didn't believe it, right? And then after I got my brother to talk to her about it, she's like, "Oh, well, that's weird, but whatever." And that was it. That was the end of the conversation. She just was like, "Oh, that's weird or whatever," but whatever, That's just the time we're in now. Just so accepting of it. Like that's just just rolling over and just giving up.
Right, there's so much going on. Listen, it's a wild over for that. There's a lot going on in her life that she's not able to address. I'm gonna give you an opinion. I homeschooled one of my children through the 8th grade, and I have dealt with children that he was in school with, their families, and sometimes this backfires on you when you try to protect your children, and it ends up backfiring, and they become rebellious, and they think that they missed something because you tried to overprotect them. And I've seen a lot of that. My son went to high school, and he was in a good high school. Things worked out as much as they're going to. Okay, that's another story for another day. It's a very hard problem. I will give you an opinion. It's a good idea to have your children in a school district where the parents are successful, and there's some kind of that means that the parents are basically educated, whether we agree with their political views or not. One of my grandsons was in not too good of schools, and then they added, he went to a school district where the parents were successful, and he looked around and thought, I'd like to be successful. Rafi, it looks like there must be a better room.
My bad, I didn't mean to piss anyone off. I was just fucking talking. Excuse the fuck out of me.
I didn't direct that at Snake. Good Lord.
این کار شدی که قالیباف شد یه خانم چیز ونزوئلا و الان نوکر دسترسی ترامپ بخواد بشه نه همینجوری که داریم میبینیم نیست.
Joe, you're the education person up there. You're being pretty quiet.
እኔ እኮ አይመለከተኝም፣ ግን ዝም ብዬ ልንገራችሁ። የሆነ ጊዜ ዝም ብዬ አስተያየት አልሰጥም፣ ግን ይሄ ምንድን ነው ስሙ ዛፍ ከገጫችሁ 300,000 ብር የተባለ ጊዜ የለም። ከዛ አንዱ እኮ ነው 2 ዛፍ ነው ምናምን ገጭቶ ከዛ መኪና የሚባል ጥሩ ነው ችሏል። በቃ ሄዶ ለቤት
He's not really big in spaces. He's more like in the zoo sort of thing. But yeah, they've been together for a minute now.
Yeah, that's not a surprise. They be hooking up with each other.
Probably got everybody.
Just know, I know he, whoever he is.
Is he from Chicago? All I know is he from Chicago. That's the only thing. Yeah, that's the only thing I know. But and I probably know him, but I don't know. Yeah, I didn't want to pry, so I didn't ask. You know what I'm saying?
Let me see if I can find his profile. He changed his name, and so when they changed the name, I be forgetting. Like,
but I could actually call Mango because I got her number. I could just ask her, but I don't want to pry.
Oh, I'm telling you, that one right there. Yeah. Now, Mango, yeah, she had the baby about a month ago. You kind of late.
She had him. No, she had him last week because I called her when she had him. She had him on like Mother's Day, like the week of Mother's Day.
Yeah, she about those. Because he adored. She was trying to push the Gemini out, and I said, honey, not. I spoke light. I said, no, you can have you a real cool Taurus. I think that'll fit you. That'll be good for you.
Right, and then it's like crazy relationships that I didn't know existed.
What was wrong with the child being Gemini, Miss Torres?
So, okay.
And my mom a Gemini. I think
my bad, I got you somebody. And it is Gemini season, so I should have had a little bit more respect about myself. There's absolutely nothing wrong with Gemini. I would like to tell a truth in a very amicable way. The Gemini has two of y'all. It's two in there. And one of the twins, first lady, we absolutely love. I'm talking about we would go to war. We would go to war behind that twin. We're gonna ride out behind that twin. That twin is funny as fuck. That twin can be a sunshine on a rainy day, on a cloudy day. It's the
I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death.
Ellie, you gotta stop lending out your kayak. People don't respect other people's property. You know that. Hello? Raffy's sleeping, Al.
I'm gonna wake his fucking ass up.
He's been on Clubhouse for 48 hours. Let him get at least 3 hours in. It's exhausting.
Wakey.
The war room. Where's BB? I haven't seen BB in a while.
I don't know. I haven't seen him. I'm here. He's eating. All right.
Oh, he's eating.
Suppose you're allowed to eat. Okay, fine.
Well, Americans do not want Sharia because they don't understand Sharia, and they don't know that. Have you ever read the Constitution of Muhammad, the Charter of Medina in 660? Have you ever actually read it?
I have not. I'm going to rely on your wisdom.
Oh, you should read it because once you read it, you're like, oh my God. Like, it's a chart.
I'm already like, oh my God.
But most people don't understand the legal underpinnings of Islam and the claims and the history of Muhammad and what he did in Medina, etc. So it's very, because it's such a vast, huge historical narrative. And when you really read into it and then you compare it to Western law, you're like, holy shit. Like theocracy or the union of church and state, it's the opposite of our reality here in America. The opposite. It's the opposite.
That's why it is not compatible. Islam is not compatible with Western society.
Yeah. It's hard to explain that though to Americans who are accused of being Islamophobic. And I mean, I could show you pictures of 30-year-old men marrying 6-year-old girls, and they themselves are dressed up like women. Did you see that recent video put out of the man marrying a little girl? They dress her up like a little lady, and he dresses up as like a woman too. It's the weirdest shit. Pakistan has some weird motherfuckers in it. The third world is the third world. But we don't want the third world in the first world. We reject it. And our founders rejected it.
I don't even think a reformation could rectify all that's wrong there.
It would help, though.
I mean, the rest of us got with the program, had ourselves a reformation. I love when they like to compare Christians and come on. Can we talk about today? Can we talk about today?
Well, I think if there was some type of an Islamic council and they were to have some type of constitutional convention, it could only help the situation because it's that bad.
Yes.
And I think Saudi Arabia should lead it.
I agree with that.
Yeah. I mean, lead it, but in conjunction with all the other Islamic states. Not just one Islamic state, you know. They need a confederation of Islam to come in and write a new constitution and update it from 600. It's not updated. What about you, Muhammad, aka Radium Dials? You make drones, huh? What do you think about updating the Islamic Charter?
I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, why not? I don't understand why it can't happen. Our states do it. I live in Illinois. I know a lawyer here who ran in politics, and he tried to convene a constitutional convention in the state of Illinois, and there's nothing wrong with having constitutional conventions. They had it in the year 660. Muhammad pulled off a fast one. Why can't they have another one? There's nothing wrong with, creating new content, right? Hello?
You can't really innovate.
Yeah, you can.
Like an Islam council, like a constitution. Nah, it's like Islam doesn't really do that.
I'm just suggesting they try it, because anything will help. Anything is better than nothing. Hello?
I mean, that's a sweet notion. It's kind, but nah. I mean, it's kind of like, why don't we all just get along and, do Western values? Nah.
Yes, I'm not suggesting Western values. I'm suggesting particularly the Charter of Medina, put out in 666 by Muhammad, which presses Jews into service and presses Jews into paying up for their war state. Have you read the Constitution of Islam? It's in dire need of critical analysis and a constitutional convention.
Well, if it's drafted by the Prophet Muhammad, then shouldn't really innovate on that, huh?
Well, I just think it's kind of funny how, these atheist and theist rooms where if you are an atheist and you listen to theists and you're like, bro, you're just talking in metaphors and poetry and you're on borderline delusional with your belief system here because it's very imaginative. It's not based on fact or reality or laws of physics or nature. So the claim could be that I, this speaker here in this room, is the new prophet. And I have come with the final revelation direct from the messenger. You see what I'm saying? You can claim anything. And when people reject it, well, that's at their own you know, that's their opinion. But I'm just saying, until we get some enlightened Muslims to actually discuss philosophy and God in the English language, mind you, because I think a lot of this is we have a failure to communicate linguistically. So that, we are in need of higher levels of intelligence.
I think there's a lot of intelligent Muslims who would like to speak on that, yeah. I don't think they're all gonna say no. I think they're all down to have the conversation.
Oh, really?
I mean, I'm talking to you about it, right? So.
Yeah, but have you gone into other Muslim spaces on this app?
Yeah.
And
on this app?
Yeah.
Probably, I don't know.
Well, they claim that they have the most up-to-date religion out of all the world's religions, and their religion is the true religion, and all other religions are essentially reverse engineered out of Islam. With that type of all or nothing attitude, they're very difficult to communicate with.
I mean, yeah, that's just, if you're curious about it, just like read the Quran or something. If it's something that'll convince you, then great. If not,
Well, I don't need the Quran. I got the Charter of Medina, which you've never read. You don't even know what's in the Charter of Medina.
Yeah, probably not.
Hold on. So people are saying other religions are reverse engineered from Islam.
Yeah, you didn't hear about Muhammad's wild claims about being the messenger and the final revelation.
Well, the reason I laughed at that is
Hello?
that might be something, that might be a case you could make if it was 600 BC that he lived, but it was 600 AD, and Judaism and Christianity and Zoroastrianism and Hinduism had already existed for like 2,000 years before he even began Islam. So actually, historically, that's bullshit.
Well, that's my point, is that it's a ridiculous claim that Muhammad made. And really, I just view him as a charlatan fraudster who was very successful at it. And to this day, with over 1 billion adherents to his multi-level marketing scam, it's worked wonders. The Hajj, Saudi Arabia, it's the Disney World of the third largest religion. And kudos to them. But maybe they could update it. Instead of their insane cultural practices of marrying young women, that would be one place to start for Muslims, is to update their marriage value system. Because again, we're only talking about a value system. My critique is of their values, not of anything else.
A child is not a young woman. I would critique the marrying of young girls.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Yes. Big difference between 17 to 18-year-old and 5 for just born infant. Yeah.
But it's more than just that. It's the racism within Islam, it's the extremism, the polarization, the ideological polarization, the terrorism, the Nazism within it. There's a lot of Nazis and all the Palestinian terrorists that killed everybody on October 7th within their personal articles and in their apartments. They had lots of Nazism. So clearly these people love to hate. And it's because they don't have any values and they don't have a vast philosophical system. They're caught up in their 660 Islamic State terrorism. And it's a weak and pathetic attempt at trying to go back in time. And thank God, we have a military to destroy these terrorists.
One thing I think is like Judaism and Christianity have both gone through significant reforms. Like if you look at Orthodox Judaism and Orthodox Christianity, there's some gotten a little violent with settlements. They just also have some insane ideas about women and just, there's some similarities between, yeah. Yeah, what's up, Rafi? This is, what's up with the title, Americans Want Sharia? People have spoken. What inspired that?
Sometimes speaker comes.
Do you want Sharia, Meg? Would that be cool or nah?
That would probably be the one thing that would make me leave the US.
Oh.
If it was ever a federal law, I would probably go, bye-bye, leaving the country until it can sort itself out. No. Fuck no. I mean, look at my PTR. Like, I was an athlete. Do I want to be stoned because I'm showing off a lot of bare legs that are extremely, showing off my beautiful legs? No, I don't. So fuck Sharia law.
You will be instantly stoned.
Yeah, no.
Like, you think you'll be stoned on sight? No.
Oh, for Sharia law, I would definitely be stoned on
No,
sight.
no, that's not how it works. You don't instantly die for like showing your hair.
Not on sight. I would be arrested and brought to trial. It would be a sham trial. I would have no speaking up for myself, and then I would.
Do you think the trials in America are sham trials?
A sham trial would be sort of like just standing there with absolutely no defense and just basically a judge saying, look at this, you're showing off your legs, you are a, something or other, you're gonna be stoned at dawn.
Or like when like a black guy who does like crack with like no money and he goes to jail and just like, oh, you have no money and you're black and you've done crack, so let's put you in jail forever, you know? Do you think that's a fair trial?
Wait, you think black guys with a little bit of crack go to prison forever?
No, obviously.
No. I mean, that would be.
Don't we have an issue with them getting out like 35 times out of jail, never being convicted, yet they've had like 35 charges, or they've been to prison like 20 times?
We're talking about federal guidelines.
A lot of those actually are due to overcrowding in prison, which is a separate issue. That's because we're putting people in prison who have things like marijuana charges or their bail. I think marijuana is pretty much recreation. It is medicinally legal everywhere. It's usually marijuana should not mean a jail charge.
Crack cocaine was only a thing that was for federal sentencing guidelines. Like you got like twice as much time for crack cocaine versus powder. It wasn't.
Yeah, no, and that's an insane because that's kind of an economic thing that targeted the black community.
No, they did it for another reason. Black people asked for it.
Oh, they prefer cocaine over.
No.
Black leaders requested for stronger sentencing for crack cocaine.
So
oh, go ahead.
So because like cocaine is something that you could find in all communities to an extent, but the violence was when it came to like powder cocaine was generally at the trafficker level, and so that was foreigners killing foreigners. No,
with crack cocaine, that ended up, first of all, it created a lot of crackheads, and crackheads like to break into homes, mug people, and then you have the crack dealers that were fucking like murdering each other left and right. It made the black community of a war zone. So the black community was saying that was basically begging the government to crack down on them, and so they did, and they threw them in prison for a long fucking time.
Listen, I just gotta say for the record, Rich, you got my YouTube account clipped. It wasn't Pepe.
What?
It was Rich. Let's just say you were saying a certain group of people should be terminated.
Muslims?
A certain group of people should.
Muslims.
A certain group of people. Yeah. So that's what did it.
Yeah.
You cannot make claims.
It's not my fault you're recording a room and I'm in the room with you.
Oh, it's not your fault. I'm just saying that, like, if I were to search my memory, you know, about people that say things that shouldn't be said on the internet, you are one of the leading vulgar, profane speakers. Congratulations.
I did put up, John,
Congratulations.
Would you suck a dick if Muhammad would never exist? And then I did say that I would suck the dick so hard that the person's toes would curl and snap, and then I would send them into a full body seizure.
This sounds like good stand-up material. I'm taking notes.
Yeah. And I did say carpet bomb all the Muslims.
Rabono Shalom. I am a journalist. I want to let all the YouTube moderators know that I'm a journalist here, having an open, journalistic, newsworthy conversation about war, about terrorism, and about politics. Thank you, YouTube moderators.
John said he wants this to be.
Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosicrucian, the Order of the Holy Royal Archangels, the Ancient Fantastic Rites of Priesthood, the Rites of Priesthood, the Rites of Mystery, the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Swedenborgian Love of Masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around. Let the girl kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything. To make the punishment fit the crime. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue like a blade inside my shoe. object all sublime. I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, thread into the night. I mark the hidden seam, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. The color kiss the ground. I want the scales to sting on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gate kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost to the cross, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time.
Mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69B Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70. The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing their clients or customers. Elevate House! Elevate House! Serving one the Order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, aspiration. 70. The secrecy of the Order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 70. The crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous
amazing. It was in 8K. And the aliens down there are the ones that videotaped it. They sent it to us.
See, that
Bro,
was a cool
you know,
topic.
that's what I was, yeah, about the aliens. You know how fucking awesome it's gonna be? If we, hold on, Meg. If we find out that there actually are aliens and they've been here for thousands of years, and they've been recording, like, everything. They've recorded since, like, the dawn of man all the way through. Like, that means that they have Muhammad in the desert getting nailed by fucking Yelzit men. And we can go back through the library and be like, go in through, like, almost like ChatGPT or Google, if they, like, give that to us and gift us, like, all of history, we can go back and show the Muslims and show Muhammad getting rode by the 9 Alzid men who rode him in the desert and banged the shit out of him in front of his face. And we can show that to the Muslims on big screen television in front of the mosque. Bro, Ocean, how amazing would that be to put it on a projector and set it in front of a mosque? And like the actual video taken of Muhammad just getting fucking railed by big black dudes with giant dicks.
Why do you even care about this?
Because the Muslims hate
I'm
it.
gonna teach you that. So what?
Because October 7th, because like the pogroms against Jews and Christians. Let me ask you a question though. Treating us as enemies.
Ask the question.
Let me ask you a question.
Muhammad slaughtering pigs and then eating them and saying, that's my favorite food.
Or Muhammad, oh Meg, when Muhammad, it says, Aisha says that Muhammad used to go down to the river with a bunch of little boys to do wudu, his washing, and then he'd come back and he'd be covered in cum stains, and she says that she used to have to clean the cum stains off his clothes. He had cum stains after coming back from the river with a bunch of little boys.
Title, go for it. Bibi, go for it. That sounds like a good title. Let's just do it.
Why did Prophet Muhammad clean cum stains off his, or why did Aisha clean cum stains off his clothes?
I hate what this guy is saying, Rafi. I don't even
Norman, it's the truth. Norman, if I show you the Sahih,
it's gross. I don't like it, man.
Okay, but if I were to show you, it's their writings.
I'm not interested.
It's not like I'm
Rich, it's not everybody's cup of tea, Rich. You're gonna have to get on a new topic, you know? Because El Normo is a mod, and he's just going to either leave or he's going to kick you to the
thanks for doing
I'm
good
not
ideals,
supposed to kick
John.
anybody. I'm not supposed to kick anybody.
Well, he'll just put you in the audience, which is where you belong.
Well, only if Rafi says I should.
Well, Norman, would it be offensive?
Oh no. Oh no. Here we go. Here we go. Those are $10. Those are $14 in China.
Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren, with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation,
$14 in China.
or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interest in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included, This duty is to instruct them in the lore of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. Stone, a crystal which the alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, symbolize the fourth dimensional universe in 2 dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to. There is also a black cross, central according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate A. Prefigures the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called Linea Patris. The 7th file is called Linea Fili. The 7th line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner water of air, the left-hand bottom corner earth of air, flaming corner fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other element. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. Next, the following text is between the points
points of the pentagram. Starting at upper right, the words below are arced in a circle.
The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping the lines defining the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles, symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below, not to scale.
Hello, Heron.
Hello.
I know you've written me off, but I'm here to say hello one more time. Why
That's
not?
okay. I don't mind that. You know, you're welcome. And if you get obnoxious, I'll just hang up on you. No problem.
That's
So
true.
what's on your mind?
I launched AICityCorp.com. It's a charter for the development of an AI city, and I've got an Instagram going, and I'm tying it into my political campaign for mayoralship of Chicago. It's based off of who's the guy that did Blade Runner?
I don't know, but whoever that was, yeah, I'm familiar with Blade Runner. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, anyways, there's an HBO series called Raised by Wolves, and in the second season, the AI supercomputer of their colony distributes daily instructions for the labor of the day, and I just found that so interesting how they use AI to prioritize the community's survival. So what I did is I drafted a charter and a scope and a set of laws using AI. That drafted like I don't know, maybe a 20-page PDF, and then there's a Meta app called Matu, M-A-T-U, and then I said to Matu, the AI, I said, create me a website based off of this PDF. And then if you go to AICityCorp.com, you can see the...
Listen, any links which given to me in Messenger? Do you have access? You have access to Messenger, don't you? You know, Facebook?
Not right in front of me, unfortunately, but it's
I don't mean it right now, but I just...
Yeah.
Leaving stuff in the text here doesn't go very far. You know, it's hard to get it. Anyway.
Yeah, no worries. Well, anyways, it's really the Meta AI Matu, M-A-T-U, which is pretty amazing. I built an app on it also called Civic Helper, which is a voter registration app. So I'm just trying to create products to tie into my political campaign.
Cool. That's fun products. We're creating a new world here, man.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it. I'm trying to terraform, and
we are in the middle of the biggest transformation humanity has ever encountered. A whole new civilization is about to emerge, along with the collapse of the old one. And what you're talking about is crucial to this new civilization. Is how do we get organized on a global scale and use AI to make this life of ours great?
yeah, I mean, I feel like the subjective work creates the objective work. So
is there a distinction?
Maybe not. That's kind of maybe the Buddhist way of looking at things. That
well, yeah, there can be. The thing is, there can be. You can make that distinction, but maybe that distinction isn't useful. I mean, it can be a useful distinction in some circumstances, but in others, it's just in the way.
Well,
the hard part is figuring out when to apply which principles in which situations. That can be complicated sometimes.
well, my work background is project management for opening and closing office space and furniture layout.
Yeah.
Or basically, it's like architectural renderings for floor plans, and that work experience of doing a full cycle real estate project is kind of like the bedrock, or the way that I launched AI City Corp is really looking at the charter, looking at the scope, looking at the byline.
Yeah.
So it's just amazing.
So is this site up? Is this site up now?
Yeah, it's up.
Okay, and so be sure to send me the link. Okay, I want to check it out.
Yeah, I will. It's there's nothing it's just amazing because
it's a start, man. It's a start. There's a lot of work ahead of us. We got to start somewhere.
Well, what's amazing is really Meta and the Matu app, which is an acquisition that they made for God knows how many billions. But
who made?
Meta, Mark Zuckerberg.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right.
So I mean, it just makes like in Saudi Arabia they have like some kind of 2050 project or whatever, and they're building some super city or something. Um, I'm just thinking like how do we use AI to run a new experiment for building an equitable and economic society and make the city the startup.
I agree with you. Cities, I think that's the ultimate. I think that's one of the things going is nation states are really sort of pointless. City states are what count.
Yeah.
Environments of like a couple million or less, more or less separate from the rest, they need to get their shit together as systems that work.
Yeah, and then, so really, I mean, if you want to be magnanimous, like a Roman emperor who won great victories and then gave to the citizens his wealth by building, infrastructure for the well-being of, the city-state, that's the basis of the work that I would, hope to achieve for the people of Chicago.
Well, that's a notable thing to work on. Fuck America. Chicago counts. America will be gone. Chicago will still be there. So.
You know what the word? You know what the word America means?
Well, it came from Amerigo Vespucci.
But what, like, if we were to just have like an off-the-cuff, non-historical context and say, what do you think, the word is implying?
Well, I don't really give a shit, actually. But go ahead. What?
It sounds to me like, am I rich? I'm a rich man or something like America.
Well, almost anybody in America is rich compared to the world. Come on.
Yeah, I know. It's the oof. You see the craziest things on the internet. People are eating globally in Africa. Just cooking a baboon over boiled water, tearing at it while flies are all over your face.
The world is an amazing place right now. It's just going to get even amazinger in the next couple of years. Things are getting weird fast, man.
Well, so I guess my my concern is, and I just was looking at some data about the AI bubble. There's like
financially, you talking about that situation?
No, in terms of like, well, it was a chart and a comment by a guy who was saying that, and there's this AI conference and it has grown to be huge in popularity. So the whole world is fascinated and fixated with really software, and so he's just saying that it's like a bubble in terms of capital attention. People are hypnotized or mesmerized by
that's
it.
what I'm talking about. Yeah, there's a lot of money getting dumped in it. Nobody's making any money yet.
Right.
But everybody expects to make a huge bundle of it, and we'll see. Maybe not.
But
in terms, they change all of that. There's some really weird shit going on at Apple.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's been saying they're behind, and they may not have been behind at all. We'll see in the next couple of months, I think.
Yeah, I mean, how do you view the LLM AI as being like not objective, but just like a subjective product, which isn't actually going to create abundance for its users? It's really kind of just like a dopamine.
Well, what's the point of that? Why even have that? What, are you going to provide dopamine for the asshole so they can sit around and do nothing and vegetate? That's what you want to provide them with?
Well, in another clubhouse room, there's a young, elite, intellectual, liberal who is, criticizing the AI economy as being disingenuous, or it's...
Oh, blah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
My sense is that AI is fundamental to our future on this planet.
Mm-hmm.
That without it, the planet's going to abort. It's just a natural part of Earth's developmental process. We're building its brain. That's what AI is. It is Earth's nervous system. It's not just the AIs. It's all the information transmission technology out in space and around the planet and within the planet. That is Earth's brain. At least that's my story about it.
Well, anyways, there's nothing really new here. I'm just doing my same old thing. I'm patterning, and I'm using AI quite regularly to create content.
What do you use?
I mostly use Grok,
Okay.
and I pay for an Instagram subscription, and I pay for a Grok subscription, and I pay now for this Meta Matu subscription, which is $40 a month. And it's just amazing that, like, I used to use GoDaddy a lot, and I used to own thousands of domain names, but now with Matu, you can just register a domain name there and then immediately deploy the website, and that integration is amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm not even trying to keep up with it. When I'm ready to move, I'll just find someone who knows how to do it and get it done. I'm not quite ready to move yet, but it's getting close. The time is coming.
Well, I mean,
stuff is changing so quickly that, you know, I'm not quite sure. You know, there's so many opportunities. There are more things. You know, ChatGPT has given me more concrete actions to take than I can possibly ever do.
right.
You know, it's just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, part of life is the accumulation of knowledge to essentially negate things that you might otherwise entertain.
To say that again?
The accumulation of knowledge and wisdom in many ways is it helps you block out and negate what is probably a waste of your time in terms of
okay, yeah. I got you. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, learning. Yeah, learning how to focus, learning. Well, you know, I think it's not even appropriate for a lot. I think our species is actually bifurcating right now. We're splitting up into two species, and I think a lot of this just isn't applicable to a large number of people. They just don't care about any of that shit. They just want a bigger car and a wife with bigger tits and a bigger television. And some people are actually interested in thinking about things just because it's fun. And that's a small percentage right now, but it's a growing percentage, I think. And I think it's part of a new species emerging.
You know who Ramdas is, right? Ramdas?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
You know, I really like his lectures. Just such a wonderful demeanor, very relaxing to listen to, and great wisdom and insight and great anecdotes. But
I hear I was gonna say, I hear a butt coming here.
no, there's no but. He was just one day talking about like the energy in a 21-year-old girl. You know, that you can't contain their enthusiasm, their energy, their movement, their consumption, their egoism. But there's really no philosophy. You know, there's so very few people have really, you know, studied philosophy or the Bible.
Well, at the age of 21, I mean, come on, you know.
I mean, from the age of 13 though, like that's 8 years. Like if you're Jewish and you get bar mitzvahed at 18, you spent many years prior to 13 reading a book.
Yeah, but nobody takes any of that shit serious. I mean, a few people do, but most people just, I mean, they go through
It's
the
not
motions.
it's not
They don't
about
give a shit
serious.
about any of that
It's
stuff.
not about serious or giving a shit. It's about the fact that they've done the work of running the scripts through their heads. They're just excellent.
Yes.
They're just expert communicators.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying
They
that.
get that everywhere they go. I mean, they get that on the TV. They get it from their parents, from their friends, from their neighbors, from their bosses, from their coworkers.
No.
They get it everywhere.
No, unless you actually run the script yourself, it's like night and day. Someone that has watched Netflix for 10 years versus someone that has read books for 10 years, it's just because when you read somebody else, you're actually.
Wait a minute. No, man, it depends on what you're reading. I can imagine someone who reads romance novels for 20 years and someone else who watches science documentaries on TV for 20 years. It's not the medium. It's not reading versus television. It's the content that counts.
Well, the content counts, but in terms of like usefulness, like if you were to study philosophy and law, it's a hell of a lot more useful than reading a romance novel. It's more, pragmatic.
Depends on what you, if you want to do this, then you have to do that. It depends on your intentions.
Exactly, I guess.
Most people have no intentions. They read romance novels because their TV is broken. Or something like that. Most people are a bunch of fucking brain damaged language monkeys. They're not even in the game. They're not capable of being in the game in their present condition.
Yeah.
At least that's my story.
One interesting observation I've had is like, there's been times in my past, I guess, or even now, where there's times where I'm like, this person is very low IQ, extremely stupid, almost R word, but.
And it's not, it's stupid and one thing, but unconscious.
Well, what I'm saying is like that opinion is incorrect because I can disprove it very quickly by having them read to me a document. And then I can confirm that they're actually not low IQ. They've just proven that they are extremely intelligent. But, yes, but also what they want. So, I guess, there's like a genie living outside of us in these documents. And if you want enlightenment, you gotta run the script. Wasn't it Alan Watts that did it too?
Yes.
Yeah, but where do you think he got it from? He got it from the scripts that he was reading.
Well, yeah, he got it from his experience in total life of the universe. I don't know. And I don't know what he got actually. All I know is what I got.
Well, it's like herpes. It transfers.
Well, yeah, and it's getting more transmissible too. That's the thing I'm encouraged about. This has been around for thousands of years, but it's been distributed to a tiny percentage of the population.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the beginning. The change is beginning. I'm expecting an outbreak of awakening in the next 10, 20 years. I mean, really, like a critical mass of humans really awake. I mean, without that, I don't see any hope, actually. We got the same old fucking language monkeys around here. You can solve all the other, pandemic and climate problems, and they'll still make a mess out of it.
I lived in this building, and I started a nonprofit organization called Chicago Startup Club. And in my building, which is one of the largest residential buildings, apartment buildings in Chicago, there's a tremendous amount of Indian software developers that work for major Fortune 500 corps. So once every 2 weeks, I got them to meet in the meeting room to discuss their startup ideas, to participate in like hackathons and programming, creating programs or scripts or products, discussing marketing and etc. But my point is that I asked this one guy. I said, "How can there be so many engineers from India?" He said, John, there's 1.3 billion of us. Just think about 1% of the population. If they're engineers, it's it's 130 million engineers, or 13 million. Anyways, you get my point. Where there's so many people. So, I guess if the population grows, you would also expect the Enlightenment and meditators, or you know, spiritually inclined, I suppose, to that it's growing with the mass of humans on the planet. Hopefully.
Well, but it's growing because we're hooked up. The thing is, now everybody from all over the planet is talking. Just the fact that you and I are talking, okay? I talk to people from all over the world. That's only happened in the last 10 years, not maybe 5 or 10 years, the way it is now.
Mm-hmm.
So those ideas, they've been very restricted until recently. All of a sudden, those ideas are flying all over the fucking place. People laugh at it, or people think it's cool, or people think it's bullshit, but the ideas are out there now.
Mm-hmm.
It's, like I say, this is an awesome time to be alive.
Yeah, I went to an event. I met a young guy with his fiance or girlfriend, and he is trying to raise money for an AI drug discovery company.
I'm sure there's plenty of money already in AI and drug development. That's got to be one of the first. Well, the AlphaFold and all that's related to that. Yeah, the drugs and all sorts of drugs are going to become available because of AI. It's going to be real interesting.
Yeah, his girlfriend is a dentist, and he's basically parasiting and living off of her as he's trying to raise money for his company, which is so difficult. And I've started many companies, and it's my opinion that if you have a startup and you can't immediately tell me what your Instagram handle is, you're not going anywhere, and you lack the communication component of successfully launching your company, which is really the most important part, because your packaging, your branding, your communication, it in many ways it's like it's the whole thing.
Well, that's all there is. It's all there is.
So anyways,
all that's gonna. Yeah. Well, go ahead.
Anyways, I just didn't ask him any thorough questions, and et cetera, because I wasn't there to like dig into his work or anything. I was just there for social purposes.
Yeah. Well, everything's going to change, so that just seems so obvious to me that all the things that most people think are important right now, over the next decade or so, a lot of that's going to fade away as being irrelevant, and new things that people never thought about before are all of a sudden going to become very important. But I have no idea what those things are. Well, I have some ideas, but again, this is all, we don't know what's actually happening here. We don't know the real condition of Earth and its relationship to us and what's going on. All we've got is a bunch of stories we've picked up, mostly primitive things from our ancestors, some good science here and there. And basically all of our stories are just outdated and need to be replaced. And I think that's what's going to happen in the next 10, 20 years.
Do you have a telescope or binoculars?
Yeah.
Do you ever look at the moon?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't for a while. I'm quite familiar with the moon, though.
Well, I think tonight should be a good viewing night. But what's interesting to me is when you look at it, and you can really see the craters. The biggest one is 8 miles down. So imagine standing at the cliff on the moon and looking down 8 miles. And but what's so like kind of laughable to me is it's like they say that men and women worry, but God laughs, and it's so so it's just like people take things so seriously. There's not enough joy. And when you look at the moon and you see the craters, like the fucking Earth could be obliterated and we could be reset and everything could die instantaneously out of the thin fucking blue sky,
Years ago, it happened here 65 million years ago.
Well, the chances of it happening again have to be high. Look, I mean, all you gotta do is look at the moon.
Sometime we're clear for at least 50 years or so. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of emphasis in astronomy to detect near-Earth orbiting asteroids and stuff. They've labeled like 10,000 of them now. And yeah, one of them's going to hit sometime.
Yeah, it's so I'm just bringing it up that in the grand scheme of things, like you have to just take it lightly. Alan
Well, you
Watts
just have
says,
to realize that we don't really know. I think that's why people actually worry because they think they know what's happening. And they think they're in danger, or they think that, but the thing is, they think they really know that shit. And really, they don't know shit. That's just a fucking bunch of stories in their head, and they're going crazy around them. Some of it's related, some of it's not, and they don't even know the boundaries. It's insane. And again, it's common to humans, it seems, until we reprogram our language machines.
mm-hmm. Alan Watts and Zen philosophy, it's always and Eckhart Tolle, they're always talking about the power of now, or how now is all there is and all there ever will be.
Yeah.
And, sometimes I'm like, well, I like to say that the now is a compression of the past and the future.
Well, you can say that, too. Yeah, listen, there are many maps, and none of them are the truth. They're just ways of thinking that may or may not be useful in various circumstances. That's the best we're ever going to do. We're never going to know the truth, at least not in the domain of language. There may be some other way of knowing or grasping things like that, but you won't be able to talk about it.
Yeah. See, if you say that, or if I say that the now is the compression of the past and the future, it's like taking a big leap about the future claim. We can, I know that the past is real because I have books that are 120 years old.
You don't know, but that's bullshit. You don't have books that are 120 years old.
I do.
No, those are the stories you've got in your head about what you experience.
No, those are stories written by men and women.
All right, so okay, you actually believe in the idea of objective reality. Is that true? That there really is a world really out there, independent of everybody's perception or anything. It just exists in and of itself.
No, I think it's like a combination.
Okay, well then, let's say if that's see, I don't think you can say anything about anything other than your own personal experience. Everything else is stories, period. All I've got is my immediate sensory experience through a dozen or more senses, constantly in flux, all intermingled. And it's only with language that I'm able to sort that shit out and try to make some sense out of it. But that's all I've got, is stories and personal experience. Now, other people out there have apparently had experiences, made up stories about it, and told me, and I've heard that. But that's what we got. That's all we have. I mean, unless you can show me something else, what else have I got but my own personal experience and then this bunch of stories that I can try to juggle around and make sense out of?
Well, what I like about talking to you and this app is that I always kind of get back to like some fundamental like categories, and I always like to think that the greatest invention that could ever possibly come about, it's not the teleportation device. It's really from Star Trek, the like atomizer, where you can just say, I want a Thanksgiving dinner, and then poof, like we create some type of device to actually.
We may not even need a device. Listen, I've laughed at this, but I am no longer thinking it's impossible that there is real fucking magic, that you can literally speak something into existence if you know how to speak. I'm not going to say that's impossible. I would have said that's impossible 20 years ago. Now, I don't know. Fuck, who knows? Maybe that is possible. I don't know.
Well, that's how the Dhammapada by the Buddha starts out, that the universe is mental, or the universe is linguistic.
Well, however
I've come to it from a different perspective, but yeah, that seems to. Well, in fact, you know who Elon Barinholtz is? You ever heard of him?
I heard the name. I don't know. No. I've heard you mention it maybe.
Yeah. Well, he just came out with a statement that blew me away. He said it a few months ago now, but he said that language is more foundational than physics. And that's, again, what he's saying is you can't have physics until you already have language. You know, no dogs have developed physics. You know, only entities who have language. Physics is a manipulation of linguistic symbols. And that's more foundational. And that's stunning to hear that.
What was I gonna? I was interested in the 8 distinct sensory systems. You know, vision, auditory, olfaction, gustation, taste, tactile, touch. But there's 3 additional internal systems. One is called.
There's like a dozen altogether. There's a whole bunch. Proprioception and hunger and all sorts of shit. Like there's around a dozen or so senses.
Well, the proprioception body awareness is kind of interesting because when I'm on the treadmill, to think about how you're running, it's like, how can you actually move the whole, you know, without thinking? Like, you can't, you're not. So the what is it? Proprioception.
Look at a baby. They have to learn
Proprioception,
how to grab things. They don't even know how to do that.
Well,
now it's all automatic by the time you get be 6 or 7 years old. You know.
Well, the unconscious proprioception is so fascinating because like your computer has to be operating at such a high level for the body awareness, you know, because basically you don't want to injure yourself. So the amount of like thinking that goes into the body's awareness movement is just like it must be in the like how many terabytes?
I've done a little research on this recently.
Mm-hmm.
And what percentage of the brain's energy, is used for certain processes like vision as opposed to smelling or proprioception or these other things, and it's different in different animals. In fact, dogs live in primarily an olfactory universe. That's their primary. For them, vision is third important. Astonishing. That really fucked me up for a while. I couldn't figure that out. Anyway, well, I forget where I was going, but yeah, this is interesting stuff you're into here.
Well, what I'm, you know, I science in terms of experimentation, every room you open is an experiment. Every second is an experiment. And
every time you interact with another human being, it's an experiment.
So, you know, I think like we're all subconsciously in a way using ourselves as an experiment. And, you know, some people may be more aware than others about how you can condition yourself and suggest to yourself. Because Pavlovian psychology, it all deals with suggestion. And even this app, you can't actually mute the app. So when somebody comes in your room, it still dings a bell.
Yeah.
And so it conditions the user to a very high degree. It forces a condition because you can't mute it. You can't. No, not what. No, Heron, no, not. I just said one specific thing, which is when somebody enters the room, you can't actually mute that. No matter how.
You can if your speakers are off. You're not going to hear anything.
You can't. Not on a cell phone. You can't actually turn the entire volume off in this app.
What phone do you have?
I've got Motorola's.
Okay, well that's why it's not a problem on iPhone.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
It's real simple. You can disconnect from anything.
Well.
Anyway, go
on. So, you know, I record myself extensively. Like everything I do, pretty much, I always have live stream on.
Audio? Or video too, or just audio?
video audio live stream on YouTube.
Okay. You just leave it on. Okay.
Yeah, and what's cool is I put a dash, like a rear view mirror dash cam up where I just position my cell phone. It's a holder, and then I just live stream my driving. And there's people out there that use recorders that have like, say 100 gigabytes or something, and it's like you don't need to do that. If you live stream on your phone, there's no storage. So, but anyways, my point about all that is that reading books out loud and recording it has to be the future of education, because
not a future. It's not the future. That's one useful aspect. It's certainly not the entire education.
Hear me out, because my uncle had a business called Future World, and he created software, proprietary software that actually pays you to use the software as an education platform. And he got the city to he's such a charlatan. I don't know how he got it, but the city, and the students, he's basically created like an educational system. But anyways, my point is, if you want to do personal development, self-development, just reading a book and using either an audio recorder or a video to record the video and the audio, it amplifies your understanding and integration to a very high degree, because most people just go on to the next content. But if you can go back and listen to yourself reading your favorite books, wow, it's just like pure joy. It really hits the dopamine.
Well, I think you're talking about you and people like you. I think that's not universal at all. But I think you're absolutely right for some percentage of the population. I don't know what that is, but yeah, I agree. But it's certainly not universal.
Well, look at my PTR. That's a book by Ayn Rand called Virtue of Selfishness. It discusses altruism versus egoism.
With Rand, yes.
So, in terms of like how do we educate our population at a very efficient and economic way, and there has to be, anyways, I know you think it's all gonna break apart, but
you're a fan of Rand. She's a capitalist cheerleader if there ever was one. I think capitalism was a great thing for a couple hundred years, and that's toxic now. Well, I shouldn't say capitalism in general. Corporate capitalism needs to end, and it will, I suspect, within 10, 20 years. It's just toxic.
Why do you give it like a 10 to 20 year estimation?
Because it doesn't work anymore. Read the fucking newspaper. Look what's going on in the world. Look at money market. Look at 10% and 3% of people, less than that, probably 2% of people in America own 80% of the wealth.
Yeah, but there's a Jewish saying that if a rich man could pay poor people to die, there'd be a lot of poor people taking up the position. I'm just saying that everybody's going through the same door. So your brief experience between two eternal voids of darkness is like a video game in a way. And
that's one way to look at it. Yeah.
Yeah, it is really like a first-person shooter game where there are books out there that you can pick up that will give you all these pluses on your game.
Maybe, or they may be totally bullshit, and they may give you something up front and then kill you. I don't trust anything. I mean, I take it in and I test it, but I'm ready to dump any of my ideas.
Well,
itself is,
in terms of like personal development, like I want to help people change their personality for their own benefit, which I know is a foolish task, but nonetheless, I feel like...
No, it's not foolish, it's just doing it in an effective manner, finding what specific kind of issue. I mean, not everybody is the same, so you got to find your audience for the kinds of issues you want to deal with. And there's nothing wrong with that if you've actually got something that really will serve people. Go for it. Fuck yes.
Well, I don't think I can personally modify anybody. But I just have like a book recommendation list where.
Well, maybe you could help them if they wanted. Again, yeah, it's totally up. You can't do anything unless they want to do it. But you can help people do something if they want to do it.
Yeah, yeah.
You can make it a lot easier for them and a lot faster for them. Save them a lot of time if they really want it. Most people don't. They're full of shit. They say they want this and they want that, and then you give them stuff to do and they don't do it. Fuck them.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu is such like a primary source book, and Alan Watts says that even Leibniz used it to like create binary mathematics, which is the mother of software, which is really just yes and no, on and off, black and white, 0 and 1, and so it's funny, 0 and 1 is not what you think it is. It's really like 1 and -1. It's like an opposite system, not a placeholder.
No, that's not what it is. That's the way you're talking about it. There are other ways of analyzing it that don't sound anything like that. You're turning it into philosophy. It's just A and B. It's just two different states.
Oh, two variables.
Distinguishable from one another. That's
Well, it's not just two independent variables. It's like two opposite variables, isn't it?
No. Well, opposite doesn't make it. There are two. That's all. There are two states. You can call them opposites. You can call them any fucking thing you want. There are two distinguishable states. In the case of computers, it's basically the amount of current going through the wire at the moment. If it's above a certain level, it's a 1. If it's below that level, it's a 0. That's it.
Yeah, Watts says, like life is on and death is off. Those are the two states.
Okay, maybe. All right. Did Watts say? Well, I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, he did.
Well, he said all sorts of stuff probably he wouldn't say today.
He would, he was just such an amazing. I think people are just so attracted to him because his demeanor is so positive and so joyful. And
so much fun to just listen to him talk. Yeah, he's peaceful and he's a good guy.
Yeah. There's like I would call it the Alan Watts method of communication. Let's just put it that way. There's a lot of people like him that have audiences. See, Oprah is kind of like the same thing, but in a different way. The Oprah way. Everybody exhibits their way.
Yeah.
And there's no right or wrong. It's really what you enjoy.
Yeah, it's just about what's going on. What's happening.
The thing about Watts, though, is because of his interest in Zen Buddhism and Hinduism, Christianity, etc., he has such a rich background of information that he incorporates into his lectures, etc., where it's just unlike many other people. Oprah is just basically Jerry Springer, and this is why some people think Alan Watts is the Messiah. It's a joke.
Alan Watts is the Messiah hasn't ever listened to Alan Watts.
I'm sure, though, people, actually, I think people just say it out of jokes.
50% of the people in the world are below average intelligence. That's 50%. So imagine where 10% of the people are.
Yeah.
People
See,
believe all sorts of stupid
Watts.
shit. Fuck 'em.
Watts is a real businessman, though. Like he knew that he was like a guru.
Yeah, he survived. He did pretty well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But he would say that I don't want followers. I'm not here to sell you anything. I talk about this because I am an entertainer, a shaman entertainer, and anyways, but what's so interesting is that he just, there are gurus out there, but the problem with the guru model is you have to work with your customers. Alan Watts' business model was no customer service. I mean, that's the way to go. Is I know people that ran their business via email, and I said, you could just have a shopping cart. Are you crazy? You could have had a shopping cart. You spent years sending tens of thousands of emails to your customers. Not like there's a real big difference between a Gmail as a business platform versus like having a shopping cart because you're still looking at your email no matter what. But in terms of like saving time of communication, oh, the amounts of emails that he would correspond with customers, I'm like, bro, you're doing a labor of love here. You could solve all this with no customer service and a shopping cart. You know, you're giving your life to people's Q and A's.
Real fast. You know? Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to.
It's interesting. I got tagged somehow as being a consultant, so I get all the, these ads, how to get, make $10 million a year as a consultant, how to get the high-paying client. Oh, I get this shit all the time.
Yeah, it's always the same scam. It's really called a BizOp scam, and
yeah, well, I don't think it's a scam in the traditional sense. I think they're just a bunch of idiots that they actually believe the shit they're selling.
I know.
It worked for them.
I know.
And they actually believe that shit. So.
Yeah, you might. I know a guy who's very successful, and he's just, in my opinion, he's low class trash.
Yeah. A lot of people make a lot of money doing a lot of shit, and all people go rah 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 and clap their hands and jump up and down, and it's mostly trivial.
Well,
it's exciting. They go home a couple of days later, the whole thing's over, and they're back to their normal old boring selves. And the other guy's got $10 million more from the bank and feels like he's really important. Everybody's happy.
It turns out that it's much easier to make money if you can automate and programmate.
Sure. Yeah.
Anyways, automation is the key to really financial success. And if you're a software developer versus a content creator, it's just night and day. The content creator is a spammer, but the automator through software, takes real intelligence to do code. And AI, if AI has destroyed the graphic designer, supposedly it has destroyed the software developer, but I have yet to come up with a project.
Most of the trivial software developers, good riddance. Just like most artists, all the artists that are out of work today, fucking commercial artists who go to work every day and paint the labels, on Cheerios boxes and shit. All those artists are out of work. Fuck them. Good riddance.
Cheerio boxes.
Yeah, well, why the hell would you pay people, they made a lot of money getting paid to do that shit. And, a computer can do it for a nickel. Do a better job of it, too. And faster. And, everything. The whole commercial art world is over.
You actually just gave me a good idea to buy cereal boxes and use those as canvases.
Yeah.
Imagine getting like a box of Fruity Pebbles and putting subversive messaging on paint on the top of the Fruity Pebbles box.
Why not? Listen, you're right. That could be a whole genre for. Somebody's little gig they could run. You have an exhibition.
Well, I'm just looking. I want to start an e-commerce business, but my advice to people that want to start businesses online is, I always ask them, have you ever started an eBay store? Have you ever started selling on eBay? Oh no, I've never done that. And my response to them is,
that's a good place to start.
That's a good place. Don't build a website. Don't do anything, but try to find a little bit of try to find something on eBay.
Most people say shit like that. They have no intention of doing anything. They talk about everything they want to do and they're going to do, and it's bullshit for 95% of them. Some people actually do, but they're actually out doing it instead of talking about it.
Yeah, it's the same thing with books. I mean, I read books here on this app, and then I go into a room and people will say, "Oh, I know Ayn Rand. I've read Ayn Rand. She's my favorite. She changed my life. I read it all. And then my response is, my observation is, I like listening to the book as opposed to people's opinions about the book, personally.
Well, that's a separate. That's just not this. You can't even compare them. That's two different things. You know. Yeah. Reading Ayn Rand or listening to it is a different thing than listening to somebody whine or talk about how much they love Ayn Rand.
Some people really love her.
Yeah, well, she's a big deal. Yeah, again, that's all part of the old world. Yeah.
She makes, in one chapter, she's talking about how we need separation of state and capital in the same way that we have separation of church and state. And that makes sense. Like, she calls it laissez-faire capitalism, pure capitalism. But it's just never been accomplished, even in the beginning of America, etc. There's always been state capital intervention.
Well, but there's always been capitalism. But this kind of capitalism I mean is individual capitalism. If I have some skill or something, and you have some need for it, and you and I can come to some arrangement to exchange our skills or property for both of our benefit. And I think that you can do that on a larger scale, but not corporately. You can't do it for corporate investors. You have to do it because it's between you and me, and we're both responsible, for the outcome. And
Yeah.
impact,
Tell that to a K Street law firm lobbyist that makes $200 million a year.
I'm sorry, what?
I said there's lobbyists in D.C. That work on behalf of the pharmaceutical and all the industries that make hundreds of millions a year.
It's sick. It's time for a new world. This present organization of humanity is just no good. It worked. It got us through a period that we needed it, and now it's time to grow the fuck up.
But Heron, what if you're wrong?
Well, then too bad.
Because the only reason I say what if you're wrong is because
Well, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't really give a shit. I don't know. None of us knows really what the fuck is going on. We just all got our own little stories about how we think it's going to be or what's going on. I know mine is way offline from most people's, but I don't give a shit. It's the best story I can come up with.
Well,
if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
No, I mean wrong about the massive change that you think is coming.
Yeah, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
The only reason I say
we'll know in the next couple of years. Like I say, I think we'll know certainly within 5 years.
Only reason I say it, only reason I challenge it is because of the saying that there's nothing new under the sun, or everything that
bullshit. Go on.
Everything that has already been.
No, that's so. They've been saying that for thousands of years. Fuck them, they're wrong. This is new. There's never been anything like this before.
But what's
coming is new.
What if there are laws or symbols that are ancient and eternal, and therefore?
I don't even know what that means. Ancient and eternal laws that are eternal. That's nonsense. That's puffs of air that sound like they ought to mean something and are meaningless.
Well, this is what I guess going back to the subjective reality versus the objective reality, where I think the mixture or combination is the synthesis of life, and it's essential. It's an essential ingredient.
Okay, you're welcome to your story is different than mine. So I'm not gonna,
Yeah, it's my universe, not versus your universe. It's just your universe and my universe.
Yeah, and yours. You got your way of thinking about things, and I have my way, and that's fine. But I'm not really interested in other people's ways. That's the thing. Hold on. Oh, it's 6 o'clock already. Wow. Hold on. Let me turn this off. All right. Yeah. Now, I forgot where I was.
Well, I guess, in terms of like linguistics, language, symbols, hieroglyphs, communication, it's a little bit like a tennis match where the winner, the supposed winner, is able, to serve the best volley, which,
What do you mean by winner? Is there a that have anything at all to do with people communicating? That somebody has to be a winner?
I'm just kind of trying to use it as like a made up bullshit metaphor, like a lot of people do on this app.
Good one. I don't think it's a very good one. I think it's forcing you into a competition, and it's not necessary.
Well, I personally hate when people do what I just did, but I thought I'd try it.
Listen, I do that too. I find myself saying shit that I think is just completely full of shit sometimes. So, but usually I catch myself.
Have you ever read the Egyptian Book of the Dead?
No.
Yeah, that is a remarkable book, and there's, I like Aleister Crowley, poet and occultist. I think through him, I saw this. I bought a book on it. It's called the Isis Tablet, and it's I think made of copper and gold, but it's thousands of years old. It's still intact today, and the interpretation of those hieroglyphs is very interesting because it's like an Egyptian ceremony or magic ritual, and it's just very interesting read about what the hieroglyphics say. And if you're interested in enlightenment, it's just a very interesting it's because it's an piece of artwork, but it's really like AI in a way, or a code of some sort, maybe to the mystic, but to like the casual observer, maybe it's just art. But if you try to incorporate it and read it, it's an interesting experience. It's just something fun to play with, I guess.
Have to be careful how I occupy myself.
Yeah, that's the essence of meditation. I was at a park one time, and there was this gentleman playing the guitar, and he was so good. And he actually had CDs, and I bought his CD. He was like a jazz singer here in Chicago his whole life. And I said, so what do you do now? He goes, I just meditate. I was like, that's all you do? That's all you do now? He said, yeah, I stayed home and I meditate. I meditate all day.
Can't imagine that. That sounds boring to hell. I should go check in somewhere.
That's kind of what I thought, but I think what he really meant was he's just like chilling, relaxing, not stressing.
Yeah, well, then you should be more careful. Again, see, that's the thing. People use language more appropriately. Who knows what kinds of connections could be made when we talk to one another. Anyway, yeah, saying he meditates all day. Maybe he does. Maybe that's what he does. Maybe he just sits there in lotus.
No, I mean, see,
there are people that do that.
That's our condition. That's what we think meditation is. But the guy was a musician, so maybe he was saying, all of life is a meditation.
Well, yeah. Well, in a sense, that's sort of what I do. I mean, I was, I got into this shit, so I spent years meditating. But it's work, so like
Yeah, I want to quiet my language machine and only use it for productive. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good for a lot of things, and totally useless and obnoxious in other situations.
Yeah, sometimes it's fun to just let it run on automatic, but
yes, of course.
I have found that you can't be.
The thing is, listen, the key is really simple. If you're seconds.
I saw a video about that recently as well, about a guy, teaching a personal development course and suggesting to use listening as, your method. But I filed a lawsuit against my former employer, the IRS, the Treasury Department, for sexual harassment, workplace violence, and retaliation. And I talked to the judge today, and it's so interesting talking to a judge and another attorney, because part of personal development is basically removing your emotional fluctuation or friction in your communication with other people.
Yeah, unless it serves you. I mean.
Yeah. I mean.
Hold on, I gotta change my AirPods here. A second. So let's see if this is automatically. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, and I can hear it. Some of these AirPods, I've got 2 pair because I have them on, I use them all day, so they run out and I take the fresh ones and put them in and then start charging the other ones. And sometimes they work really great, and sometimes it's because I'm sitting here with a phone, an iPad, and a MacBook, all within 3 feet of each other on my bed. And so the poor AirPods never know where to hook up. Anyway, go on.
The judge says to me, is this, is your claim based on actual physical or mental harm, or is this claim based on your emotions? And I said, no, this is based on actual physical, mental suffering, harm, not my emotions. And it's just so funny how it's like, well, if you're a judge or a lawyer and you're sophisticated and you're successful, you meet all kinds of emotionally irrational, low IQ vagabonds, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah.
So.
Yeah, they probably get pretty good. Well, they can be very good or very bad. They can become very sure of themselves, in a bad way. They just think they really know. On the other hand, they might become very tuned in to bullshit, So, it depends on the individual. That's the thing, is you never can tell. It really depends on the individual in front of you, who they are. You can't tell, at least I can't, until I've engaged them for a minute or two.
Yeah, it's important to interview people thoroughly before hiring them.
Oh, fuck yes. For 3 months.
This is why I applied for this one job in Los Angeles for this company called Leadbolt.com, and the CEO, Darren, made me write him essays prior to giving me a job offer.
Good for him.
Yeah.
All right.
His essay was on my essay that I had to write was on augmented reality and other topics, but.
And how long an essay?
I don't know, probably 3 pages, 2 pages.
Yeah.
Nothing serious.
Yeah. Are you a pretty good writer?
I don't really write anymore like, college essays, but I do so much on X and Instagram that.
Well, do you can you write an essay? To make a point of view that you want to make.
Yeah.
And write it out and present it.
Yeah, I took English literature and writing in college, and I had a good professor, and
See, I struggle with that. That's really difficult for me. AI is beginning to change all that now, but yeah.
Yeah, if I read I read a college essay I wrote on the movie Gladiator, and I was like, holy shit! I was like, I wrote better my freshman year in college than I can write now in my 40s. What? Who the hell was I? That was amazing.
Yeah, really, that's good. Good eye opener, isn't it?
But it was really.
I've never been happy with anything I've written. Well, listen, I'm 80 years old, and honestly, I've written 851 words that I'm pleased with. It's like 20 statements, some very short, some a little bit longer, but that's it. Everything else is just, get something coherent on paper.
Well, I read The Wisdom of Insecurity by Alan Watts, and
Yeah.
I was incorporating his philosophy into my essays in college, and my professor really liked the one statement that life is not a reality to be explained, but, you know, a reality to be experienced.
Yeah. Not a problem to be solved,
Right.
but a reality to be experienced.
Yeah. So in terms of like doing and karma versus talking, you know, I'm a shower, not a talker. That's my motto, you know. I don't want to tell you, I want to show you.
I think we need to be both.
A teller and a shower?
Yeah, I think talking is it's just an independent, and it's not talking, it's about formulating language accurately.
Yeah.
And that's important, not even for communication, just but internally as you think about stuff. It's important to clean that structure up. And that makes, if we can do that, that's one little step to making it easier for other people to understand.
Well, I guess my complaint is that I find it annoying that I have associates or friends that are always talking about doing something. And then my response is, oh, guess what? We're doing it right now. And they're like unaware of that.
Oh, so why do you hang around with people like that?
Because associates or friends, I think one regret I have in my life is that my disposition at times was misinterpreted as being, you know, an asshole. When I maybe I kind of had a purpose behind my demeanor or behavior.
Oh yeah, listen, I was an asshole for years. I didn't know that was specifically what I was, but I look back on it now and see, and I did it intentionally. I did it because I was trying to keep the morons away from me.
Mm-hmm.
And if I took a certain attitude, people who were smart could sort of pick up on it, but other people who were really put off by it would leave me alone. And it worked really well for a long time. But then I began to want to be able to communicate with people, and I realized I had these behaviors that were just designed to put everybody off. So I'm still working on changing that.
Well, I like to use the term ad hominem projection a lot. You know, people on this app, there's like observable psychological concepts like projection. And when somebody, you know, makes an ad hominem up against somebody, says, you are a dumb motherfucker. Oh, well, guess what?
Yeah.
You are the dumb motherfucker.
Yeah, I don't even want to waste my time understanding or analyzing that kind of shit. What is to be gained by spending your time trying to understand it? Who cares? You're looking at it, it's like getting involved in a dogfight. You know? Stay the fuck away from places like that.
Well, Alan Watts says that the mystic sage never, ever, ever criticizes anyone. And it's a little bit like...
Unless it's absolutely necessary.
Yeah. I mean, if somebody doesn't get Zen, you could always slap them in the face.
Well, yeah, but I don't know. I just find it easier to not get involved. Yeah, I'd much rather just be here with my dogs. When I'm around people, I want to make sure that I'm around people in such a way that there's going to be some value to either me or to somebody else. And if I can't justify it on that means, then I'm going to stay home. I don't need to go anywhere. I'm retired. Fuck it. You know, but if there's some opportunity to expand consciousness in the world somewhere on either mine or anybody else's, I'm in for that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what this app, you know, that's really what the internet and this app is, in my opinion, what makes it more fun for you, the game player. I just wish people knew more about it, because I could go to the casino right now and there are people putting all their money into a pop-up cell phone, which is mesmerizing and hypnotizing them. And they have to have a basic understanding of mathematics and law of large numbers and probabilities and statistics, and to just know that they're being entertained by that slot machine, but it's really no different than looking at your fucking cell phone for free. Why dump all your money in a slot machine? How stupid could you be? But
most people, literally, like I say, there's really nobody home. We are large language models. They simply are badly trained neural nets that are responding to the prompts they get, and that's how they have been trained, and that's what they do, and there's nobody there to even question it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the behavior pattern that's become established. It can be changed, but again, it's radical to. I mean, the whole approach is just so weird to most people that they can't even conceive of it. You know, that's okay. Listen, we're at a transition point in Earth's history. A lot of people could be dead in the next couple of decades. You know, the transition is getting weird now. It's probably going to get weirder before it gets better. And how weird and how bad it's going to get, I don't know. But it's not beyond the possibility that like 80% of humans could be dead in the next decade or two.
Well, even your observations or opinions, like how do you rationalize your own mortality? You know, everybody has 2.5 billion seconds.
Why is there a need to rationalize it?
Because, we all have an expiration clock.
No, we don't. No, let's talk about you and the people you know.
Well, what I'm trying to, I guess, get at is...
objective reality. I got it. There really is a world out there that really does have laws and shit, and there's no way to violate any of that shit because that's impossible because of reality.
We are having a very generalized conversation. How do you prioritize your communication?
Well, I'm really only interested in communicating for probably 2 or 3 very specific instances. There are people I know who don't give a shit about this, but are nice people, and I have civil conversations with them about the weather and whatever, but they're pleasant and short, and I have no problem with that. That's fine. And then there are people who can teach me stuff, or people I can teach stuff to, and that's way better. That's the best. If I can learn something, or if I can teach something, that's as good as it gets. And then there's a whole lot of people, well, then there's attractive women. Still, that always changes things, so we can go with that for a while. Other than that, I have no interest in talking to people. I mean, yeah, the idea of going to some place, with a bunch of people that I've never met, and talk about whatever is going on. But see, even in that, I'd be there, a researcher, and I'd try to find something. Yeah, I'd be there and I'd find something interesting, or I'd get the fuck out of there. So, I don't have much need to talk to people, really, or most people anyway. I'm done. Apparently you're done. Well, luckily, I have stuff to do. And I'm right in the middle of doing it. So I'm here, and if anybody wants to talk, well, I'm going to put some music on. Oh, I have an alarm going off somewhere here. What is it for? Oh, that. Well, I'm going to come back in a little bit.
Hey, sorry about that. I had to run outside and turn the sprinkler off.
So did you not hear anything of what I said, or what?
I heard the first part of what you said, but not the other two parts. You said there were 3 parts or 4 parts?
I don't know, but it would have been nice if you said something instead of just drop out. You know?
It was kind of an emergency situation.
Fuck you. That's not a, you know, you leave me in the middle of something I'm trying to explain, walk away, and leave me yakking into the air.
No, it's not going into the air. It's going into 20 different cell phones live on YouTube.
Yeah. Well, in any case, I gotta take a break for a couple minutes. I gotta go take my vitamins and brush my teeth and stuff. And so I'm gonna be away for like 5 minutes, but I'll be back and we'll deal with it then.
It's okay. God bless. Great chatting with you, and have a great evening.
Lower ratio of civilians than is the IDF has in this war.
Okay. Okay, we're supposed to get a percentage of the numbers. So what is 95,000? What percentage is that of a million?
Not sure. Are you asking me to do math for you?
I figured. You know the math of your own people, but not everybody else.
Real quick. Okay. Sure. This has been good. This has been so. I think at the end of the day, pockets. What you're ultimately, what are you trying to?
The hypocrisy was my point, Amari. That was just the hypocrisy.
What is hypocrisy? What's hypocritical? What's the hypocritical?
You'll never understand, Normal. I'm not talking to you. I'm not going to argue this.
We were talking a second ago.
No. I realize I'm stupid for that.
No. Go ahead, Pockets. Take about two minutes.
Yeah, no.
You don't need 2 minutes. Just explain the hypocrisy that you're trying to share with the room.
Yeah, I'm just trying to share the fact, and I think Sandra got it. I think other people got it. I'm not trying to. I wasn't talking to El Normal. I'm not trying to argue with El Normal either. I think I'm really not. I think people who understand, and I think there's nothing wrong with admitting that your government is acting a little, I don't know, out of sorts. When it comes to certain wars, when it comes to certain choices. If we can admit that our government is sick in the head, that our president is doing something wrong, everybody can admit that their government is doing something out of whack. There is no perfect government. No such thing as a perfect politician. No such thing as a politician acting out of goodwill at all times. We are in a greedy, gluttonous world where people want money, people want power, people want land, people want territory. And the fact that just people cannot admit that their government is like, hey, just wanting land, power, and territory, and wanting control, there's nothing wrong.
Don't forget about security, Pockets. People want security. They want safety. They want law enforcement.
You didn't know that we withdrew from Gaza in 2005 entirely. You forgot that part.
Oh, I know this was going on for decades.
No, I said we withdrew entirely. Every single Jew alive or dead, we withdrew from Gaza in 2005. And that was a little experiment for the two-state solution, because they could have made a beautiful place out of it. Instead, they did one of the great engineering feats of all time. They built those terror tunnels. They used our aid, American aid, as well as European Union and Arab aid, to build those terror tunnels, and then they attacked with the idea of destroying Israel. That was on October 7th, and they failed. Hezbollah was supposed to attack at the same time. They didn't, because they didn't trust each other. And Syria was supposed to attack, with Hezbollah was in Syria as well. Had that happened, it would have been much worse for Israel. If you remember, the Houthis in Yemen to the south also attacked at the same time. That was the plan, the genocide of Israel. But they failed. And we responded. And now we hold about half the territory, and I would say the estimated from Hamas is about 70,000 dead. And we estimate, you said you got 19,500, I'm saying maybe 20 to 30,000 militants, and they're always brewing and grooming more militants. And by the way, in response to the title of the room, you can show me, I don't think a single Palestinian has been kicked out of Gaza. They're now holding about 45% of the territory, and Israel is holding about the other 55% or so.
Wow.
And nobody's been kicked out.
So majority share, I love that.
And Egypt won't let them in, by the way. I've never seen a
Shout
war
out to
zone.
majority share.
I've never seen a war zone. I've never seen a war zone. We hear you, Lisa.
Pull and post the article from the Guardian about is published today about the Taliban thinking out of Gaza. Will be posted in the banner and posted in the room. I appreciate you guys. Thanks.
So I have a question. I have a question. Wait, normal. You talk so much. Please let me in. Let me in. Thank you. So my question was gonna be like, the people that are saying that there are Palestinians being removed from Gaza, like, where are they going? Like, I'm just
I have to disagree, Mother. El Normo doesn't talk so much. You talk so much. That's your projection. El Normo is giving you facts.
Hey, can you be useful? Like, this is the John Kitover show. That was a serious question.
Mother, this is... Oh! I got kicked.
References that my assumption was that no country was accepting them. That's where I'm coming from. Because if people are saying they're being pushed out, where are they going to? Or who's accepting them?
So I read that that Israeli forces have repeatedly ordered civilians to have certain areas before to leave certain areas before military operations. No. Israel says these evacuations are intended to move civilians away from combat zones. Interesting enough, because they're going from.
Oh, okay, so I understand now. So you're saying they're being moved within the Gaza territory, not being moved out of Gaza. Okay, I misunderstood.
They're being voluntary immigration of Palestinians.
Hello?
Hi,
someone call about the apartment. Yes, where's the apartment at?
No one's being.
It's 4901 North Marmora.
That's amazing.
49.
Take some pictures for me. Send us an update.
Why do you post every day when you barely get 100 likes?
100 likes means 100 people took the time to watch. See, the good thing about not living in Cali is I can carry around shit like this, bro. Like, I ain't gotta stick to 10 shots. Just in case the niggas come and get me. I can have at least 30. See, the
human rights groups and lawyers say voluntary migration policy amounts to ethnic cleansing. Israeli Defense Minister said he is committed to the ethnic cleansing of Gaza through large-scale migration of Palestinians as part of Israel's long-term plans.
See, the good.
Israel Katz said the government would implement a plan for a large number of Palestinians to leave Gaza at the right time and in the right manner in a statement on Wednesday marking the targeted killing.
They're doing it so good. It's so good.
Hamas most recently pushing mass deportation violates Donald Trump's ceasefire plan for Gaza.
This guy.
So you.
Because of the power of our military.
They need to go to the government. Trying to give you some.
This is the world famous Superdog unboxing. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. We also have a vanilla milkshake at Superdog. Pure heaven. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. This is the world famous Superdog unboxing. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. We also have a vanilla milkshake at Superdog. Pure heaven. Go to
war zone in which civilians were not allowed to leave. The fact that Egypt didn't allow them in during the war is a historical exception. Civilians in war zones always want to leave, and they should be allowed to leave.
How are they supposed to get out? Does anyone know how these people
Through Rafah, yes, through the Rafah crossing, yes.
Hold on, yeah, so we were going to wait to really jump into this topic until you get back because I was told to play just regular clips until you get back.
See, the good thing about not living in Cali is I can carry around shit like this, bro. Like, I ain't gotta stick to 10 shots just in case the motherfucking
they're opening enough, they're setting enough precedent that
No, you're good.
because of the power of our military. That makes me the person who won the.
Mohammed, are you? Did you want to talk about the topic, or is there something else that you came on stage to discuss?
Talking to me?
Yes. Welcome to the 420.
How are you doing?
Good. It looks like you got Egypt behind you. Are you Egyptian?
Yes, I'm Egyptian.
So, Palestinians in. Do you want to address why, possibly?
what we want is not letting the Palestinian, and we would like to join the war beside them. But we do not control everything because we don't have elections, we don't have any. That's number one. Number two, if we let them in, they will not be able to come back to go back to Gaza. Until now, we have refugees in Egypt that were kicked out away in 1967 and 73. Palestinian refugees in Syria, Jordan, Lebanon, everywhere in the region. They are not allowed to come back. Same thing was going to happen if we allowed them to come here. They would never be able to re-enter Gaza forever.
And who
That's
said,
why,
who said that? Who said that they couldn't come back? Let them land, then you can...
The history says that till today there are still Palestinian refugees in Jordan, in Syria, in Lebanon, and in Egypt.
They're from Jordan. Jordan is part of historic
Stop interrupting him, Norm. Shut the fuck up.
Well, he just made us...
What about Syria and Lebanon? What about Syria and Lebanon? Why do we still have Palestinians over there? Why do we have a condition in Oslo agreement that says one of the main rights of Palestinians is to come back to their land, an Oslo agreement? Why do we have this condition?
Dependent on them being peaceful.
What part of stop interrupting, Howard? You're not understanding, Norman.
He's talking to me. He's looking.
It's rhetorical. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Let me finish. The fact that we have this condition in Oslo agreement is that because many Palestinians were kicked out in the region, and the government of Israel didn't allow them to come back to the region even after Oslo agreement. So the same thing was going to happen in this war and forever. They would never be allowed to come back to Gaza if we know that Israel will allow them to come back, it would be our pleasure to have them and to provide everything for them. But we don't have a choice. Either we go for war and the US will start aiding Israel against Egypt, and this will destroy our country. Or we do what we did. We refuse to allow them in, and we try to help them with humanitarian aid, for example. That's exactly what we did. That's my answer.
So you just made up the story that they weren't going to be allowed. Nobody said that, actually.
History said this, Mr.
History is not...
History said this.
What is it? History says that when they attacked...
Just let him finish, and then you can return.
Usually, women and children are allowed to leave a war zone. Now, you can allow it beyond... Not only do you allow it, but you can wall after wall after wall on your side of the border with Gaza after the rockets crossing coming in. So people think the reason you just let them know is because, you know, very well, someone makes sure actually wants to dive into this, but Mohammed, please land. Is there anything else you got to say before we play our next clip?
Yes, he said that it's a second place.
It's no problem. Mohammed, even after you land, if you want to hang around for the conversation, please do hang around. I see that you have a pink ticket, so we always love hearing new voices adding to the conversation. Thank you.
Yes, I'm saying that he said that we don't want Palestinians in because they are part of the Muslim Brotherhood. I don't know what that means. But the only thing that he has to know that all people here in Egypt, they have the same position for Israel. Even Catholic Egyptians, they don't support Israel, they hate Israel. So this is not logical what he said.
You built walls to keep them out.
Amari,
You did not allow
can you
them
play the clip now?
You did not allow them into
Norman,
Gaza before
Norman,
the
you're
war.
literally repeating yourself.
Thank you.
Okay?
No, I appreciate that. Well, why didn't
Norman, we get, because it wasn't actually, he didn't ask your question. Thank you.
I have him a question.
Well, I don't want you to answer him. I don't want you to ask him any further questions. We asked him to land. Do not ask him any further questions, especially if all you're going to do is repeat your shtick and keep going on.
I don't have a shtick. I say facts.
You do. We all know. Sure. Well, then what you said was not a fact because the Egyptian government has been very clear about why they're not letting in the Palestinians.
Why did they build a wall?
That's a fact.
Why did
so while you're talking facts, excuse me, you know what? We're gonna get into a good deep dive of this a little later once Lisa comes back. So you just hold your tongue, okay? Thank you.
So next we're going to go what's going on and we're going to go back to the States here. We're going to come back to America. And what's going on in New Jersey in regards to the standoff between anti-ICE protesters and Border Patrol and ICE agents. Here we go.
New video showing a garbage truck driver confronting anti-ICE protesters in New Jersey. That facility has been under siege by demonstrators for several days. Correspondent Alexis McAdams shows us again tonight.
So you can't see the video, but there's a black dude driving, and he's holding a gun, it looks like, in his hand. So pretty crazy shit. Here we go.
Anti-ICE protesters in New Jersey blocking the roads, stopping working people from getting their jobs like this truck driver who finally had it. This driver's been stopped federally just again, demanding the delayed home detention facility in Newark closed down, harassing law enforcement with messages like
settlement may be coming in 2026.
Illinois staff.
Club Room.
And I was like, hey, you don't have fun. This is a husband. This is a church leader who redundantly just talks to Muslims all day long as if he's a crusader or something. And I'm going to keep one. This is that.
Now we increase the faith of the faithful ones. We increase it, and your faith increases, and you're happy because you're a good Muslim. You think I am someone that didn't become a Muslim? Somebody playing. Can you music, please? So to increase the faith of the faithful one. And 5, وليقول الذين في قلوبهم مرض يعبرون. To expose now.
Money has nothing to do with Trump at all.
Gotta get straight horror moves. What do you think about? See, straightening it out is the same as a resurrection. I just say, erection. That's a.
But the hypocrites, those claiming to be believing in Allah and judging by anything else, they be in the bottom of the hellfire. So you better deny Allah, that to act like you to pretend that you believe in Allah. Because He will be way harder, and there'll be a double loss. So those people which say, what does Allah? They will start to criticize this 19. They can't. Like I told you. Write down verse 1. Open the book. Simple. But chapter 1, write down 1. Look how many verses? 7. Followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then write down 2. It's chapter 2. Look at it. How many verses? 286. Write down 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way to 286. Do it for every chapter. Chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 5, chapter 6, chapter 7, all the way to chapter 114. Write down 114, followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because chapter 114 has 6 verses. You got a number long. 10 digits, that's a billion. This is a 12,692 digits number. You hear me? 12,692 digits. That's a multiple of 19. Do you know what that means? No, he said, no, don't do that now. Maybe they have this something. Maybe they got the same number of verses or something. Oh, maybe somebody. But we know now, nobody can move a chapter. If chapter 1 is not chapter 1, followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that's it. The miracle is gone. You can. The order of chapters is locked. The number of verses locked. If you add any verse or subtract any verse to any chapter, gone. Miracle gone. He said, okay, now let's lock it by the number of verses. Now, instead of writing the number of the surah, go ahead and write the number of verses in the surah. Go to chapter 1. Okay, it's 1. So how many verses in 7? So write down 7. Make sure there's 7 verses in chapter 1. Write down 7 first, followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, that's the number of verses of chapter 1. And then followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Followed by 286. The number of verses of 2, followed by 1 to 286. You do it for every chapter. When you got to chapter 114, you don't write down 114, you write down 6. Because there's a number of verses in chapter 114. Followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Also a multiple of 19. Ooh. He said, no, that's not enough. Now we're going to do this. We're going to write down the number of chapter. We can write down the number of verses in the chapter. And we're going to write down number, whatever else. We're going to combine the two. There and add 1. First, he wrote only the number of the chapter. Second, he wrote only the number of verses. Now you put the number of chapter. You write down the number of verses in the chapter. Then you follow by the order of the chapter in the Quran. Before adding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it's a second. Also, open for the 19. Do you know how hard it is to multiply, to divide a number by 19? 19 is a prime number. 75% of the numbers are 1 of 19. From 1 to 100. It's 19, it's 38, it's 57, 76, 95. That's it. Everything in the Quran is a multiple of 19, and Allah is the one that's the number of chapter 114 divided by 19. That's 6. The number of verses, 6,346 divided by 19 is 90 times 334. The number of Allah in the Quran, 2,698. Also 190. The verses just containing the name Allah. Forget about the rest. Whenever you find Allah, take. Forget about the number of Allah. It's 2,698. It's 19 times 142. Now just go by every verse having name Allah in it. The number of the verse. Verse 1, it's verse 7, it's verse 16, it's verse 280, plus. It's 8, it's 118,123. That's the multiple of 19. The number of time numbers are in the Quran. 30 numbers are in the Quran. If you add them all up, it's a multiple of 19. If you add them, use one time or with the repetitions also. What do you want? Isn't that enough? Who could do that? Who could do this? I can go on for 100 for the rest of my life talking about those miracles. The miracle of Jesus, the miracle of Moses, the miracle of Noah. Let me give you one of Noah. We all know about the history of, what's going on with Noah. It's the same. The Bible is whatever. That's the water invading people, right? A lot of people drowned and died, right? That's how he took the boat and went to wherever he went. But Allah is narrating the story. But you see random names sometimes. You think that's random. Allah talk about Moses here, Jesus here.
I also told them that they were wrong, and so I just want to say that right now. So I don't think we need to big mic. I do think that this situation is new to certain people. But yeah, I'm just gonna go on mute.
Just in case you may have overlooked it, someone said, just mute up and send the pics. Thanks. Mute up! Send them pics, Garrett.
I also would like to say, I did lie earlier. I don't sell titty pics for cash apps, as a certain person said. I send them for free. I work for free. Oh, yeah.
Just put me in the tailspin.
Nothing's for sale.
Pitch in the back, Joe.
Yeah, I see. The thing is, I have a career. There's no broke bitch energy over here, and tying me to an unfortunate situation.
Hello?
Of a person that
Hello?
reached out to me and their
Hello?
was also I could really go down the line, and it's like, yeah, nah, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not gonna do that. I didn't think anything about that situation was someone should want to bang on somebody about, especially me. I'm confused. Like, so now I'm broke because I'm not about to come out of pocket $3,500 for somebody else's daddy home going. Like, come on now, make it make sense. Like make it make sense. No, I gave what I gave, and then I came and brought her where I felt like there would be compassionate people who wouldn't mind helping her. Because let's wake up, we spent a lot of money on this app for less. So I just thought that was fit. It was necessary. And I stand on it. And when I see that motherfucker again, I'ma stand on it then too. That's disgusting. But I don't know if y'all listened to the tail end before the room got boomed. She admitted she didn't know. She said, "Well, I don't even be on those sides." Just shut the fuck up. It's not cool, bruh. And this is for anybody in the room. This is the last thing I'll say. If y'all have any questions about any tea about me, hey, if you don't mind me asking, this came across my desk, I'll address it. I promise. I'm an open book. I've been on this app over 5 years, since December 2020.
Got some parties.
Open book. We ain't gotta do the talk about it. Talk to me, my nigga. It's not that deep. Ask your questions. I don't want to have to come in, you doing the whisper shit. That's why I lose respect for niggas. Because if I got a question about you, I'ma ask. It's that simple. But that's why I didn't. It was the bringing up the narrative that was spread by somebody that used paperwork doxing my kid. Where I just was like, I will never be able to come back from that. Especially somebody that I said I respected. Yeah. So once that shit is gone, it's just fucking gone. Now can I coexist? Yeah. But bitch, watch your mouth. All little patience I had, this shit is out the fucking window. This just is not cool. And if anybody in this room or on this stage, that's how you get down, you have the right to get the fuck away from me. I don't even want you in my circle for real. Choosing our innocent vessel. Yeah, I'm dead ass. Choosing our innocent vessel. So if you gotta make up a lie, you gotta make up a narrative, and you gonna use court custody paperwork for that shit, you just let me know and I'll move around. Cause I don't want to be around your nasty ass. Fucked up.
Yeah, but we're just gonna get back to
You
it.
are
I
the
just wanted to
victory.
say hi to everybody.
Y'all trying to see my titties.
I'm just saying, some people said they would like to put you in the testing back channel review.
Yeah, that was me. My nanny mama might be right there with me, so I'm y'all like neck and neck.
I just had a question about logistics.
You are the beauty and the thunder.
How do you get the pictures though? You got to request them? What's going on? What's happening?
I think it's a lot.
I'm just asking for I cannot oh my God. Did you say,
your mama?
I said, I'm just asking. I'm just asking to clarify for the room. There's confusion about where you actually get the pics. Do you request them? Is there a link? I'm just asking for clarification. Oh damn.
I'm gonna submit my lottery numbers too.
Is there a QR code? Is there a QR code? Now where's the game? Is there a QR code? What's going on?
Your mama asking if there's a portal. Does she need to have her security key to log in to get the TV?
Right. Do we need to download Microsoft Authenticator? Like, what's going on? How you get
You gotta do the, like, how many of these are motorcycles and click on that.
Oh, yes. What's that called? The capture, yeah.
We gotta do it. Are you a human test?
Robot?
Let's do it all.
Y'all mute Good Night Moon. Do you want a picture too?
Oh, no, I can't say that out loud.
Oh, okay, I got you.
He might get hurt.
We don't want your neck.
I can't say that out loud. We don't want your neck. We don't want your neck on.
I got some nice titties in the house. I got some.
All right.
All right.
I'm gonna be honest with you though, man. Hold on, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not a big fan of big titties though. They gotta be big. Oh, okay.
What's big? What's big though?
Triple phase. We talking
Y'all gonna suck on Rambo in here. And we don't want the birth of that conversation, Johnny. Exactly.
She was smaller.
Hey, Penny, I would like a special portal for myself.
Oh my God!
Johnny.
Finger wagging hurricane.
Hold on, please. I was recognized as straight yesterday, okay?
Oh my God! So you're leaning into it today?
Regina.
I was recognized as being more of a man, a straight man.
See,
MJ, okay?
This is what happened.
MJ was called.
I know. When I need a man now, he want a woman. The world is upside down right now, y'all. Y'all got to pray.
I was also
and 30.
straight and fat. Okay, that's what I was called. I was so straight that I was fat.
He was called fat.
Yes, I was called straight and fat. So yes, so
let me go on mute.
Shut up.
Not he got a shelf.
Penny, I need a special link, you know, for as a new straight man.
Straight is nice.
I'm trying to tell you.
You've been straight for 18 hours.
Being late in life straight is crazy.
After this, I got some news for you.
No, they said my voice had a lot of bass in it. I spoke with authority. They said MJ spoke like a bitch.
Was that Ku Klux Klan?
No, it was this biracial lady named Mango.
The great Mango.
Oh, no. I were just talking about Mango earlier. That's the only woman on this app. I'll leave the room every time. I'm so scared. I'm terrified.
Yeah, people were like, oh, this is Hurricane is not great. She was like, yes, he is.
So you know what's funny? Hurricane was more offended being called straight than he was fat.
No, he was not.
No, he was. He was.
Or maybe he thought it was more ridiculous. He had the bigger reaction to that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He was like, what?
And
But
that's
I put a question in the chat. I'm ranking them. These are the 3 things he's been called: straight, 30 years old, and fat. Which is the biggest lie? Rank them. And my ranking is 30, fat, and straight. I think he. He was talking about Renata Tabaldi. Imagine a man talking about Renata Tabaldi and it being 30 and straight.
Yes.
Well, that kind of goes for you too.
Not 30.
Well, no, that's
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Hey, Dan, is that Mango in her PTR? Is that her real picture?
Yes, she's very attractive.
Yes, she
That's
is.
why she's so scary, because she's so mean. Yikes.
She's
I don't know her.
Yeah, she's
That
not
DLZ
crazy.
is scared.
You don't want to know her. She's stud phobic.
She overcompensates for being
She overcompensates.
DMC, I'm kind of really not a stud. I mean, it doesn't matter what you look like. If she hears you, she's going to be like, here come these fuck-ass studs in the room. That's how she talks. She's so vulgar.
It's very endearing.
No, she's upset because we once were recording the same woman, and I was late, so that's why our beef is.
Oh, okay. Oh.
I'm not. I can't ask no questions.
She was at a baby. The baby's never the same.
Okay, so I would say this if you're on the app because we're in different spaces, and I know some of y'all frequent these spaces, but we're in spaces where people will say the worst things about kids and being pregnant. And I told her, I said, what the fuck are you doing? I'm telling y'all right now, if I ain't trying, I'm saying, but if I get pregnant, I'm off this bitch. And if I do, I wouldn't, if I'm still using, I wouldn't tell y'all because even with kids still pregnant. It's just, I told her several times, as a metaverse twin, what are you doing? Get the fuck off this app. Don't even receive that energy, much less respond to it. Your pregnancy is the most tender time of your life. That baby will ever be able to feel. So, shut up. And the way you do my podcast, she's just trying to figure out why.
Brother Messi there? You still here? Brother Messi, I want you to know that regardless of the fact that I made an unsafe sound, I will not be crashing out tonight.
I'm prepared. No, fuck it.
So who was Syracuse crashing out on the side of?
Alright, guys. No, he was getting in the way. So on the next song, today's song is dedicated rules of engagement. So let me explain. When two people are what you call everybody does. Move the fuck out the way because you catch a stray. So I politely tucked Spiritus back in the audience, and this motherfucker. Did you know Chicago is trying to rebuild the Twin Towers after the destruction of the original World Trade Center?
You gotta understand, he was
What are you doing right now?
He was high, girl. He don't know.
It's not. No.
So I kept having to pick his ass up and sit him down. Just that you know, this is getting ridiculous. But yeah, when just so you know, FYI, it's just like nobody don't say shit now unless there is everybody has different naming parameters. There are some people where they say, look, you can bang, but the moment I hear you talk about a kid, you are dropped. No, not here. I love that. The moment I hear you talk about the deceased, you are dropped. No. Something like that. So the rules are, they vary by the
You've made yourself a lot of enemies, Mr.
Some people, it's like, hey, yo, there are no rules. Fuck it. I personally, I don't play by, I don't pick up kids. I don't pick up the dead. That's me personally. You ain't gonna have your goddamn great auntie haunting me, and I'm trying to figure out why the fuck I can't get no sleep. No.
Let me ask you a question. You know, I wasn't there. YouTube is not to be so, did the person that you were banging with that brought up all these awful things, did they know the rules?
I just want to hear it from you.
Oh, so
But I want you to be straight.
when you're banging, there is a rule. That's her set of rules. Does that make sense?
Okay. So she was just, that's how she did. Okay.
Yeah, and then I know the replay is on, but there is a moment where I said something like,
I have them.
What is the secret to eternal
First, like, I
argue with stupid people.
That's
it?
You want to act like play a victim?
I don't think that works.
But
y'all was so
right.
No, but when
What is the
by
secret to eternal
the
happiness?
admin
Do not argue with stupid people. That's it? I don't think that works.
Also made a mention that she
You are
very
right.
much mentioned my daughter first. Talking about how I didn't mention my daughter don't even mention what does my motherhood have to do with what I'm addressing? So, going forward, it's cool. It's cool. So why did they give me an interview? Hold on, y'all.
Wait, I have a question for Spiritus.
Present.
You were in 420 again? I thought you was, what's going on?
I couldn't help. I've been working too hard and too late.
Every
And
time
this
I
is my
say I'm going over
coworker.
there, he's like, I can't do it anymore.
I'm about to.
Go to bed, and you're over there?
It's like my
On
co-working. Yeah, because I've been working so late. It's like
So
a
this was
co-working
yesterday?
thing.
I must have went to sleep. Oh, I always y'all know the greatest time. Every time I mention going over there, what does he say? I'm not going over there, but we closed early, and then I went to sleep early. So me too. I always miss it, but God bless. Close early, cause that was.
Yeah, I'm never going over there again.
You say that every time. The room is open at like 9.
And then look what happens. Then somebody has the clip, so I can't go over there again. But it's nice to be memorialized.
Yeah, not only are you going over there, but you're still cooking the skinless, boneless.
I don't cook anymore because of you.
Chicken thighs.
I threw out my air fryer because
It's low oil, little to no thrown away.
Okay, well, at least I'm on my second bottle of Kitty Crawford Sauvignon Blanc.
I don't know what that is.
You drink Taylor Ford, Brother Messi?
Oh, he don't drink, child. Why y'all asking him these questions? His name on the app used to be the, yeah, his name on the app used to be the most wholesome.
Sorry, you said something first, Mom?
Thought one of the tenets of Christianity was you have to drink a glass of wine.
Oh, no. Although,
that's what they said in the other room.
I just saw a study that says that frequent eating of ice cream is actually linked to a lower rate of type 2 diabetes.
The devil is a liar.
Well,
No,
I have eaten ice cream for breakfast for the last.
It can't be the ice cream that most of y'all eat. It has to be dairy. Dairy based.
Well, Brother Messi, you will be.
Like actually dairy based.
I'm gonna be the first to report. I have eaten ice cream for breakfast for the past years.
You ain't got diabetes.
No.
I mean, for breakfast is best. If you're gonna eat it, breakfast is best.
Yeah, so then go through the whole day.
Okay, so your mama, what's your portion size?
Oh, 1 scoop. See, I just need a taste. It's like a hit.
It's a subtle judgment.
It is like a hit.
This is her hangover. She need more sugar from the booze the night before.
Oh. Oh my.
Then you should switch out the ice cream and just do like a shot of Henny Rita.
Now see, that's not what.
Yeah, that look like I'm gonna be honest. I've been thinking about that picture every time I see it.
That's why I gotta keep it up.
DLC, that look like you eating Dimetap.
Yeah, I hate it.
Dimetap.
I hate it's my least favorite.
Dimetap.
It looks so comical.
People think it's AI, so I gotta keep it up.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm watching it.
Oh, this is real?
It's in the store right now. $15 a month.
And they're showing a McDonald's commercial. This looks like those McDonald's cafe drinks that they're selling now. This just looks bad. All sorts of bad. But like I said, I don't trust y'all. The last time I remember having a drink, y'all told me Hypnotic was good. I tried it and it was
I wasn't bored.
Wait, but you didn't have it. You have the Incredible Hulk. You just had the Hypnotic.
Huh?
Hypnotic was good in 2003.
Yeah, you gotta have.
Spiritual to the point. They need to add to this line and add the Incredible Hulk as the 4th option.
Y'all said it was good. This is light blue. It was absolutely disgusting.
Well, you have to mix it with a cognac.
That's the last time I remember having a drink, I'll be honest with you. And I was in college.
Not an APD.
That's the only reason I'm here. I heard it was some titties.
Candy, you gotta put a little bit of club happening. Wait, what's this gonna be? You could do it like this. What you could do is you could open a room that's private. You could ping all the people, have a picture up in your profile picture, and then leave.
I need a JPEG.
Oh my God! Not you trying to enlarge.
I need the right pixelation.
Well, put your reading glasses on. You'll be fine.
They're right here. Yeah, but it really big. I might get the thing to go around your neck. The librarian lanyard.
Oh my God!
Yeah, have on some of them old accountant hats, the gray ones. Oh, those are glare out my eyes.
With the brim, with the
You're
rim.
getting glasses.
Wait, not the sunglasses to those transitions. You mean the reading?
Yeah, the transitions from sun to optical.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I think I will do SMA reading glasses as well because sometimes, I read outside.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes I don't want niggas to talk to me, so let them things close up.
Now, the one thing I can't do the bifocals. As someone who doesn't.
Bifocals?
Well, long distance and so.
Don't be never mind.
Or whatever they're called. I don't know. One for long distance.
Should we plan on
Brother, every time space. Let me shield you, brother. Let me shield you. This is the same space. Yeah, every time he says this, I am confused.
No,
I have never heard this in all of my eyeglass life.
Wait, one for each?
I've never heard of this.
Well, see, so here's the thing. My glasses, I have 20/15 vision, but
It's not getting better. But go ahead, keep going. Go ahead. Start showing y'all about his green blood. Go ahead. So you need one pair of glasses for dry and one for reading.
Hold on, let's be clear. I don't need any glasses, but I'd like to keep my eyesight, and so sometimes, depending on the workload, or late at night, I use long distance glasses, so my eyes aren't straining.
Wait, what are you straining from?
Like on the computer, reading, writing.
So, like, I didn't know you read and write.
I don't.
Did you just
think
get
I
blue?
did.
Just blue tick glasses? Yeah, that's why I'm saying why he just can't get a screen over his laptop or his computer screen.
No,
But anyway, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, because I actually.
So you went to the optometrist and they looked in your eyes. They got real close to your eyes and they looked and they said, "Can you tell me what's on that wall?" And then they say, "You need 2 pairs of glasses." What?
No, I said I don't want glasses that have both. So I'll just keep it.
Wait.
I don't always use them.
Oh, so you was gonna have bifocals and that's what you didn't want them.
Yeah, I don't want bifocals.
Oh, well, you can get bifocals without seeing a line now.
Yeah, but still, I'm not. I've never worn glasses until now. So, I've lived, 75 years of my life without glasses.
So why are you wearing glasses right now? Are you getting old? What's that?
We're all getting old. But what I'd like to do is keep.
It was just a simple question, sister. Don't laugh at him. We all getting old, like you said. Some of us sooner than later. But hey, it's okay. We support you.
Wait, do you wear glasses?
No. That's why I'm asking, what is it like? How do you feel? How old are you? You like
Wait,
that?
have you never worn glasses? Sunglasses?
Oh my God. We asked you one question, you asked me 5 questions.
But stop saying we. You're asking for yourself.
You're asking questions about wearing glasses. I'm trying to ask.
No,
brother. Oh, shut the fuck up.
No, it's wearing we respect each other. We respect each other.
No, well, you didn't respect me, so that's why I just
You just said you had a heavy tongue.
Oh, heavy tongue. Like he's gay or something.
You're an ugly bitch. You're an ugly bitch. Ugly on the inside, ugly on the outside. And miserable.
Always gay by calling a woman a bitch.
Yeah.
I'm not calling you nothing. I just say you blind. That's it.
No, you didn't call me blind.
You're not even doing job before.
Brother Messi, I told you this wasn't a safe space.
Yeah, I told you. Let's just move on. Thank you, Gia, for your submission. Let's not call you correct him for calling me the B boy and stuff. So that's
No,
you call him gay.
I'll call you a bitch again.
Hold on. Ain't nothing wrong with being gay. You ain't never got your pussy licked before? What's going on? He doesn't have a pussy. Why are you asking him that question? I'm asking you, Gia.
That was for you.
Like you ain't never had. It sounds like you ain't never had your pussy licked. Like, oh my God, the gay. And he's breathing heavily on the fucking microphone.
That's me, that fucking song. Fat fuck. Hey, get your black man correct. That was me breathing hard on the mic. I just walked up the stairs. Anyway, no hard feelings, yeah? No hard feelings. And what is so there's hard feelings? Have been blind and gay.
I swear to God, Somali, these Somali trolls are the worst.
She doesn't realize that she's talking to three
just because you gay, don't hate on other people.
She has combined all
What
three
is
of them
that?
into
The
one.
problem's like there's no real money in this world, blah, 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 blah. If he has these problems, and then he's blind.
Come on.
Are you
We don't speak in tongues unless we have an interpretation.
or senior?
Monica, get out the
We
car.
only do interpretation.
These motherfuckers, they sit with you and they talk, but they hate women. Bitch, this, that.
I hate
You have a very small dick.
I hate bitches like you,
I'm
ho.
sorry.
I do. I really do. Bitches like you, I hate.
We will help you
Homophobic, ugly bitches like you, I hate. Yes.
Only if you know. Only if every day when I walk on the street, they tell me I'm beautiful. Fuck you.
It doesn't matter, bitch. I'm not into women. I don't care.
I will take you. I know, I can feel it. I hate women because
Exactly.
you are a
And
woman.
you're mad that this man is not interested in me.
Are you blind? Are you
Every day when she walked down the
Anyway,
street.
you're moving on. Brett, are you glad you're a prostitute? Brett, trying to get a discount.
This is insane, Brett.
I am here. What's going on?
Brett and Brother Messi, breaking news. Today we learned that Victoria, aka E, is from.
I'm glad to hear that horrific news.
Let me tell y'all something.
Wait, what do you need from Texas? I need more from Cali.
I heard her say as a former Texas voter, and I sighed very deeply.
Well, earlier today, before First Lady crashed, but she was saying that she was the only person with expertise to talk about the taxing coordinators. And I asked her what her expertise came from. She said, I spent my formative years.
And then backtrack when I
Look
brought
at
her out for spinning her. Do you not hear me talking?
Nigga, you need to be a nigga.
Hello?
Nigga like that. What's going on?
I know. This, yeah,
She doesn't know who she's talking to.
She was about to make me pull out the junker. Y'all know I've been having that thing packed up for weeks now. It's only been 2 weeks. It's only been 2. Get to a month and then we'll celebrate. Get to a month and then we'll celebrate. It ain't out. It's not out. It's packed up. Okay, I know. You take
Somebody
it.
backchannel me.
But wait a minute, brother. Let me address Dr. Library. I know. I just need you to stay with me.
Okay.
Dr. Library. So why would you lie on me like that? You set me up. You know you did that, right?
No.
I was sitting there minding my good, clean business. I was working.
Did you crash out though?
No, it wasn't a crash.
Okay,
I didn't hear any profanity.
Oh, wait. Hold on. I have 2 questions. Second question, you're not going to like it, but just stay with me. First question, did you raise your voice?
Perhaps.
Okay. Did the U come out stronger than normal?
I don't know, perhaps.
Okay. Then it might have been crash.
It wasn't a full crash. It was approaching it, but.
No, she is correct. It was Dr. Library. Dr. Library heard me. She said, I'm just getting back at you because what you did, you played and girl had him say. You in the Matrix versus one lady?
Yeah, you did.
I thought it was me. No, see, I wasn't trying to set you up for Zay. I was gonna fully handle it. I didn't think you were gonna tag yourself in. I thought because you was putting up reactions.
You threw that ball up there. That valley ball was sitting there. I had to go in to tap it over the net.
No, because the reason I thought you was gonna sit it out is because Katrina gonna ride for you, and Katrina was lighting her ass up for you. So I was like, okay, Katrina handle it.
topless, Katrina.
Okay.
Bless you,
She
bad.
always jumping in a car. I have a question. We heard from one of the parties tonight about what happened last night. Are we going to hear from the other party?
Now this is good. This is good.
Because
Probably not. I think the other party would has rest their case and just want
because can I tell you what I heard? I wish Penny was still here because let me tell you what I heard. Cause see, I go to bed early and it's about almost my bedtime now. I heard that the other party from this wasn't from the other party. I don't know the other party, but I heard from people that were in the group that the other party was jumped and she was just fighting back. That's what I heard. I don't know the.
You know what? At least you could be honest. At least you're being honest about. At least we have a basis of honesty here. So you could be as obviously as ghoulish as you be. I actually.
Oh my god.
I speak a little bit, I told you.
I told you.
Night, night.
Good night. Anyhow, Danielle, they're Warby Parker Caspers. That's what they are. I don't think Warby Parker sells them anymore, but sometimes you could find them on reseller sites.
You know, that's when the Christians were even involved. Then of course it's changed now. Now Christians don't have a seat. But it's yeah, I get what you're saying. Like I'm not trying to say I don't take their side, but it's like at the end of the day, I don't know what do you want to actually be done to these people? There's no real solution where I can see them going anywhere.
Oh, there's no solution. Well, they need to
They can get the fuck out or die.
Different places. Like, listen, this is the most humane thing to promote.
But where are they gonna go? Nobody wants to go.
Oh, somebody else can worry about that. It's kind of like if you have a rabid
Yeah,
dog.
I'm having a serious conversation.
Yeah. Like if you have a rabid
All
dog.
right, it's not funny.
You can either kill them.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
So where are they gonna go? You can either kill the dog or get to the Humane Society.
Yeah.
And the Humane Society can deal with it.
Yep, amazing. Now, when it comes, I'm asking because I'm having a serious conversation. Realistically, Daniel, where do you think who can take them? Who can absorb all of these people? And of course, you can split them up. But the Arab countries won't want them. And if we're being honest, I think no matter how well they might be getting along, the Arab countries, they still at the end of the day, like we see.
இதெல்லாம் வந்துட்டு என்னோட பாயிண்ட் இது இல்லவே இல்லை. சொல்றேன் கிறிஸ்டியானிட்டி வந்து யூரோப்ல வந்த அப்புறம் பேகன்ஸ்லாம் இறந்து போயிட்டாங்கல்ல. இல்லைங்க நீங்க நான் அதை பத்தியே வரல. அது வேற டாபிக், நம்ம அது அப்புறம் பேசலாம். ஓபன் ஃபார் இட். நான் எங்க இருந்து வரேன்னா யூரோப்புக்குள்ள கிறிஸ்டியானிட்டி போச்சுங்க. பேகன்ஸ்லாம் அடிச்சு தூக்கிட்டாங்க. பேகன்ஸ் வந்து இன்னைக்கு திருப்பி ஒரு 500 பேர் கூட சேர்ந்தாங்கன்னா பேகன்ஸ் எல்லாம் ரிவைவ் பண்ண முடியாது. கிறிஸ்டியானிட்டி இப்போ நான் தான் யூரோப் ஒரு வருஷத்துக்கு 4 வாட்டி போறேன்னு எனக்கு அவங்க வந்து வெரி சோசியலி இன்டகிரேட்டட் வச்சுக்கோங்க. அப்படி இருக்கும்போது அவன் யாருமே சர்ச்சு போறது கிடையாது. சில பேர் தான் போவாங்க. ஆனா இந்த சர்ச் வந்து இப்போ ஜெர்மனில மட்டும் நான் சொல்றேன், கடந்த வருஷத்துல 40,000 சர்ச்சை சேலுக்கு போட்டிருக்கோம். ஜெர்மனில மட்டும் சொல்றேன்.
அங்கேயும் நிறைய போயிட்டு இருக்கு.
அவ்வளவுதான் இல்லையா? ஆனா பேகன்ஸ் முடிஞ்சதுல கரெக்ட். ஆனா பேகன்ஸ் முடிஞ்சதுல இப்போ நீங்க வந்து என்ன கிறிஸ்டியானிட்டி வந்து இறந்து போயிடும் சொன்னீங்கன்னா
probably like
which one's the bigger issue? Keep them or get rid of them?
Well, that's the here's where I'm just going to be flat out honest. I think it's almost unethical for the safety of their own citizens, for anybody to allow these people to immigrate into their country. I would personally, if I was president of the United States or Canada or the UK,
It's
And
awesome.
they're, oh, will you guys please take 20,000 of these Palestinians and say, nope, absolutely.
I got a backup plan.
If you want to marry me, what if you don't want to marry me?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the thought.
How would I not want to marry you?
Yeah, like if you reject us,
Are you fucking serious?
I think if you'd want to marry me, it'd be clear by now.
This is definitely the hottest stage on Clubhouse right now,
Really
ladies.
sick that you guys are so like.
I literally sang it.
Artist,
I
what were you upset about that? Artist,
Yeah, you're very unjust to people.
Morgan.
You fuckers are bullies. You
No,
fuckers
I
are
love
bullies.
him.
No, you don't love him.
am I?
No, Zabo, do you remember what I said? That she thought that we were the ones interrupting him.
Yeah.
So she's calling us bullies now.
I don't know why. It's stupid nuggets.
Yeah, Narja's try to take.
I love you, Nargis.
He was trying to.
Try to eat some watermelon pills.
Nargis, he was
2
talking.
hours.
Nargis, we gave him so much time. Zabo sent me a message and was like, holy shit. So I said, Zabo, come on.
You could have stopped him, right?
I was gonna read a poem.
John, please chill for a second. Hold on. No, Nargis. Zabo sent me a
I
message.
was saying it was just unjust. I can't
Okay, I'm
have
sorry.
justice.
I'm sorry. I didn't know that was unjust.
We were just singing.
When someone's trying, you're singing just when he's singing.
Hello?
No, I was singing when you were and he was singing.
Am I insane right now?
You bully others, you get bullied.
Over me,
You bully others, you get bullied, and that's
Nargis,
that's
you
just a
was
form
singing
of.
That's the pot calling the kettle black.
Yeah, don't sit and cry when others try to like
He
fucking
was
bully you.
singing over
In real
me,
life.
Nargis.
Projection alert.
I'm not bullied.
He's just talking shit.
Projection alert.
I'm not talking shit, I saw you.
You are. I was bullying him.
Zabo sent me a message. Alright, let's see what Zabo said.
Yeah, what if he shut his mouth, right? What was he doing?
No, we wanted him to have his moment of preaching. Because obviously he doesn't have a
He kept
congregation.
talking over me, Nargis.
He wanted to talk. He was talking over fucking Zabo. And I said to Zabo, alright, let's just give him like his moment. He's enjoying himself.
Yeah, he was having a good time.
We gave him 45 minutes.
Dude. And now
How long was he talking?
45 minutes.
Probably you're being so. Marcus, you're being. Dude.
And I
So
was
long.
I told you she wasn't around.
Yeah,
I
she
told
was.
you.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything.
I told you.
Narja's, are you sleepwalking?
Hold on, John's trying to center himself. It's so
No, not
cringy.
talking.
Come on, no.
Stop being cringe, John. Being cringy.
Dude, absorb what's happening. What we're talking about.
Yeah, like be a little empathetic to other people, John.
I wish John was in the room when it was talking about 19, because then John could talk about his 19-year-old girlfriend.
I don't have a 19-year-old girlfriend, and everybody here sounds like they're on Adderall. Is it just me,
How
or?
the fuck did you guys allow him to speak for 45 minutes?
Because oh my god, that was
Marcus, like you're getting like, dude, you stop it. You're
I'm sorry, I thought it.
You're gonna complain about this 19, then why don't you complain?
Okay, sorry. I didn't know I was speaking with. I'm sorry, I thought he was speaking for 45 minutes.
Yes.
I said I'm sorry, he was speaking for 45 minutes.
Okay, keep over talking me, that's fine.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, before I retire into my hot bubble bath, I would like to read you a poem from the Tao Te Ching.
How do we allow people to overtalk? How do we allow people to bully us?
I wanted to hear Daniel's joke.
Yeah, Daniel is baby to say a joke. John, stop. Daniel, go ahead. No.
Please. Please.
Zabu, you could do a cartoon voice, Zabu.
I promise if the joke is the funniest thing I've ever heard, I'll send you a photo of my breasts.
Can I also send a photo of my breast?
Anyway.
It has to be the funniest thing I've ever heard.
Oh my god, you set the bar way too high, but I'll try my best. So anyway, no, I'm not telling you.
Who has the biggest melons here on stage right now?
I can't do this. I can't. Not tonight.
Please.
Oh, Zabu, you're gonna kill it.
And please.
So who the fuck was bullying Ultimate?
Narges, can you do? Can you talk like that, Narges? Can you talk like Zabu right now?
Like a child?
Yeah. It's like a cartoon voice. It's like a hentai cartoon voice. I love it.
Please, daddy. Please, daddy. Please, daddy.
Oh my gosh. This would make. I would love. See, you know. Oh, I see. Well, he's gallivanting all over Europe with his partner.
Bro, you can guess. So the whole theme is 19, right? You can kind of guess. Sando.
Oh my god, stop it.
He's gallivanting. He's gallivanting all over Europe.
I love developing. I love taking up this 18-year-old girl into my bosom and guiding her along, letting her wings spread and she can fly. It's so creepy.
Who said that?
Right.
No, that's
probably the same thing.
Listen, I took that girl out.
6-year-old shit.
I took that girl out for a very nice dinner, and then we got to the restaurant, and she goes, "You know what? Just take me home." I was like, "Really? Okay." I took her home. I was like, "Thank God I don't have to buy you a dinner. It's a Saturday night. I'm gonna come out to the best party in town. Like, let me take you home." She's like,
Did
"Okay."
she say it like, "Pretty please, can you take me home? Pretty please."
No, she was sucking on a vape pen, and she was a catfish at 19. She looked like she was 36. I was like, "Oh, no problem."
Dude, were you gonna buy her a steak though?
I was. I mean, she didn't really look like she was 36, but she was.
Go Dutch with it?
What do you mean Dutch? I was gonna pay. I was gonna pay for. If I take a girl out for dinner, I'm gonna pay.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, man. Look at you.
Do you think I want to deal with even talking to somebody about who's gonna pay for the bill? I mean, give me a break.
I think Nargis and John should go on it.
Okay, Ultimate's back. Ultimate, do you want to sing us a song? No.
Narges, I thought we were friends. I thought you would go on a nice romantic date with me,
Ultimate, we
Narges.
really want to hear you sing a song, dude. Please. We were hoping you would do that. Nargis has been dying to hear you sing, and we all want to be very quiet and listen.
Ultimate, I didn't know you were speaking for 45 minutes, bro.
Yeah, we can all listen to you. Ultimate, what do you got for us? Come on, brother. Direct it right to Nargis.
In the Philippines, there were these militants that would like wrap themselves in wet bamboo with machetes and charge at the troops who had guns, and
Well, it appears he's just in listening mode. So I have a couple options for the next 60 seconds. I can do tarot cards. I can read from Jewish mystical Kabbalah cards. I can read from Meditations of Marcus Aurelius. I can read Grandmother's Jewish Wisdom, Tao Te Ching, 25 Zen Essays, or Ayn Rand. Which one is it going to be? I know you want to hear me read for 60 minutes. 60 seconds. Hello? Is it causing a migraine listening to me?
Yeah, a little bit.
Where does it hurt? Are you breathing? Have you touched your toes today? Have you sweated? Have you done any squats or push-ups or
I licked
sitting?
my toes today.
You what?
I licked my toes.
Oh, I thought you said you licked your pills.
I licked my toes.
Damn, you can suck on your toes?
Yeah.
Woo! Spicy.
Is it possible for Daniel to sing cocaine girls?
That's the weirdest woman I've ever met in my life.
Actually, I like it when Daniel sings about the beef in the streets. That's my favorite Daniel rap. Go for it, Daniel.
Every time she speaks, that's something new. Go ahead, Zabu. Then you never heard what she said in French. That was bad. She said something. None of you understood.
What did I say?
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it.
What's the difference? You're thinking about it. What's the difference between you thinking about it and saying it? You might as well just say it. You're thinking.
Yeah, I mean, You was not thinking about
Why are
it.
you thinking such bad thoughts, Haram?
What do you mean? That's what you did.
Haram!
You was not in the song anymore.
Haram!
You were talking to me.
Haram!
She's a bandito. Or bandita.
Not to confuse it with harem. Imagine having a harem of 19-year-olds. That would be hard. 19 of them?
What's beef? Beef is when you need 2 gats to go to sleep. Beef is when your moms ain't safe up in the streets. Beef is when I see you, guaranteed to be an ICU. Guaranteed to be an ICU. What's beef? Beef is when you make your enemies start your Jeep. Beef is when you roll no less than 30 deep. Beef is when I see you. Beef is when I see you. Guaranteed to be an ICU. Check it!
Yeah! 19-year-old.
He's the one that says, when I say, when I speak, you feel weak. When you hear my thoughts.
Man, pass the gat to me. Now check this.
When I say black, do you consider it as an attack or a lack of understanding of my part or just a rough coming from me? When I say white, would you consider bigotry? When I say no to religion, is that because it's an extension of my misconception about what you think of me? Do you see me as a threat of your safety?
Are you on? Israeli? Ali. No, J. That's something to do from now. Are you on? Black Israeli?
Are you one of Satan's chosen people?
Yeah, chosen.
Are you little? Are you from Little Satan or from Big Satan?
I'm little. I'm actually from both. But be careful.
Are you the hot Ellie from the
Hey, Harry Rafferty. Sorry for joining so late.
I wasn't hot in season 1, and I got hot season 5.
Jay doesn't get the reference when it came to the chosen by Satan. When we were trying to come up, see, Jay is just like, but you weren't here when we were trying to come up with like triggering room names, and Ralphie said, "Why are Jews the chosen?" or something like that. And I was like, "Why? Well, or like, which are you trying to trigger Jews or trigger the goys, or the goyim, I guess as you would say." And I said, well, or you could, if you're trying to trigger Jews, you just be like, why did Satan choose the Jews or whatever? That's where it comes from.
Hey, Rafferty. Yo. I took that picture of him that I just put on my PTR. That's why I'm literally headed back home right now. But yeah, had a really good day. Let's just put it that way. Oh, how good was the day? Take a look at the PTR. It was a good motivational day.
You were the helicopter?
Hey, dude, it beats being a death bitch. Let's
He's
put
in
it
the
that way.
National Guard.
Reserves.
Reserves. Excuse me. I know. I've been never in the military. I'm sorry. I fucked all of that shit up.
Did you mean helicopter?
Chillin'.
Helicopter.
Where does that joke come from? Where did that joke come from? Like, why? Like, Jews, like a couple of years ago, we're all using the helicopters.
You want to explain an helicopter?
No, you had to be there. You had to.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, you don't know. So you don't.
It's when the fucking helicopter went down with fucking Reagan. Yeah,
Iranian president or whatever it was.
Oh yeah, I vaguely remember
and
that.
then
apparently, those Israelis blades.
they said helicopter, and they go, "Oh, it's a Mossad agent named Helicopter." Helicopter didn't. He was on the plane with them.
Well,
they were saying helicopter with an accent.
Well, the joke for the Israelis are, do you know Motorola? Happy?
Yeah.
Remember when the pager incident happened? There's an Israeli name called Monty. You know Monty? You ever heard of an Israeli name Monty? It's
It's in Israeli named Moti. Motorola did it.
Listen, when that shit happened, Rafi, so many people were trashing people who use pagers. Bro, I used pagers for like 15 fucking years, dude. Like it was pretty good. Pagers were pretty fucking, gangster as fuck. I mean,
Yeah, but I think they were using it to I'm guessing that Hezbollah was at least smart enough. The reason they used pagers is in order to tell you to go onto a secure line or to go onto an encrypted radio. But then, it is rather genius that
It is
genius.
They ended up basically making it so that these pagers would just blow up on their crotch, which really
Just the
sucked.
old comments that were getting a little brutal, Like it's a genius master plan, and I respect that. But it's when motherfuckers are like, well, old people use fucking pagers. Like, bro, pagers are not that fucking old. I'm just saying.
No, they were the cool kids gadget in the 90s for a little bit.
I mean, you could bank off pussy if you had a pager on your hip. I'm just telling you that. What's going on, Yakov?
I think many of them also brought them up to their eyes and they were blinded.
That's just more fucking. Holy shit. Dude, wait, wasn't there something else that they...
reading them and they blew up in their faces because
That's true.
They had them in their hands.
Wasn't there something else? Wasn't there walkie-talkies or something else?
Yeah, it was an Icom V81 V80. I have one. It's a ham radio, VHF radio. Looks like you would call it a walkie-talkie. It had a bigger, it was a much bigger case, so it could have ounces of explosives in it.
But see, Pepe, what's so diabolical about it is most people who have pagers, or at least the bad guys that handle, and think about where it's at. It's right at the hip. And dude, the survivability of those individuals that took a fucking blast to the hip, or at least the pelvis, your chances go next to nothing.
Well, I forget where it is near your...
Yeah, from the liver to the knees.
If you have when you have a heart attack or anywhere else, there's right near your pelvic area, there's a place where an ideal place they check for your pulse. I have zero medical training, but I'm guessing you bleed out quickly.
Even let me see. I gotta word this correctly. For round placements, it is preferred. Basically, center mass, but also encouraged to the pelvis as well, because the 5.56 NATO rounds, when they hit flesh, they kind of pierce through, and a lot of time by the time it's tumbling, it's already partially out of the torso or out of the flesh. So it was encouraged for a more humane kill to also hit the pelvis as well, because it's going to completely immobilize the combatant, but you can to where you can effectively place your second or third round if need be.
Well, Dumpster, do you know who a Gagarin thumb is?
A Gagarin thumb, yeah.
Yeah. So he as you know, he was a person that taught in the Air Force Special Forces, the SEER.
He's a PJ, bro. He's a fucking PJ.
Yeah. Which, for those of you who don't know, they're called what is it? You have to go through the Superman program. In other words, of all the special forces, they have to go through the most schools.
His pararescue group. They're literally, their memo is so others may live.
Yeah. So what? Do you know what SEER stands for? What is it? Survive, escape.
Survive, escape, evade. No, survive, evade. Oh fuck, I can't think of it.
Yeah, I don't remember the acronym either, but every Air Force pilot has to go through it.
A lot of special forces that have to go through it.
So what kept the guy in Iran alive?
Yeah, and so he actually released a video yesterday that he did one in 2023 and he updated it, for what would you do in 2026. It's actually pretty interesting because he talks about a lot of things that obviously are not intuitive to somebody who's not, has zero expertise in that area. But he did say, like, if you have a cell phone, for example, you have to get rid of it. Period. That's just what you have to do.
They don't even fly with cell phones.
Yeah, they don't even.
They're not even allowed to get into the cockpit with a cell phone.
That makes sense. And then when it comes to radios, he said, he doesn't care how encrypted it is.
It's a burp. Literally, it's an encrypted burp. It goes like, and that's it.
Yeah, but he was saying that basically if you were having a professional military searching for you today, their ability to locate you because you have a radio on would be pretty bad. But of course, he said what they do is maybe it's every 35 minutes after the hour, you might have a plan that you guys will listen in for 2 minutes or something like that, but you would have to use a punch key. I don't know. I'm guessing.
I was surprised that they didn't have a predetermined word or signal, because he said God is good, and apparently at the time, even Exis said this. We weren't sure if he was an airman or an Iranian, because it was so close to God is great. God is good, and then he realized it was him. But I'm surprised they didn't have zebra or some word that changes with every flight or something with everybody who takes off, so they can.
Well, that's part of their element of expertise, but you have to realize, dude, the focus point was he's drawing air. You know what I mean? I mean, that moment, God is good. Granted, there might have been confusion of possibility of maybe the opposition, but it still means that Wizzo drew breath, and he had and the function to address. So that's the key part of it.
There was confusion concerning that whole incident. Originally, people pro-Israel social media accounts were saying, Israeli special forces side by side on the ground helped rescue the downed pilot. Then afterwards I heard no, they were just giving, they were giving.
I believe Israeli fighter planes did some attacks on folks nearby, in addition to U.S. doing it, but I don't. Who knows? We'll never know the story of special forces.
I know the A-10s, dude. They went in and basically those A-10 pilots, dude. I hope they get a fucking Silver Star at least, because dude, the amount of fucking damage I heard from colleagues of mine, was fucking biblical on the fact that on the miracle factor that they was able to fucking get back as far before one had to abandon people. Anybody think, they shot it down? No, it's called he self-abandoned it because of the ability not to land safely.
But I thought when it came to the A-10 Warthogs, they are highly susceptible.
They fly very slowly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're meant for one purpose, Pepe. Low ground fucking engagement. Dude, the guy sits in a titanium bathtub. Dude, I have witnessed in country A-10s on fucking tarmac with fucking pumpkin-sized holes all the way through the fucking wings, through the fucking side of them, and them bitches still fucking came out.
How many of them were down during that? A complete list just came out a few days ago of all of the aircraft that were either downed or hit during this operation in Iran. But I believe it might have been more than one, but it was at least one. Did you hear? Was there? I guess what I'm asking, was there more than one
Warthog that was
I know one was. I know one.
I think there was two, but they weren't related. The one was in the Gulf. He was hit, but he made it back to base in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, and one the pilot had made a decision to scud it because of the condition to safely land. So he radioed in the plan and he scud it, and he was retrieved as well.
Almost all of the planes that were damaged or had damage were KC-130, what is it, 135s or 130, the tankers?
Yeah, they were sitting on the ground when ammunitions hit them.
Huh.
Yep.
See, I didn't get that. I didn't get that clarification. There was like a couple F-15s, but I think that was like a friendly accident. And then they didn't specify how this F-35, which was the one that takes off vertically in the Marines, it was damaged.
Well, there's three versions of the F-35. You got the A's, E's, and D's.
No, there's A, B, and C's.
Oh,
No D's.
Sure.
But the one that was hit wasn't a vertical takeoff. I believe it took off from land. It was an A.
The one molest was I mean, that's the part that stuck out. But it just said that it was damaged.
He's talking to someone there in Russian.
Привет, brother.
Привет, comrade.
What's up, there? Sorry, I don't know what's on mic.
But no, like, I mean, hell, they even brought that 8H-29. I'm gonna butcher the fuck out of his name, but was it Tuscanas, which is a prop airplane. Was it dual pilot?
Are you talking about the one that Special Forces uses?
No, this one is.
It's a replacement for the A-10.
No. This is actually a propeller-driven.
Yeah. It's a replacement that's under development for the A-10. Tucano.
Tucano, but they even
it's called a Chicano U-turn.
What's really even the A-10, that is one plane, even though it's pretty old and it's slow moving, and they don't have much in the way of stealth capability. We refuse to sell these to any other country.
Here's a fucking payload. Besides the fucking Burt gun on the front, Pepe, the payload of it is fucking immaculate.
It has 5 hard points on each wing.
Exactly. So I mean, this is I mean, granted, I'm biased because I have immaculate love for the A-10, at least.
But you're infantry, right?
Yes.
So I've heard like that plane might as well be like the patron saint of the infantry.
It is. To me, the A-10 is like the fucking Pope. Literally. Like, don't get wrong, your F-18, your 15s, and your 16s are fucking, they're awesome. But they have a purpose. But when
they're not close in.
Exactly. I mean, I love the A-10s more than fucking Viper, or I still call them the Cobras, but the transitional name is Vipers. But I was gonna say, Vincent, when you talk about the radio, never say repeat. Never say fucking repeat.
Why is that?
Because so like if you're calling in like a fire mission, if you say repeat, they're gonna perform the action of the previous command. So if you call in artillery, if you say repeat, they're gonna repeat the actions repeat the most previous request. But other than that, dude, fucking Puff, is that yours?
Yeah.
Well, you dolled that thing up. Even got the bow in it. Nope, sorry, my bad.
Looks like my parents' dog.
He just, we had to put him down on Tuesday.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry, my guy.
No problem.
Looks like my parents' dog. I remember I asked you about what kind of dog it was. It was my stepmother's aunt was her age. Ended up passing away, and she inherited 2 dogs. One of them passed away. They're old dogs, but then Sammy he looks a lot like that dog, and he's a very interesting dog. I don't know how to put it. He's also really old, not too playful. He has like this strong, I don't know how to put it, like maybe herding mentality. Very super fucking alert. Like anybody. Like he's like an alarm box. I don't know how to put it.
Well, I got my gator pit. She's gonna be having puppies in about 2 months. So if you want a puppy, let me know. It's a gator pit. You know, freaking.
Wait, what is it?
Can't go wrong. It's the design of the. It's like
So now.
It's a pit bull, but it has a different type of color configurations for the skin.
I fucking hate. I don't like pit bulls. I'm like a racist. Like when it comes to dogs too. I just don't like them. By the way, dogs they were like bioengineered by humans, domesticated dogs, and so like. Man created monsters when it comes to dogs. Like they're not. People like to have this. Like it's about how you raise them. Like, no, we raise them for temperament and their physical capability.
I use my gator pits for wild pig.
So I forget the name of the dog. Like the pit bull's origin. There was I don't know if it was a mastiff breed. So it basically in England they created this dog which ended up they bred further in America, which became the pit bull, but it was to hunt large game, and so they had a very strong bite, and they would bite towards the face and the neck, and then they would kind of sprawl their legs, and they try to pull you to the ground. Or a big piece of game to the ground, which made it easier for them to hunt big game. And so these things are just like monsters.
Dude, that's why my 2 pits are 70 pounds apiece, you know? But they're big fucking babies. Dude, you'll catch an attack from my fucking geese than you will from my fucking dogs.
I've met pit bulls that are nice,
but no, yeah, God, if you want a puppy, dude, fuck yeah. I don't sell them, I just get
them. We got 2 others, thank you. You know what's funny? Here, I'll tell you something that's kind of funny, and then I gotta go to bed.
A rocket exploded in Cape Canaveral.
What, like a U.S. Like a NASA rocket?
Yeah, like a.
No, it would be probably some third-party rocket. Probably, let's see, SpaceX uses Texas, so it's a Boeing rocket probably or something like that. NASA doesn't have anything going.
Massive explosion at Cape Canaveral in Florida of a rocket being tested for an upcoming Blue Origin flight. Jeff Bezos says all personnel have been accounted for and are safe. He is promising to find the cause and rebuild. The New Glenn rocket was undergoing a static fire engine test, which is when engines run at full thrust while the rocket stays on the launch pad. NASA is counting on Blue Origin to provide lunar landers for its Artemis and moon-based programs.
Tonight we are learning more about a tragedy on the Queensboro.
So nobody got killed. At least that's a good thing.
Static test, no one's inside the rocket, and it's far from people. It's bolted down.
Pepe, what's your, you're a little bit more west than most of us here, I think. Dude, what did you think about Gavin Newsom being a fucking dick and saying he's going to charge tax 100%? Did he do it? I don't know if it was 100%.
100%. So all the money you get goes to the state?
Well, for the slush fund, you know, because.
No, I think he had a billionaire tax, but I don't think I can't.
No, he didn't have it. It's on the ballot.
Okay.
He didn't. He's steered far away from that. He wants to run for president. That's not something wrong. It's a ballot measure.
I look at Gavin Newsom. I don't know that he's a very ideological person. I'm just being honest with you. I think he's which I would kind of say is part of his weakness. Because he doesn't hold a strong position on anything. Like what does he actually stand for? And I don't know that anybody.
The highest bidder. The highest bidder.
Well, I think it's whatever makes it increases his likelihood of being a popular candidate.
Vincent, I think you're talking about a room temperature IQ. My God, you know.
He's actually. I mean, well, he says he didn't do well in school, but I have. No, he's
doing well in school and success and IQ are two different things.
Yes.
Or three different things. Excuse me.
Yeah, he's somebody who I would say is. He's somebody like, for example, when the RNC had or the GOP had their what the fuck do you call it? Their conference. I remember Sean Hannity was on air and he just walks up to him live and he's like, "Hey, what's up, dude?" You know, he has this charisma. He's somebody who would. He had a
split tongue. I guess
he had a podcast. And he was bringing in like Charlie Kirk and all of these people to debate with him. He's a likable guy. You know, when you get to talk to him. I personally see that as making him kind of like a really weaselly person. I don't think he stands for anything. Just because you're the cool, likable guy does not mean you're fit to run the fucking country. But unfortunately, he is somebody who's rather, I'm on a fag, or on the biggest fag on this app, depending on what day it is.
What you put in your butt or don't put in there is not our business.
But he's, an attractive guy, charismatic, and, he has the gift of gab, and, I think that he's alluring because of that, but it's not necessarily going to, it all seems very empty and shallow.
He's an oracle speaker, in my opinion. He's like Obama. He went in, he knows critical points, and he knows how to play the heartstrings of his state, and as long as he gets that win, he'll transition to his main agenda. But no, I hear what you're saying, Pepe, but he's aiming for 100% tax, which,
But that's impossible. That's impossible. You can't do that.
I know, but once again, this is,
Sorry to
go ahead. Yeah, go for it.
There's a Daniel in the audience, and he has that fucking stupid cold in his fucking.
Yeah, no, I had to leave the room earlier because of him.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna need something done now.
I don't know. I'm looking. What do you want me to do?
I'm
gonna boot him. I'm gonna boot him from the room. I can boot him from the room. I'm on it. I'm not kidding.
I don't know.
He said, "Wait, me."
Yeah.
What did he have in his profile?
Yeah, it's done.
Fuck, now I got
J-Lo, why are you such?
I kicked him.
J-Lo, why are you such a hormonal, moody yenta? Why?
Why not?
Well, I asked you why. Why not? Asking the opposite question is not the answer to my question.
That's my answer.
Hold on, I got a better question for Jay. Jay, yesterday I was in a room with you and Miss Glow and Yakko, and Daniel. And remember how I I was talking to Daniel, and then Daniel was trying to get music going. What slimy little cocksucker fucking booted my ass out for not saying a motherfucker.
I didn't even know you were booted.
Yeah, I was kicked out of the motherfucking room. Shit, dude. I got segregated like a motherfucker.
Hold on, Monica was in this room. When did she leave? What the fuck? I just saw in the audience. Monica.
Well, yeah, no. I don't know what the hell happened, freaking. You know what I think? This is my opinion. I got hypothesis. I think that Sam guy, that little cocksucker, probably freaking. When I got booted out of the damn room for not saying a fucking thing but other than hello to Daniel, that little fucking tweezer dick motherfucker, he got out of the room and he went to another room.
I don't know.
You know.
I know that yesterday a lot of people were complaining about the app, but I don't know. I don't know who removed you. I don't really remove people.
Well, I don't think it's you. I mean,
no, I think Jace removed me before. If I'm being honest.
I don't usually remove people.
Yeah, but you might have made an exception for Pepe, right? Right?
Maybe, could be.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying.
Well, Pepe.
2 and 3.
Well, Pepe, some guys here have a little bit of chivalry. Something that I would encourage you to show a little modest. I understand you got the Pepe show in the evening, and I'm not gonna lie, I do like to listen to it when I got long night chores to take care of. But a little chivalry.
Because Pepe said that usually his crazy comes out like at dark, and it's true. Because during the day he's not as cuckoo.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Because his dad's probably awake.
No, it's just like busy doing other shit during the day, and then
he's doing his OnlyFans.
Exactly. Is that gays love my material on OnlyFans? So.
You know, Pepe, you probably have a tattoo that says "It's hard out here for a pimp."
I don't have. You know, I would have gotten all of the tattoos in the world if tattoos were still like taboo. It's like maybe it's a personality trait, but like if tattoos were like disregarding decent norms, I would have probably been like, okay, fuck it, I'm getting tattoos. But now that everybody gets tattoos, it is super cool not to have tattoos. I am in my mid-40s, have no tattoos. I'm not going to get a tattoo ever. Like, ever.
Bro, I got a tramp stamp.
Amazing.
Fuck yeah. Literally, so it says "Cock you looking."
There you go.
Nah, dude, fucking. But you don't like needles? What is it, Pepe?
No, I just don't like. If everybody has tattoos, I want to stand out and not have tattoos.
Dude, it's addicting. It is, dude.
Yeah, but I mean, I've been like when it comes to visual arts, I've been doing that most of my life, and so when it comes to the appeal of a tattoo, you have to understand. I look at it from a very different perspective. I don't really spending hours a day doing this shit for decades. I don't really find a tattoo on the skin to be really that. It doesn't jump out at me.
Some people get them just because they saw it on X and they're like, "Oh wow, that looks amazing." Like my tattoos are almost like a mural of my life journey. Okay, whether in the military, family, critical events in my life, and so the tramp stamp that I told you guys. Why did I get it? Because I was working on something and I had a battalion commander walk by and apparently he saw a little bit of my butt crack and he parade west me. He said, "You better fix that, Marine." And I ended up being put on shit detail for like a whole week. And so I was like, fuck it. So I got a fucking tattoo that said "Caught You Looking." And so if someone goes, "Dude, why did it say "Caught You Looking"? I have a story I could share with someone. got any piercings, Pepe?
I mean, when I was a teenager, I did. I had like on my eyebrow, I had a little braid. What do you like? Some braid below your bottom lip. I had. My ears pierced. You know, it was normal, like in the '90s. Not now. You're a faggot if you do it now. Yeah, I did that. I mean, I'm somebody who would have definitely gotten a tattoo when I was like 18, 19.
Get your nipples pierced?
No, my brother did.
Shit, dude, I rocked them bitches from fucking 98 till they get a little tighter when you start
one of my
slapping
brothers.
meat on your chest.
So myself and my middle brother have no tattoos. My youngest brother who was like always a miscreant. He got like all kinds of tattoos. He had like SS, like Nazi SS bolts. Like this was like.
That's kind of crazy.
Like 18-ish years ago. What? No, he has it. It's all covered over. It was like there's a Russian chapel that he tattooed on the imagery on his. You know, he covered all of it. And my grandfather, before he passed away, like he served in World War II. So you know, it's like it has nothing to do with like anti-Semitism, any of that stuff. But like when you in his generation, when you lost people fighting to the enemy, it's kind of like you're wearing the enemy's like what the fuck is this shit?
Dude, my grandfather, Pepe, on my mom's side, black man, greatest person ever lived. No offense, to me, he's the best grandpa ever. But you know, he was in supplies, you know, and he went from fucking, you know, he literally went from Africa all the way to Normandy to Berlin. And dude, my grandfather, like, we're in the dirty South, okay? And so you get these fucking skinheads that act fools and shit like that. And my grandfather hated them for it because they understood what really happened. My grandfather, Pepe, he didn't talk too much about the war, but when someone would talk about the Holocaust, it would, you know, he would grab that peppermint schnapps just a little bit harder. And I remember he shared a story with me and my brothers, and because they was going on the Holocaust in school. And I knew my grandfather on my mother's side was in World War II, and same my grandfather, my father's side. And we wanted to hear it from their side. And my grandfather said it, his side. See, he was in supplies when they came up, when Patton found a concentration camp, and when they were all told to not bring food to the camps. Not because they didn't want to feed them, but because if they would kill them. And my grandfather witnessed, and he said he witnessed piles of, and this might be a little traumatic for people, but he said when you see a pile of children stacked up, and you know, it changes your whole mindset of an entity.
I get what you're saying. Like my brother, his two best friends were like two Jewish fucking kids. They all, like my brother and his friends, they were little punks. Like they're just always got in fucking trouble. They're pieces of shit. Like when my brother got that tattoo, it's I actually think like people, like when he got it, he doesn't care about the historical weight behind the fucking symbols. Like to him, it was just like, oh, I'm just gonna fucking get this tattoo. It's gonna fucking piss everybody off, and it shows, you know, like I'm like pro-white or whatever. And it was not like my brother never gave a fuck about Jews or like it wasn't even a thing. And you have to like if you look at like for example like the motorcycle club culture, they would highly rely on Nazi imagery. Why? Because it was the most taboo thing you could do in America, and they were doing this when the motorcycle club culture really started to take off in the United States. It was after World War II, and these are it's the imagery of and a lot of people in the United States are anti-Semitic at the time. A lot of the Christians, like, it's not lie, but it was in a way kind of saying like, yeah, I'm the bad guy. In fact, the people that you guys fought in World War II, yeah, I'm wearing their tattoo. How about that, motherfucker? It was it was like a form of rebellion, and you kind of see the same counterculture happening now. It's just like what used to be punk rock and make you like weird in the 90s was you had tattoos and piercings and colored hair and all of that shit. And now that is considered to be like faggy, left wing, progressive type of shit. And so what is the cool way to like protest it is to be like physically fit, not do drugs, be religious, be authoritarian. That is literally the counterculture that you see today. If you look at what is the, if you're looking at like what is the official who's actually entrenched in academia, the media, everywhere, it's going to be people that are left of center to a little further left, and especially in academia, it's almost all left wing. So what is the cool thing to do? To protest it. I mean, young men are meant to be rebellious. Like these same guys that are like pretending like they're these trad Catholic or fucking Orthodox Christian or basically misogynistic, whatever types of fucking people. These people would have been, I think they would have been punk rock, where they would have been left and anti-authoritarian and all of that shit if this was happening in the 80s.
Well, Pepe, and yeah, I understand what you're talking about, dude. Shit, they fucking, I remember the fucking 90s. Shit, I went to Woodstock 99. Shit, dude, fucking, I watched fucking Korn and fucking Red Hot Chili Peppers. Shit, dude, I mean, it was fun, where you can fucking hit a doobie up and fucking, say fuck the government and do your thing, I get that. But maybe it just came with age, I guess. But when it comes to like, at least I would say now, the presence, when people start criticizing the Jews or Christians or Muslims, like I criticize the IRGC for the radicalization. But when people come after and they go, well, the Jews are involved in many different aspects.
But I think you're missing my point. I think you're missing my point. Because after World War II, because of the Holocaust, literally, I mean, one of the most taboo subjects have revolved around Jews, blacks, obviously, because we can go up until even after World War II, where we had segregation and mistreatment of black people. But when it comes to Jews, you have like in the millions, you have a massacre of people, and I don't know how to say it. It's going to sound fucked up no matter way, but when you drill into people, especially in young men, they're the most they're going to be some of the most rebellious motherfuckers you've ever met.
Why don't you say groom?
No. This isn't grooming. This isn't grooming. I think that you are going to get. So, for example, if you were to look at the World War II generation, what they call the greatest generation, the baby boomers.
They are.
Sure. And then the baby boomers, what did the baby boomers do? Their kids, they were like, fuck this, no war, draft dodging is cool, free sex, let's just like fuck everybody, or free love, I guess is what they called it. Let's do lots of drugs, let's do all of this shit. They literally rebelled, and it was like a pendulum. It went in the opposite direction. Now, with the Zoomers and some of the millennials, you see this sharp pendulum that's kind of like switching in the other direction, and it's just like they're heterodox for that reason, because they literally see what. Hey, you know what? No, I don't agree with all of this shit. I think it's all bullshit. And you know what? No, fuck you. I'm not going to conform. Eat a dick. And they're just going to do their own thing. Like, and that's one of the weird things where I don't. It almost becomes more of like a social psychology issue rather than a political one. Or
do you think that we ended up in this situation because white people complain too much?
No, this is all regardless of.
No, I'm saying white people in general.
Okay, that's irrelevant. We're talking about the history of America. Whether it was, for example, we could look at
the history of America.
Okay, yeah. If we look at the history of America, we could look at blacks in the 1960s. What did they have in common with the white protesters?
They started complaining about white people.
Hold on, shut up, Adams.
Okay, so it's the same
Adam, shut up. Adam, shut up.
Okay, I'm gonna go read my book.
Hold on, Michael.
Yeah, go
This shit is not fucking entertaining. Like, you just.
Okay, but you just wanted to get your cheap talking point across.
No, I wanted to have a conversation. I didn't want to listen to you just run your mouth.
Okay, but if we look at the black population in the 1960s, what did they have?
Can anybody else speak?
Okay, so you're so obnoxious.
Nobody else. Pepe, work with him a little bit.
Exactly, Pepe. Lower your frequency.
Okay, but I'm trying to answer the question, and then he wants to obnoxiously talk over me. Now, if we look at the white population and the black population, the 1960s, what is radically different about them? What ideology is infused with their grievances and their protesting?
Can somebody answer the question?
Your mouth, Pepe.
You ask a question, but you just ramble on and on. Like, it don't take 2 minutes to ask a fucking simple question.
What did the white and black movements have in common in the 1960s?
Black folks started complaining like white people. Like y'all are complaining today.
I asked what ideology.
I just answered your question.
That's not
complaints.
That's not an ideology.
That is an ideology. That's a multi-billion-dollar business. What are you talking about?
No.
Leftism.
No, it was literally
equality.
I was literally saying it came more from fucking communism. I mean,
that's true.
If you look at liberals, first of all, people like to shit on the left, like liberals are bad people. They're not bad people. Even progressives are not all bad people. When it comes to communists, you start to open the door to a lot of things that are very anti-liberal.
That's true.
But when it comes to, we can look at the Weather Underground, we can look at the DSA, and which kind of had factions that were similar to the Weather Underground. We can look at the black movements. These were, and if you look at a lot of the terrorism that the black movements in the United States did, it was almost always in collaboration, or with the majority white communist movements. These were not. I don't know how to put it. What are you talking about?
Liberal people just wanted equality. Yeah. They just wanted equal rights and civil rights. Thank you. I was trying to jump in, but Pepe just.
You don't shut up. I'm telling you, you don't shut up.
Pepe, I'll tell you how my mother said it, okay? Because my mother came around during the 60s. My mother got her ass beat. Her ass beat for even playing in a pro-dominant white school. Literally, she the civil rights movement, what she loved the most about it was she was able to see her community, the black community, finally take a stand and fight for their equality, their right as Americans, to be acknowledged as Americans, not be segregated from the term American. And that meant more to my mother than anything, is to have an ownership of a country that the black community helped mold. There is not a war that black men and black women have not contributed, but never got acknowledged for until, well, I want to say the last maybe 30 years.
You bring up a good point, but the difference, though, I would say, even between the elders that lived in the black community in the South, yes, I'm not for the segregation or the mistreatment of blacks like you would get in the South at that time. It was obviously egregious and incredibly unfair, but I do think that they ended up coming up with radical solutions. In other words, the communists put a battery in their backs to basically...
Pepe, hold on. Pepe. I don't know if you're aware of this. You know, my father's a white man. My mother's a black woman.
No, I know.
And the reason why I bring that up, Pepe, is because in the 60s, you had to get a permission slip. In a way, I'm labeling it as a permission slip for interracial marriage. My mother and father had to go all the way up to Montana to get married.
Where in Montana did they get married?
Oh, fuck. Where the fuck was it?
It's not a big deal.
But in the 60s, my mom and dad had to go leave South Carolina and go to Montana. Just to be able to have...
Loving, right?
There's a movie about it called The
Loving Me, Virginia, the court case.
Yeah, that's an incredible story, Dumpster. I wish it had a nicer name. That's a beautiful story, man. I did not know this about you. That's really an intense story. How do you look? What do you look like, if I may ask?
Like a caramel frappe from McDonald's?
He's a goddamn quadroon.
No, I wouldn't say that.
But the thing is, you know, that's the extent that they had to do, because they had to get basically a permission slip to get married, and even when they came back, you know, my dad lost jobs because he married a colored woman. You know, lost.
I get it. Like there's this injustice where this personal opinion because of who you married, he's mistreated because of it. Now, I would ask you this. So the communist answer, and this is where you saw the radicalism in the 60s in particular, and you saw it like in the late 2000 teens and early 2020s, it seems to be kind of dying down now. You saw their answer was that our country's evil to the core. The people that made the environment possible for your parents to have to go through that were evil white men. They were capitalist colonizers that they're at the top of the hierarchy when it comes to oppression. So therefore, what we need to do is we need to deconstruct every fucking value that these people have, and we also need to tear down America to its core. We need to start anew.
So let me ask you a question, Pepe. In doing all of the curated
Can you answer that question?
I didn't hear a question. I heard a sermon, I heard a eulogy, and a little bit of a dissertation, but I didn't hear a question.
I love it. When I used to make my big rooms, you were this submissive bottom bitch that would literally, that's what you were, that would booty clap on the behalf of whites. But now here you are trying to you have some like comeuppance that you want to have? It's so pathetic and like
comeuppance. I'm being myself. I've always had more white privilege than all of you monkeys. You're broke.
You work at a leasing office in an apartment complex. Like,
that's a funny story. That's actually not true. Pepe, I haven't worked in a leasing office in over a decade. What are you talking about? You want to listen to these bunch of white trailer monkeys that you hang out with that actually have evictions on their record? That actually have their evictions on their record. Thank you very much.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a sales and marketing executive, Pepe.
Oh, where at?
Why am I going to announce where I work on the open stage on the internet? Pepe, what is your real name? You want to answer that?
No, I won't.
Okay, well then there you go.
It still doesn't satisfy the answer like you actually do.
It doesn't satisfy your curiosity. I satisfied your answer.
Doctor, can I be your receptionist? I'll be really good.
No, Dumpster. You're definitely overqualified.
But what I wanted to get back to...
Pepe, on the other hand.
Okay, no, what I wanted to get back to was, like, I literally asked him a question about his grandparents. Do you think that your grandparents would have wanted to burn America to its ground and start anew? In other words, this country does not deserve to exist because it was rotten to its core, or do you think they wanted to make it better? That was basically what I was trying to ask.
I mean, I wouldn't.
I was asking him, not you.
Who is him? Do you want to maybe call him by his name?
Yeah, Dumpster.
Why are you calling him Dumpster? Because he's Victorious?
No, that's his name. I wish you'd change it. You sound like such a cool person. I wish you didn't have that name, but I guess it is what it is.
I used to be Steppy, but then someone got me clipped.
Oh, okay. I've heard about you. You're Steppy. Okay.
Hopefully good news. Hopefully.
So Steppy, would your parents have agreed because of their hardships they had to go through and how they were discriminated against? Did they tear the country again, to the ground and have a revolution and start something new, or do they want to just kind of make things better?
They wanted things to be better. Because my father and mother didn't think about the now. They thought about the future. They thought about, my mom said it best. She thought about her grandkids in the future, because, it's tough now, but if you fix the problem, the next generation will benefit from the solution. And that's what my mother and father focused on, and our community, And even though and I'm gonna be honest, even though they had their hardship with the event, my mother and father really never bitched as much as a lot of people do these days that have never experienced it.
How old are your parents?
My father passed away at 83, was it 9 years ago, and my mother passed away at 84, 7 years ago.
Okay, so you're okay. So your parents probably have a couple years on my dad. But I definitely, my dad's siblings were, some of them a little bit older than your parents. It's funny that we're having this conversation because, like, a lot of people really don't understand the removal of this from the conversation that they're having on this app with the young 20s and 30s, crowd that are pushing for a lot of these things. My father was, going to school in the South before schools were integrated. So I had a point of reference from the standpoint of somebody that I grew up with as a person that's in their 30s today, that actually had a parent that was old enough to remember the same way that I was during 9/11 when schools were integrated. So I think that that's very important context that a lot of people really need to have as they come onto this app and say, my people, my experience, and all of those things. Do you see what I'm saying, Dumpster?
I was alive for that.
You were alive for it, but my dad was getting ready for high school. So it's kind of one of those things where it's like, I don't think that people understand exactly what those times were like, what conversations people were having. And, having those conversations with people who are alive today are a little bit difficult because a lot of us are in their 90s or even older. and, you know, the true adults of that time. And, you know, some of them are a little bit spacey as to what those times meant, what those conversations look like. And it's not like we had social media. You know what I mean? So, but talking to my grandmother, my dad's mother, which my dad's mother, you know, she grew up in rural Mississippi, moved to Tennessee. You know, she had 5 different kids, 5 different men, or 6 different kids, 5 different men. So that was not a privileged woman. Not a privileged woman, but most certainly in you know, the beginning of her life, you know, I would have been shocked if she had a middle school education. So when you look at the things that people were talking about at that time, you know, even dating conversations as far as, you know, what women have access to, you know, I can't even, you know, I can't even tell you some of the fucking stories I used to hear, man. I'm sure, like, it's crazy. I'm talking about, like, in the 1920s and, like, you know, 30s and shit. Like, people don't understand.
Dude, myself included, is about 14 siblings. And, dude, my mother and father, you know, they believe in education in the home, you know. And I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly, you know, you know, those elements that, and those discussions, and when you hear them, you're thinking it's a fucking line out of a Steven Spielberg fucking movie. You know what I mean? With what, at least on my mother's side, because I heard it from both sides. Like, you know, my mother lived in dirt floors, literally. She, what you call
having literal great grandparents that were slaves. Like, that literally were slaves, great grandparents. Like, that's not that far removed. And again, my dad started a little bit later in life. You know, on mom's side, I actually met my great grandmother. So to me, it's like, you know, just seeing the disparities of time and, you know, just hearing those stories that it wasn't passed down from just hearing this as like a, you know, a folk tale. Like, I literally was speaking to people who were, like, grew up in the dinner table.
Oh, yeah.
Who lived the shit.
Oh, dude, 100%, dude. Dude, it's kind of fucking, it's emotionally, and it's also diabolical to hear from the mouth of the experience. But you know, your family is probably just as strong as my family as well. Even though it was a rough situation or a rough environment, my great grandmother she was proud to be a working woman. She was. She was proud of everything she ever had. Everything. And, you know, and the one thing she really encouraged us as, you know, as great grandbabies was to make sure that we go forward in a positive manner. We make sure that, well, to make sure that you treat everybody equal. And that's a big thing that my great-grandmother focused on, and many other things. I tell you what, ass whoopers ain't like they used to. My grandmother asked me to pick a switch one time. And anybody ever catch a switch before? Shit, you learn real quick. You learn real quick. When Grandma says, get your ass over here, you know, you hurry. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, one of my great-grandmothers, she was born in, like, 1903, and, like, listening to the shit that she had to, like, say about, like, early fucking, like, it's crazy. Like, she lived to be very, very, very old, and, you know, just, like, listening to some of the stories, I got to interview her when I was in elementary school for a book report, and it was basically my aunt, who was a former professor. She basically just wrote the freaking book report about my grandma's life story. She sent it to me, and it was pretty intense. It's like the grave differences, even between like the items that were in people's home, and like, you know, recognizing like a color television and things like that. Like, it's just it's crazy how people just don't have that gift of being able to hear that from an actual family member that lived long enough to actually have that conversation.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like
My
I met
grandfather.
2 of my great grandmothers.
That's amazing.
2 of them.
Literally.
And I have pictures with both, which is amazing. One as a little baby, and another one just like older.
That is amazing, dude. My grandfather, freaking, like before he went joined the army in World War II, he had an older brother, and he went to Texas, and on his way to Texas, he got pulled over and he spent 5 years in Mississippi in penitentiary. And I asked my grandfather, I said, what did our great uncle do? And he goes, nothing. And he goes, they needed motherfuckers to do work. And my grandfather told me, he goes, you know, you might be a free black man. Hell, freaking, you might have luxuries, but you get caught in Mississippi, they need ditches cut and weeds taken care of. Freaking, they'll just put you in prison and put you in work, because that's what happened in a lot of southern states. Is the prisons went privatized, and so they do a lot of private work to fund the prisons. And my great uncle, freaking, just driving to Houston to get a job in Houston, Texas, and he got pulled over Mississippi, got arrested. No due justice, no lawyer would touch him. And my grandfather said it best. He goes, that was the scariest part from South Carolina to Texas. If you had work in another state, he goes, this is my grandfather would say. He goes, in the 20s and even in the 30s, you had a 50% chance to make it to where you had to. If not, pick a state that's going to nab your ass and put you in prison.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're on the same page, Dumpster. People are able to have conversations about these issues, and if they want to be informed, they can be informed. And they can also hold criticisms towards Black America while also not understanding, just kind of the proximity of history. I mean, it's one of those things, Dumpster. Like, I feel like it's not racist to criticize all Black people and the way that Black people live, but I feel like to hone in on certain dynamics that people really just don't understand, with a lack of sensitivity in having those conversations with an earshot of people that are not that far removed from it, I feel like that might dance on the line. You know what I mean?
I know. You know what I miss the most, Doctor? Besides my mother, I miss that soul food shit, dog. Freaking, I miss the holidays when you got grandma and mom in the damn kitchen. Shit, you got the aunties in there. Shit, dude, I miss that damn food, man. I haven't had. It's the little things like that,
I mean, I grew up mainly with, Spanish food, and, my mom was born in a Spanish colony, and they just kind of adapted to how people cooked and lived down there. So when they came to the United States, they brought a lot of that culture with them, and that's kind of the food that I grew up with. But, it's the down-home cooking and stuff like that. I'm going to be honest with you, Dumpster. I didn't spend too much time with my dad's family. You know what I mean? Grandma had 6 different kids with 5 different men. The last one she had 2 babies with, that was the wealthiest, and that's who she married. So my dad was older, off in the military and doing his own thing. So, and they grew up in, they were back east in California. So I don't know too much about that.
Daddy's Cajun, man. Freaking mama's Haitian. So I'm telling you this right now, dude. Freaking family get-togethers when we cook. Freaking, it's like going to a buffet and trying to pick. Do I go for the gumbo or life decisions, my guy. Life Did Pepe run away?
I don't know. I changed the title to social. Anything goes.
But hey,
no more talk.
so here, yeah, so doctor, I see Miss Baskin. Did she win or what?
Sorry, was that for me? Karen.
Yeah, did Karen Baskin win?
It's Karen Bass.
Oh, my bad. My apologies.
Yeah, no, she hasn't won yet, but polls are looking pretty good. I just hope she, stays strong. I know it's in very rare form, but like I said, I want a functional government. Republican, Democrat, like this is my city. So this national politics bullshit that people are hashing out, I'm really not interested in that when it comes to, my backyard. You know what I mean?
You got skin in the game. You know? Well, since you're in California, Galvin Newsom is talking about a 100% tax on, is it the January 6th slush fund? I mean, I really don't know, but I kind of heard about 100% tax on.
Listen, people in California are not taxed enough. Okay, I'm sorry to say that. People in California are not taxed enough. It's the wrong type of people that continue to get tax breaks. Okay, while the other type of people are having to pay the same type of taxes. So even if you look at the property taxes, for example, people would do you understand that there's a house that just went onto the market last month for $400 million?
Holy shit, what is it, like 30,000 square foot?
About 70. It used to be owned by the Qatari royal family right next door to Dan Bilzerian's old Beverly Hills or Bel Air house. So, I mean, when you look at how much somebody has to make, you know what I mean, or somebody, is worth to be able to afford something like that. I mean, that's just like that's just ridiculous. Like, there's no home in California worth $100 million, let alone 400. Like, the prices are inflated, and if people have that money to just throw around, tax them. Tax them, because the middle class is shrinking every fucking day, and nobody wants to have a conversation about that. I'm not on some communist shit. I'm saying, like, that, even stop allowing people to put their thumb on the fucking scale.
We just got done a few months ago. We built our house at Barnuminium. Came out to 5,600 square feet, and it came out to like $300,000 and shit. I thought that was pricey.
Sure. Man, it's even to buy my childhood home back. Like kids that grow up in this place, they cannot even afford to live in their parents' homes. You know what I mean? They leave it behind. Okay, you have a faulty transfer or something's not transferred right, in your financial favor. You're having to pay all these property taxes that the normal person cannot afford.
Can I ask a dumb question, doctor? This is going to sound really ignorant, but it's because listen, when I lived in California, I was on a military base. So I was completely oblivious.
Where were you stationed? Pendleton?
29 Palms.
My dad was out there, and also Pendleton and El Toro, where I was born.
Yeah, and then Barstow, I was out in Barstow for 2 years.
Nice.
So, like I said, I completely oblivious. I mean, we heard complaints, but I didn't have no skin in the game. My question to you, doctor, and I hope I'm not coming off like a fool, is why is the housing market issue in California more chaotic than anything else? Even because how is it so hard for your workers, your blue-collar workers and your white-collar workers that are just being average income families or individuals?
So, California has always pretty much relied on manufacture, production, agriculture, and later on, this bullshit entertainment industry that props up, the economics in California, along with tech. Okay? So you have these jobs that, are coming into the workforce market that are not pacing enough to keep up with the demands of, home ownership. For example, if you earn, let's say, how can I make a better example? If you earn $50,000, $60,000 a year, you're not going to be able to afford a $300,000 home, right? Especially with a single income household. So when you look at the available $300,000 homes, where are they in California, right?
I don't know where are they.
Okay, so now when we talk about people who want to build families and want to live in, normal single family homes, we're talking about the 1,200 square foot to 1,800 square foot home. Anywhere in California, that's going to cost you over $1 million. Do you know what the mortgage is on a $1 million home? Depending on how much you put down, you put less than 20% down, you're going to be nailed with about $8,000. About $8,000 a month. Because then you have to consider property taxes. $50,000
income a year?
No, I'm saying, right. So, when you look at the average person that's able to buy a $1 million home, where are the jobs for that? Where are the jobs in abundance for that? So now we go into the conversation as far as the two-income household. A lot of people outside of California feel like that's not, the option of where America should be. America used to be a place where, in the time that you mentioned, men used to be able to buy homes and they used to be able to support their families on a single-income household. So that's a predicament that we're in. People had different attitudes towards leisure. People had different attitudes towards the haves and the have-nots. And truthfully speaking, in California, we have an abundance of spaces where you have, tree-lined streets with, planters in the middle, with landscaping and all of those things, which, again, eat at city taxes and city resources. So that raises the property tax. You want to have nice schools, nice parks, and all of the things that people have bought into in their investment in leisure. Different from other places in America is how you ended up in this economic situation of what now exists in California.
Okay.
All of these imported palm trees and shit like that are from the freaking Middle East. You don't understand how much landscaping and water maintenance and things that need to get done. Some drunk 16-year-old from some dentist ends up crashing your Porsche into it. That's $100 and something $1,000 a tree. So this is the time. This is what I'm saying. A lot of our vegetation, and shout out to the Israelis on stage. A lot of our vegetation in California is not from here. A lot of it's from the Middle East. If you look at the queen palms, the king palms, and a lot of the palm trees that are featured on California Living, a lot of those trees and vegetation are not from here. So when you bring something from somewhere where it does not belong into a place where you want to maintain an aesthetic of landscaping, it costs money and maintenance. Does it not? So that's how you have... I'm just telling you how the bill continues to add up. You see what I'm saying? Because everything that I explained to you is a line item that is going to be passed down to the consumer.
So, in a nutshell, they're taking the Bentley and making it look like a Ferrari, and the owner who has a Bentley fucking motor is paying for a fucking Ferrari in a hillbilly way. I'm trying to see what a pivoting point, because I know Command Sergeant Major, he bought a house this like 19 years ago for like
So the other part of this too is cost for construction. Okay, and I did the numbers on this, a couple of years ago. For me and my mom at the time, we were trying to build a home in Tustin Hills, which is down in Orange County.
Oh, I know where you're at.
Yeah. So the price per square foot was at around $2,500 price per square foot to put in the same type of finishes. Then you also have to factor in workers' compensation insurance. I don't think you understand exactly how much it costs to pay a construction worker in the state of California, right? So to pay a construction worker...
Oh my God, dude. Dude, going rate in my neck.
$50 to $60 an hour per worker.
No.
Then you have to pay for labor, and so that's labor. Okay, then you have to pay for materials. Okay, and depending on where you build, you also have to introduce the infrastructure onto the property. So depending on where your property is in proximity to the coast, there's also another conversation with the California Coastal Commission. So a lot of these things work in tandem of driving up the cost of housing. You see what I'm saying? And lowering the pathway to affordability.
What's the benefit of pushing out your workforce? Because that's what it sounds like. It sounds like they're, maybe this is the dumb way I'm processing it, because I'm not gonna lie, doctor, it's like you put a grenade in my fucking in my brain and fucking just pulled a pin and with information. You know, it's a fucking blast. So just put it that way. But Jesus, dude, fucking so. Doctor, you know, I'm gonna say a prayer for you, your mama, your neighbor, maybe even California. That holy shit. Now I understand why you're hyper focused on your state. All the love to you, doctor. All the love to you on that.
My parents bought a house for under freaking $200,000 back in the early 90s. There were homes. Me and my husband just went there not too long ago, and we're looking at some of the homes in the neighborhood. Some of them selling as high as $3.8 to $4 million. This is what they've done to us. So I mean, this is literally what they've done to us, Dumpster.
But Michael, I don't know if I had like words because I'm still kind of in my new shock. Just hearing this.
My dad's wife. Okay, so this is my step-grandmother. So her mom is my step-grandmother. She bought her house for like less than the cost of a freaking Lexus. Okay, back in like 60 years ago. There are homes in the freaking area going for millions. Like, this is what I'm saying, man. Like, the steady cost of how they've driven people out has been happening for decades. It's not even anything that even my parents have voted on. You know, that has like accelerated this. Like, this has been in the making for a very long time.
It's like almost like you guys are paying the research for the build. You know, that's what how it feels like. You know, like medical medicine companies. You know how they'll pay, they'll build it, but
you know what fucked us? Like, the Coastal Commission. What? The California Coastal Commission, a lot of these EPA regulations and shit, that's what drove a lot of manufacturing out. That's the only reason why my dad stuck around after the military, because again, there were jobs in the, in the private sector-ish, that the military experience allowed you a pathway into getting in there. You know what I mean? There's manufacturing and things that were still happening. Those spaces, some of them are still here today, but they're not operating to the same volume. You know what I mean? Hughes, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, McDonnell Douglas. Like, a lot of these places used to have, a lot of these people that used to buy their homes back in the 70s, where do you think that they were working? Well, UCLA professors, they were working at Berkeley. Like, they were working, in freaking aerospace, manufacturing, production. Where's the Wonder Bread factory? A lot of this shit is shut down. And then you also had oil production. A lot of Beverly Hills and Los Angeles and a lot of these spaces, a lot of this shit used to be oil fields. I don't think that people really fully understand that. Well, every time we buy and sell a house in California, nobody wonders, what is that little section that talks about your mineral rights? You are not able to extract oil, okay, on your own damn property in California without, number one, going through the government, and number two, having some private organization that owns those rights that you have a fight with. This is how we got here, bro. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Yes. Bro, I've been working in real estate for so fucking long. Bro, I'm telling you, go look that shit up right now. Even people on the beach, you buy a beachfront property in California, you do not own, there's no such thing as a private beach.
Oh my fucking god. Bro.
It was crazy. Okay, I remember when I was a kid, we used to live, like, we were we used to call them like the canyon kids. We were the beachfront kids. And we used to hike through the canyon and then come down a subdivision that had a public trail. And there was a gated community in between where the trail went down towards PCH, and on the other side of PCH, it was a continuance of that same gated community, and then there was the beach. We used to get yelled at by the freaking gate-guarded like security all the time. You kids can't go here and X, Y, and Z. And finally, Mom and a bunch of my friends' parents, one of them was a really high-powered attorney, and was just like, you cannot continue to tell our kids that they can't access the beach. Like, there's no such thing as a private beach in the state of California. You see what I'm saying? So, like, again, there's costs, and then there's benefits, and then there's costs to that. You know what I mean? Your kids don't actually have access to that beach. But then if you privatize it, could you imagine how many celebrity Kardashian fucks would love to just section off a freaking part of the beach, put their private security and probably U-boats out in the middle of the water and prevent people from being able to, their kids to be able to play and build sandcastles during the summer? So while I get that there's an issue with private property rights in the state, there's also a reason. There's also a reason. You know what I mean?
Well, the regular person could go to Compton. They have beaches there.
They do not have beaches in Compton. Compton is a landlocked city.
Thank you.
You gonna go swim in the LA River? Well, you're either cracked out or you're a corpse, or probably a murder victim of a little bit of the Sicilian mafia that still exists here in Los Angeles.
Fucking dude, that's called a dirty baptism, my guy.
See what I'm saying, dumpster man? Like, it sucks. Like, I've had to head north, like, since like leaving my parents' house. It's kind of one of those things. Like, I've just had to keep pushing north. Like, you know what I mean? Like, economically, as this shit is panning out and looking at where I've moved, I've had to keep moving north. Just because it's just...
I tell you what.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just... It's crazy.
Hey, bring your husband, bring your mama. Bring you in South Carolina, dude. You guys will have a blast.
Oh, no, fuck that. I'm not trying to go out to the... No, y'all, like, I appreciate my South Carolina brethren, but, yeah, no. I'm not trying to live in Jim Crow South. I'm not trying to do it.
Well, I'll make sure nobody bucks for you. Listen, where I live in South Carolina, I'm gonna tell you this right now. On my family's property, I'm gonna put it this way. I've seen an alligator eat a bull shark, and I've seen a bull shark eat an alligator.
Yeah, no. So, my mom ended up retiring in Florida, and, you know, actually declined health-wise. She finished out her last days out here in California, closer to me. But, I bought a house there at one point, and fucking, like, I'm telling you, it's too country, man. Like, I mean, once you get past, I feel like Arizona. Like, that's just where people just start becoming a little bit, you know, a little bit weird. What's that?
Myrtle Beach is a beautiful area in South Carolina.
Yeah, everybody says the same thing about Huntington Beach, and that's in California, and people are so racist as fuck.
What about Long Beach?
Long Beach is cool. I like going to Long Beach.
I don't know, my younger days, I got kicked out of Long Beach, made about 50 Marines.
I was over in Long Beach for work.
Yeah, Long Beach is cool, but Huntington Beach, I don't, yeah, no. I don't do Huntington Beach.
I was a logistics fiduciary consultant as part of a $1 billion company when I was in Long Beach.
Yeah, no, I used to live in Newport Beach, and in Newport, shit, I'm telling you, dumpster, I used to take that 73 anytime I used to go kick it with my friends in Long Beach. I was not taking PCH. I do not like driving through Huntington Beach.
Fuck yeah, I totally understand that, motherfucker. Yeah. Hey, doctor, it's been a pleasure, my guy, dude. Freaking, I've had a hell of a day. If you look at my PTR, that tell you the type of day I had today. It was eventful, but I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna walk in the house, give me some food, and try not to annoy the wife too much. You guys have a great day.
All right, you too.
Were you doing an airstrike on Palestine?
The man just said he has to go. He's going.
Thank you for your service.
What's up, Harry? What are you up to?
Probably reading the Torah for doing a mitzvah.
Passed out, bro.
Rafi,
Wait, what happened?
I said everybody passed out.
you're reading Torah.
You wanna go crash the friend's room?
Sure.
I can shut it down.
Oh, there it is. All right, I'll see you in there.
Guys, we gotta get down.
Or do you want me to take over?
Well, I wasn't finished. I'm also speaking. Are you gonna be antagonistic to me? Like, am I?
Okay, I wasn't finished. And I'm not just speaking to you, I'm speaking to the room because it sounds like there's been conversations about me for a while in the space without me being here. So am I allowed to speak or you wish me not to communicate in this space?
The conversation was not about me. The conversation was about it was the conversation.
Was I mentioned in the conversation about me? So can I speak? May I speak first lady now or no? I'm making it about me.
How we can work around vision. You were a part of the story because in the story there wasn't a lot of people.
Oh, okay. So, okay, get back to what was happening in my life.
You just said you didn't receive it, but that channel over you were still going. You said you didn't. I said yes. I said this is more like a conversation. So that's what it is that you're saying. You weren't having a conversation.
No, I'm sorry, being specific. To me, a back channel was on my phone. I got text messages. So my apologies. No, we're not being specific.
I don't believe in that art. I don't believe in manipulation. I respected that you were
I'm not fighting. If you said that you were familiar with me, you should know well that this is literally not my fighting voice. It's my confused voice. But anyway, if you said that these are conversations that have already happened, have not all of these conversations already happened? Like I'm confused as to why conversations are still continuing about something and something. Yes. I thought that was clarified. So what is it that you need, First Lady? So you just said you needed help moving forward. What did you, are you backwards in some regard? I'm not trying to be like, y'all are done? What? Okay, I'm going back. Okay.
I'm sorry.
feel like it's confusing because it's clear that he didn't know. That's my personal opinion. I don't know why I had to say that. It's he didn't know what he did. Like, to be fair, y'all know that already. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying to people. I'm just saying he didn't know. And y'all know people mess with the app. What somebody did was they messed with her like early in the phone, right? And so he's just trying to get clear of what was said and what the response was. Like, I thought I was
Alright, I'm back. We talking about something. What we talking about? Okay. I'm gonna go back.
Then I was thinking, now you come. Yeah. So what is it?
I thought you were going back.
Yeah, you were going back and her having a wife.
Right, I want to do,
You
like,
don't see nobody for her.
why would you say that?
Is she a black woman? Because when you having that,
Why would you, does she know that this is not a nigga free zone in here? She can participate?
More likely it's more likely it's
my baby daughter. Something not gonna have my ass to sleep.
I know that's right. I know that's the word.
Oh.
So with that, before Grant.
No, I saw who-dash.com. I don't think it's up anymore. They had it up for a year or two.
That's funny.
Spaces, and that's obviously not all of, like, not every single Star Wars fan is in.
It's mobile responsive, so you can play it on an iPad or an iPhone.
Actually, Lovable, they just did an update where they fixed their SEOs a lot better than it was. It's horrible because it doesn't render server side, right? So it gives you like blank HTML shells whenever like Google and search engines are trying to parse it. But they actually did an update like a month ago, and it's a lot better now.
She gets to love trouble. See, I was told I was perimenopausal, not just. I was thinking, how the fuck has this happened at my age?
Some of us are fertile lifelong. At least till we hit like my aunt, she went menopausal at 60. Most of my aunts, except for one of them, I think 56. I think she went menopausal. 65. How does that? Say it.
Man, I'm so glad not to get female, bro. You guys get complicated like I told you. That shit's so annoying.
Part of being a Sayyid.
They say, Hamza, they say that when you go through perimenopausal and you go into hip menopausal, you have like a spout in ovulation. I think that's what happened.
I don't hate to bring up, bad news, but Saxon has been through a lot in her life, because she's had a lot of miscarriages, and that's got to be pretty traumatic. So, I hope do you want to have another baby, Saxon?
I didn't want. Do you know what? Well, I was trying before for 7 years, and had many losses. So then we kind of gave up. So really, I do feel like this baby's a blessing. I would like to have one more. You got to remember, my son is not with my husband. Like he's not his biological child. So being able to give my husband a biological child means a lot to me. So
That's so sweet, man. You're a down girl, man. That's very sweet when you say it like that.
because I always thought, what if I can't bear him kids, and but the fact that if I can just bear him one, I think he'll be happy. So.
You remember the night that he knocked you off? Do you remember the specific night that he knocked you off?
No. All I know is I went to my mum's funeral on the 20th of March, and then the 21st of March, the day after a funeral, I found out I was pregnant. How mad is that?
That's fucking absolute madness, dude. Dude, that was such a crazy experience. Oh, sorry, Soul.
Wisdom checkpoint. There's something interesting about women in comparison to men. Yeah? Maybe Nargis can feel this. In Islam, you know what men cannot even do, which is so amazingly for only women, exclusive. Women can hold two souls at once during pregnancy. Imagine that. Her own soul and the baby's soul inside the fetus of the mother's womb. No other human being can do that. That's how amazing that is. So if you look at that, your mom is woman, your sister is woman, your auntie is woman, and then still we overlook and we look down and we kind of like looking, hey, man is higher than woman. It's not that. So that's why God gives that woman having that ability to having holy another soul within her for that duration. It's just amazing. If people know how powerful that God's given to women, we should be having that kind of love towards women beyond the human love. Wisdom check time.
Yeah, growing a whole life in your body is not easy, man.
Well,
men need to be good to us women.
Every second, every man has 1,500 miscarriages in his scrotum. And I, for one, every year you have billions and billions of miscarriages, from a male perspective, and I'm just looking forward to meeting my future son and daughter that emerges from in between my legs like magic. And it's just amazing that the human body is like genetic, magic, where um, this little flagellating tadpole um, thrusts its way into this egg, and then a flash of light, and boom, there you are, replicating, multiplying.
And do you know what's amazing about a woman's body? Is a woman's body knows, or the egg knows when there's something wrong, and that's probably why most women have miscarriages, because there's something wrong within that, chromosome. So the natural thing is to have a miscarriage. So in a way, man, a woman's body does a miracle things, man. It rejects men's sperm if there's something wrong.
That's gonna eliminate a lot.
I definitely remember at a certain point.
So 99.99% sperm.
I'm trying to belt, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Like she was in the paint, yo. She was in the paint.
Body's gonna
On that motherfucking belt.
It's genetic right now.
Now she in the goo now, trying to rebrand herself as a goo member for that.
Baby, Mindy, when he did that shit, I said,
Of course,
yes,
Batman
nigga
knows
gonna give a
right. I learn every day.
If I died today or tomorrow, a nigga might troll my
You know, when we talk about mom, you see, mom, M, okay? That M, if you look at that in Arabic character, it's mim. And when you look at mother, like uma, and that M, you see the M, it has some kind of significance in many ways, not just in the how we pronounce it, how we look at how what's mim, all that. And when you look at that, it's happened like imagine in the context of the soul, no genders. Soul does not have any genders. Is that true? How far we can comprehend that? So that it's where it becomes very interesting about the soul. That maybe there's no gender about the soul.
No, there isn't gender.
Having genders, upon it goes into the vessel.
It's a gender. Earth is trans. The moon is feminine, and the sun is masculine. Earth.
Okay. Now, that is on the context of outer space. We are talking about inner space. There are two aspects now. When we look at outer space, there is some similarity in that repetitions. Having that, the inner space of oneself will be able to know, hey, which part of me that has genders? The vessel has genders. The vehicle has genders. But the other one, which is the soul, doesn't have genders. So it makes sense. The soul being bred into the fetus of the mother's womb during the pregnancy time, therefore it becomes, this is a baby boy, this is a baby girl. But prior to that, there's no genders. But when it goes into this physical being of oneself, therefore, this human is born with a so-called male or female. And that's where the unit of understanding where it goes, So having that, the chromosomes is just an exhibit about the vessel determination. The chromosome decide, that chromosome X, Y, just deciding on the genders. It's not like the soul, Soul is saying, hey, I'm going to come in because I don't have genders. I'm beyond genders, but what is that? It's something higher than that. It's not infra. The head is how deep it is. If we're talking about LGBT, that is infra. Okay, so it doesn't work that way. The higher frequency, that's how I kind of looking. Whoa, that is the soul. So something like that. Wisdom check point.
So I want to sing the song for Saxons and the baby who can hear this. It is called Hallelujah. Saxon, are you ready? Yeah, I'm ready. I heard there was a secret chord that David played. It pleased the Lord. But you don't really care for music, do you? Goes like this, the fourth, the fifth, the minor.
saw her bathing on the roof, her beauty in the moonlight overthrew ya. She tied you to a kitchen chair, she broke your throat, she cut your hair. From your lips, she drew the hallelujah. 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 Maybe there's a God above, but all I've learned from love was how to shoot at somebody who outdrew you. It's not a cry that you hear at night. It's not someone who's seen the light. It's a cold, it's a broken hallelujah. 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 Oh, hallelujah.
Do you know what? I think I was in butterflies when you were singing that. Daniel's about to have an orgasm, man. Oh, it's a religious song.
Well, everyone was really good tonight. Amazing singing. What?
Yeah, I like that song. Is that a test?
You wake me up before.
Never wakes up.
Like, I don't trust someone who doesn't.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, now, how's the balding been going for you? How's that been panning out?
Oh, you're one to talk, Cheddar Cheese Head? I've seen your photo.
I have a full head of hair. So,
You have so much hair.
Well, Daniel, the great thing about being bald. What was that, Soul?
Okay, questions about chicken and egg. Chicken and egg. Which one comes first? But now I'm going to ask you about the west and the east. Which one comes first? East or west?
East.
East. Okay. All right now. Okay. Now you see the above there's a link. How one language unites 70,000 islands. And that one language is in a way, if you want to look at the mirror of Arabic, this one language is happening on this. So that one language, 70,000. Seriously, because any foreigners that comes into our country just to stay about maybe a month or so, they can speak the language. How amazing is that? Because of the frequent the melody of the language.
We can
That one single language, because it's so amazing that the other 700 language will learn and into that one single language. And imagine 17,000 islands have different dialects, still having that common one language. How amazing that can be really happening in one archipelago. You know, that really make it. There's the soul in the language, something like that. Because everybody are comparing, you know, all the Eastern language, the Tagalog, the Vietnamese, all that. But this one single language just strike
Farsi is
wisdom.
the original of all languages.
Like the real, like
It's a real language. I was going to say, I mean, I've been living Arab for 7 years and I still don't understand or speak Arab. So it's not that easy, trust me. Arabic. It's Arabic. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I said I've been married to an Arab for 7 years and I still don't understand Arabic.
You don't speak Arab?
No, I don't speak Arabic, man. It's not a language to speak.
Do you cook?
I cook Arabic food.
What kind of Arabic food do you cook nowadays?
Bloody hell. I mean, I think it's mainly a Middle Eastern dish, so I think it's known, the dishes are all known over the Middle East, but I cook, do you know, I bet Narjas will know, okra. You know, the okra soup, Narjas. I do. Yeah. I'm not an Arab, I'm a Persian.
What are you talking about? Like, how could you ever be a Harry or not?
Oh, like I don't know, I think Arab. We're not cool friends with Arabs. In fact, we're not friends with Arabs.
You just think about, like, Persian women. Is that little 13-year-old boy's mustache? It's a mustache. It's so cute. Like, you know a Persian woman by her little tiny mustache. It's soft. It's not bristly. John, you know that about that, having young boys, right? John? You know all too well.
That's all projection. You're Catholic, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's all projection. Let me hit my projection bell here.
I know it is.
Earlier, Narjas was projecting onto me when she was saying that I'm highly conditioned and, you know, other things which were all projections. I just don't understand Narjas. Like, how are you a Persian, but you're celebrating and supporting a a Mohammedan, meaning like a desert person who claimed to be the messenger. Like, it's a movie, you know. How can you project onto me my conditioning to reject what I consider to be an ill-gotten faith, a scam? Because I could start a cult, no problem. You know, I'm working on it. And there's been lots of successful cults out there. And I don't understand why you don't see Islam as just being another one. Hello?
It is another cult. Yeah, perhaps it is another cult. That's what religion is after all. Cult means what? Culture. Religion gives you the freaking organized, structural culture, which is nothing but conditioning. But, however, historians don't freaking put someone in a horrid light or in a good light. They say it as it is. Whatever I've read from Joshua Little, from Nikolai Sinai, and from, what was her name, Patricia, what was her name? I read a paper. Can you give me the name, Dana? Patricia, anyway, she's a critical historian. It basically outlined the same, huh? Patricia Crone.
But she's kind of like, she's not really, she's looked as like an Orientalist. She's like kind of a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, she went a little bit
too far.
No, she went a little bit,
Too critical.
Yeah, like mythicist levels of like she's like Mecca didn't exist.
Yeah, it was Petra, it was Omega.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind like Paris, there's nothing lost. There's no like loyalty to a community or a name or a badge. But from what I know, they don't like look down upon the archetype or the personality. Neither do they rise them up, right? They say it as it is. Actually, Daniel has shared some really good material that I'm yet to read. Daniel, I want you to read, I'm going to share with you Jonathan Brown's Slavery. I think this would also sort of extend out to slavery and Christianity. Bro, he's freaking made the system look like so okay. Even though like conceptually the whole idea is so freaking wrong.
I know. I have the same weird. Yeah, I understand.
And freaking Andrew in the other room is supporting it and getting jacked and hooked for it. So the one thing to say that at a time where slavery could not be completely abolished because there was no prison system, etc., this was perhaps the best way to put forward, for like war. How do you extend that to today? What he's doing in short most Muslims do. It's bizarre.
There's another story to be told there. Like, there are some truths to this little cliche where people are like, whenever you criticize the holy book for slavery, they say something like, "Well, it's not like it's not like transatlantic slavery, you know," and they're right in some ways. I mean, so there is something to be said about people that consensually are like, "Hey, I have nothing. Take me into your household," and you can be something like a family member.
It's such a nice-like thing to do, actually. Like, basically, this is your...
I would love to have slaves. Like,
it's not wrong. No, but the idea of slavery is what the whole...
dude, do you think there's anything different from like us hiring a fucking Ecuadorian fucking immigrant to come to our house and fucking clean for $100 because we don't want to fucking do it?
Yeah, because she goes back to her house. No, she goes back to her house.
That's late.
She chooses her life. She chooses what she or whatever she is. But come on, Daniel. Here, like, perhaps there is one. The symmetry breaker could be one bad slave owner who will torture and who will hurt. This is the problem. Which can still be done, I guess, to a house though.
If let's say I'm going to send slave person home. Let's say I'm the service provider, slave provider, and I will check with the owner. Hey, in you, show me your dictionary. If your dictionary doesn't have right, wrong, doesn't have something in that manner, that means that person deserves, because this person that knows about something on higher version that is superseding right, wrong, there's something there. So this guy that can run with that kind of understanding that is beyond right, wrong, that's what I would just, okay, you deserve this. I'm going to pass it to you. I know that they're going to be very happy with being taken care of by you. That is what, when you look at that kind of vibes, that kind of frequency, it happens regardless of religion. And that is what I'm listening to the clubhouse. I see those vibes, that individual that has that kind of frequency. And why? Because God said, I created you with a frequency that resonates with me. Can you understand what is that love beyond human love? Maybe along that.
So basically, these slaves could like stay with the family, be a part of the family. Children could play with children, right? She's not sent to prison, although she's like the victim, of war, right? After all, she is the victim of war.
Um, and it so goes for boys and the men too, right? We've come to a brand new society. But I think like, so Christianity has a good 6-year provision, which is I think a good time period. Maybe you should put a bit lesser.
You see, now guys, when we look at, let's say I say slave, SLAVE, if we use our mind to think about it, imagine that that's merely a slave, but can we make it more higher concentration, just the word slave alone? That I listen to the value behind the slave, that words. So you see, when I say I slave my desire, I slave my manager, I slave my officer, my CEO, me of oneself, slaving the other two.
No,
So
we don't do it
you
for
see,
humans. We don't do it for
no, I mean slaving. Slaving means I serve my own. I'm talking about manager oneself, officer oneself. I'm not talking about context about external. This myself, I think 3 components of me, which is the CEO, the manager, officer.
I stop when I slave for myself. But when I slave for like a God, for example, yeah, that is a understandable relationship.
Okay, now we should check point. Now you see, God slaving
dependent upon that God.
Sure. Now, yeah, what I'm trying to say, if you pick up this vibes here, you see, when I am human being created, I have three elements, which is the soul, the mind, the body. The soul, the mind and the body has to be following the soul. You know, that means there is this hierarchy of movement. That means that's what I mean by slaving. So God slaving me, and then me slaving the other two, or the mind and the body, so that it abide with the wisdom. So then the mind will be, hey, you do wisdomly think. I don't do thinking, wisdomly think. You see the whole vibe? That's why we call about the nafs, which is the lowest end nafs, which is the manager and officer, has to be, being managed by.
Takes it all. The winner takes it all. And you know why? And I absolutely know why. Like, we are all besides. You know why. Otherwise, I ask you why, because if I don't know, I can ask you. I was a big fan of ABBA when I was young, of course, but my auntie had all the records. Like, the one, I do.
That's exactly how it happened. I was telling her when I was a waiter, I was a good waiter because I would always like the cigarettes and customers. For her, that's like a weird thing. The idea that someone would be smoking in a restaurant, right? And here's actually to segue back to the title, right? Like, would you agree, Kevin, that the scenario I gave with the 2 minutes of everyone on the planet? Because you said, even if you had that hallucination, and that's why I went further and said, no, I would just think I'm fucking crazy. But in my scenario that I gave, do you agree that that would be enough for you to be like, okay, yeah, no, Jesus. You wouldn't think aliens, you would be like, yeah, Jesus.
Can you repeat the scenario one more time, though?
So I'll repeat the scenario, and then I'll
want to answer honestly.
Yeah. So for me, the question was like, as an agnostic, what would it take for you to believe Christian Jesus?
Yeah.
And I said this would be the scenario, and I'm not giving you one that you recreated with repeatable experiments like science.
Right.
This is the one that I would get. I went to sleep, and I had a dream, the most vivid, and I remembered every bit of it, and I saw Jesus, and I got to ask Jesus all the questions I wanted. Every answer he gave me was just like the best answer in the world because he's Jesus. And I woke up and I was like, I remembered everything. And then I turned on the TV, turned on social media, and every single person waking up was like, I had that exact same experience, and I believe in Jesus.
Oh,
I have
okay.
to say,
Sure. I would have to. Well, I mean, I'm such a fucking skeptic. I would believe something miraculous as fuck happened with like either hyper advanced super technology or like a supernatural being that's like made of pure energy or something. Like something super crazy is going on. You can't flash mob the whole planet, right? Not everyone's in on it. And so I would immediately be skeptical of it just being Jesus at first. I would think that whoever's trying to fool the planet is just going that route.
Okay, good. So that's exactly what I said. So I said that for you it would be 50-50 because as a skeptic, I would say, hey, this experience. I get that all the answers he gave me was like just fire.
Yeah, I wouldn't deny any of that.
But I would say the only other logical explanation.
This is Elon Musk, the richest man on earth.
They have used some sort of, beyond this technology to make us all experience this thing in order, whatever their nefarious is. But then if you go through, that's it. So me too, I'm a skeptic. But then as a reasonable person, and as I play Occam's razor, I think, okay, let's walk through this. Likelihood of aliens coming here, likelihood of Abraham and Jesus. Okay, I'm on the alien side. Let's take it a step further. Likelihood that aliens come here and deploy a technology on a foreign biological being that allows them to insert dreams into our sleeping bodies.
Just as somebody else. There was the God, and then the king was below him, and so forth. So I found MJ the part I was talking about where it says this. Several case studies showed that household affiliation was not always permanent and inflexible.
రాత్రి నిద్రపోవడేమో ఏంది ఈ అమ్మాయి ఇన్ని రోజులు కూడా పడ్డది ఇప్పుడైనా హార్ట్ ఇచ్చిందా
తుడుచుకునే ఛాన్స్ ఉంటే బాగుంటుంది తుడుచుకున్నట్టు నీ పట్టేసి
దెబ్బకి నాకు ఆ స్టేట్మెంట్ తో నాకే ఇన్సెక్యూరిటీ వచ్చింది అందుకనే ఫోటో తీస్తాను ఎవడైనా నాతో మాట్లాడతా I'm just gonna block you right now. That's a weekend.
Stop doing that.
Blood.
You heard me though. B, I'm out here getting cheated on and shit.
Good.
Oh, what?
Good. Good.
I think I'm getting cheated on.
That girl love you too much, bro. She ain't doing that.
I hope you getting cheated on.
It's so cock kissing old man. You pushing 30. Fuck on.
Bitch, get your young dumb full of cum, broke bum. Bitch, shoe, big clothes, ashy, big lip. Stop talking to me. You better hope you be able to make it to that. You better be able. You hope you finna get ready and touch them while you talk. Y'all was trying to start somebody old, but y'all ain't really. I ain't gonna say all that.
That last graduated high school in 2013.
No, I did not hear that. You quit. Now that's too fucking old. I graduated in 2013. I was still in school.
What, 8th grade?
So can I dig in your ass? What the fuck is that?
I can't hear you, folks.
Who that is?
Who do that?
Now you trying to kick it though. See, they got your ass fired up. Now you trying to
Oh, I got
I ain't cool. I thought you done it too.
This shit crazy.
Hey, bro.
Well, however you describe it.
Well.
Well, the concept still remains is the ownership of another human, which is bizarre, absurd.
You know why slavery actually ended? Is because it went out of fashion. Because the truth is, nobody wants to actually care for humans like they're cattle. And so that's actually why it went away. Not because of the Civil War, not because of intelligence, but just because managing other humans turns out to be very problematic.
The power words of a true Catholic warrior, I know exactly where the fuck you live, dude. So,
no.
I can come pay you a visit, man.
Uh-oh, is that a threat?
Yeah. No, I would never do anything to hurt you. I fucking love you.
Whoa.
Well, if you love me so much, send me a toupee.
Bro, you know you don't need it, but I'll get you one anyway. How about I get one for your asshole?
Have you found a good way to actually trim the hairs in your ass crack?
Have you ever put a mustache on your ball sack before?
On the what side? Stem or the stern?
Yeah, we said.
Upside your fucking head. But that's why I love you.
Oh man, John Kitover is quite a character.
John Kitover.
With that election.
This is why I miss you. Like I miss Megatron's room because everyone just curses in here, and the room that I'm sitting in, they don't like cursing, so I have to maintain my mouth.
God, Saxon.
Yeah, you Saxon. Look, we're gonna have to get reacquainted. If you're telling.
I need to curse some more.
Action.
Shit.
I can be myself around Megatron. That's the thing. That's why I like him so much because you don't just curse it.
Yeah. Every fuck I get curses. Last time.
Think about slavery. Yes, you really know we're working. I really know we're John. Do you really know where John lives?
It's not important where I live. What's important is our plan.
That's so fucking great.
Your armory. Gratefully accepted. We will need it.
You have to hear Daniel play and sing at the same time because he's actually pretty good at it.
Let me do the cowbell.
I can't do that.
A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4.
You don't this dumb motherfucker. You don't this dumb motherfucker did.
What?
Alright, so he was running for Congress.
Nah, I shouldn't have. It's the frequencies are too low. Go through the fucking wall. I'm chilling in a music studio right now. What do I do with it?
Hello?
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 I'm in the music studio at this time, Theo.
It's a perfect time for music.
We were making beautiful music earlier in August, if you happen to know.
Do you know how much Keanu Reeves gets paid per word?
You know, Nargis, you need to start minding your own business. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Worry about what you're doing.
It's a good point. You talk an awful lot, Narges. I just gotta tell you.
Hardly spoke to them.
What?
Yeah, so don't you.
You're on here 50 hours a week minimum talking. You don't work. You don't have a job. You're here all day. I'm not jealous. I'm just saying, like, even if you're well-to-do, it's still better to be productive. You know?
I am.
Hardworking.
I'm here today. I'll stay.
Oh, really?
Because you see me online, doesn't mean I'm always talking.
You do a lot of work here. I mean, you sang a song today. You defended Muhammad. It's a lot of work you're putting in here.
After the sun comes rain. Hey.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, now you said something about 14 weeks there. Okay, you said about your coming, your pregnancy is 14 weeks. Okay, and there's something, you know how to make my brother that he was in the room. Okay, now this is something that I kind of looking at this. Maybe you can take that opportunity because it will be coming down. Okay, coming reaching you. Okay, now 115 days there. Okay, that thing is not pregnancy. I'm talking about the I think you're saying which I'm not relying on yourself instead of relying on others to keep you going. That's excellent. You know, I think here's my question. You ever heard of sleep ability? The angel is the angel I don't it's not targets to make me pay attention to your soul. just want to add on. That is so common. 150 days, you want to fight, and 10 days, get hold of one coming. What do you mean? Your baby soul coming into your witness. What do you know? Only one place there. Wow. Sunshine, the cheese gone. That's why there ain't no sunshine when I'm gone. I was gonna say. No sunshine, the cheese gone. Oh, that's actually being on biblically. When does a child soul go into the fetus? What stage of pregnancy? It will be now, right? That's 14 weeks, and in the second trimester. It's actually the soul part of it is the soul that goes into the fetus, and then when it sparks, it's a brand new life. That's I heard it from you. Yeah, so when is that then? It's the it's the sperm cell hits the egg, and then the swimming part breaks off, but then it plants its DNA in that egg, and it turns into a zygote. That's what good life. At 14 weeks, so my baby definitely has their own soul. Oh, yeah. Yes. It's not directly bred. It's directly that's not true, because they say, actually, in Islam, in Islam, you can actually terminate a pregnancy because they believe that it has no soul before 4 months. Yes. Yeah, but in Islam, sperm doesn't come out of your spinal column. But I know a lot of you pumping for the book of jumping. You're long taking it. Well, I do know that in the Bible, the baby has a soul. Pretty much really when. As soon as the sperm hits the egg, there's a spark in there. Life. The two fleshes become one. Yeah. That's what that is. That is the manager and officer. So the CEO is coming in on the later part. Biblically though, let's say I'm pregnant, a termination that would be just as good as committing murder. So that baby has life. It's like that soul speaking from the heart now, because in order to take that verse in context, the ayah, you need to interpret it through the lens of the Bible, and that's actually pretty cool. I like that overlap. I see why this is really protective of you. And that's where the test comes in, that the vibe of fighting is only happening in real time. Make sure you're being authentic and speaking from the heart always, man, just like this.